No, Earth moves around the sun.
No, I've never seen the Earth move. I've never detected the Earth moving. In fact, there's nobody that can prove that the Earth moves. There's no measurement of that.
So why do you think what is NASA for?
Oh, NASA's to kind of like fool people that are too stupid to do their own research. So if you believe NASA, then I guess you must be one of the people that is too stupid to do their own research.
Brother, you say NASA tells you that Earth is flat. You telling us that NASA is for stupid people. Why then Earth is not flat? Earth is round. You are caught in your own argument.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you that NASA will
No,
say
brother.
both things. They'll
You just
say,
said that
excuse
NASA
me,
measured the
excuse
Earth
me.
that it was
I
flat.
know. No, I'm just saying that they say it is and they treat it as flat and stationary, and then they show you cartoons from space. So they double speak, and you don't know the difference. You don't know that NASA says the Earth is flat.
So
You also don't know that
how do,
NASA says that the Earth is a ball. You're too
so
stupid to
how do
figure
you
out that
know
they're
that it
saying
is
both
flat? Then
things.
NASA doesn't say that it is flat, huh?
Because the Earth is measured to be flat.
Okay.
Have you been in an airplane?
Yes.
Why do they take like circle routes, curved paths?
They don't. They don't.
Why don't they? Why don't they take the routes of like straight and like because the Earth is
Most of the time that they
around?
do, can you give me the flight data from the black boxes and tell me what routes they're taking? Not the little magical cartoon airplane on the reification map that they make. I want you to give me the actual data in the paths that they take, because when I fly on a plane, they fly in straight paths. They may turn here or there, they may go up or down in elevation, but they typically take straight paths.
They don't.
Okay, so then you're going to get me the flight data from these flights so I know exactly what path they're taking. Do you have the black
So you
box
have the
data?
data. You have the data.
No, you told me that they take curved paths to get to where they're going, circle routes. So I
Yeah.
want you to show me the black box data that proves this.
No, if there was a flat Earth, the routes would look straight and different.
No, not look. I want you to get me the data from the aircraft to tell me what path it took.
No, what I will do with the data?
Well, you're going to show me that they're flying in these circular routes and that they're also compensating for the drop over distance that they're flying, which means they would be nosing down the aircraft to go around the curvature of the Earth. Those are the things that I would need from you to support your claim.
Is that what you're arguing, Aslan? Because that's
What?
retarded.
Bro, if the Earth was flat, then there would be less gravity in like side, in corner.
What's gravity again? Did you give me the scientific experiment that validates the gravity?
Okay, whenever you throw something, why they fall on
It doesn't.
surface?
I'll tell you what I throw.
Because the
Sometimes
gravity
I breathe
attracts
and the
it
air
to the
goes,
center of
I'm
Earth.
sorry, the center of Earth that you haven't validated. And when I breathe, the gas goes randomly in all directions. So gravity is not affecting gas. So there is no gravity, there is no force, there is no downward vector that's exclusive for all matter. There is no force of gravity, according to Einstein. So there's no experiment that validates gravity. Which gravity would you be trying to validate today,
Bro,
other
the
than
more
begging the
weight
question that
the more weight,
sometimes when I see
no.
stuff go downward, that means that gravity exists. So you're begging the question and you're affirming the consequent when you say, when things go down, there's gravity. That would be a fallacious argument on your part.
So you believe there is no gravity?
No, there's been no validation for gravity. It's just an idea for stupid people to believe. Do you believe in gravity?
So what have we
Can you guys
been told in
define
school?
gravity?
That is not right. You say that.
What did I say? That's not right.
I'm saying they have taught us in schools that gravity exists in universities, in colleges. You are saying they are all false. Why are they that
What
then
did,
telling us that gravity exists?
what, what scientific experiment did they show you that validates and proves that gravity exists?
They told us the Newton law, first, second, and third, GMC
Yeah, those-
square, something like that.
Those are laws of motion, and then the EMC squared is Einsteinian gravity, which replaced or superseded Newtonian gravity, which debunks it, and now you have to prove that space-time as a fabric medium exists. Do you have a sample of space-time?
Brother, you are not going anywhere, and I'm also not going anywhere. So
No, you're not going anywhere. I'm asking you to validate the claims that you're making, and you're not supporting any of them. All you're doing is repeating the claims. When I ask you for evidence, you avoid that.
you have done
Here's
your
the thing,
research.
brother. What I need from you is some kind of experiment to validate it, brother.
You don't have to make fun of his accent.
Don't.
Now be racist.
I'm not being racist. I'm just
No,
bringing up the fact that you haven't proven your point yet.
Bro, the more
oh, no,
weight
I'm not
you
talking
have,
about you.
the more
Someone else.
gravity you, will pull you.
Okay, what's gravity again? Is it a force that pulls?
To the center of Earth.
Okay, so what I need from you is a measurement of Earth curvature to show us if this gobstopper you believe that you live on has a center. Number two, I'm going to need to have you prove that gravity is a force, which means you would be denying Einstein, which supersedes
Bro,
Newton
gravity is
and
the-
says that it's not a force.
No,
Are
gravity
you
is the
denying
reason
Einstein?
we have air. It pulls it
Yeah, I know.
Brother,
The
I'm-
air-
down. But it's so
The air moves freely and randomly in all directions. The air is not going down. The air is going in all directions. Apparently, gravity does not affect air. Is that your claim?
Yeah, gravity pulls gas towards Earth. That's why air doesn't float away.
Can you show me an experiment that proves that?
What do you mean? Show me experiment that prove it.
Well, what you would have is an experiment or even an observation that all gas is going downward. Do you have an observation
but
that
the
all
force-
gas is going downwards? No, you don't
brother,
have that.
I'm,
Gas does not go
I'm going
downwards.
to debate. Brother,
Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, just like we observe, right?
brother, today you have won, but I will come back tomorrow. I'm gonna answer all your questions.
No, bro. Without the gravity, without the gravity, Earth could not hold its atmosphere like the moon, which has almost none.
No, I'm sorry. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy, more of a baseless assertion, really. What you need to do is prove that claim, not just make it.
Bro, what do you mean prove it? It's scientifically proven. You can search it.
Okay, show me the experiment that proves that.
You can look for it by yourself. Whole social
No,
media
you
is
can look for it. This is your claim. See, the one who makes the positive claim has the burden of proof. So you have the
No,
burden of
I
showing
told
me
you-
the experiment.
Okay,
No, you're just going to tell me things. Unless you have any kind of support for your claim, these are baseless assertions without any evidence. I mean, I've been asking since the beginning of this conversation for you guys to prove anything with the scientific experiment, and you've brought nothing forward. How strange.
The Buddy, can you talk Arabic?
No, this is an English channel.
Okay, that's sad.
Well, it's called English Hub. I mean, it's kind of in the name.
I know.
What's going on here?
But if you want me to prove that the Earth is round, I want to speak it in Arabic. I can't.
Well, you'll have to go to
Everything-
Arabic Hub for that.
I can translate for you if you
I
want.
know. There's Arabic Hub, but now
Yeah.
talking with this guy.
Also, the flat Earth Quran, by the way, it is mentioned in the Quran that the Earth is flat. By the way, okay. So if you want the
No, it's not-
verses, I can
It's
give
not-
you the verse.
Wait, no, it's not.
I can
mentioned-
give you the
Yeah,
verses.
It's not mentioned in Quran.
it's
in the
mentioned,
Quran.
but it doesn't mean that. You
No.
know, like it means something else.
It does mean that. It does
No.
mean that. Remember, you're the one that's misinterpreting what Allah has put into the Quran. Remember,
Yeah,
you
I
haven't
know.
actually- you're not listening.
No,
you're not listening at all.
I'm-
You're just talking. You're
I'm
just talking
Muslim.
without
I'm
listening.
Muslim, and there is no.
You're talking
I'm
without
Muslim.
listening.
Shito,
You're
Shito, just
talking
let
without
him complete his
listening.
point.
You are
Yeah, just-
talking without listening. You're not
Okay, go ahead.
listening.
Go
Thank you.
ahead.
Shut up now. Allah is watching your behavior. Here we go. The point I'm trying to make to you is that you haven't
have some
gone
respect,
out.
okay?
You haven't
some
gone
respect.
out.
Go.
Yeah, you haven't got any respect here. Now shut up and pay attention.
Yeah, okay.
You
I'm listening to
haven't-
you. Just have some respect.
No, but you keep interrupting. That's why you got no respect at the moment.
Okay.
Earn that
okay.
respect.
Keep going.
Okay?
Yeah.
So if you shut your mouth, then you might get some respect afterwards. Maybe. Remember, Allah is watching you, not me. Allah is watching you. So pay attention, as He's watching me as well. Now,
Okay, bro.
as I stated for you that it's in the Quran. Yeah. Remember, you yourself, you're still interrupting. What is this? You yourself.
Different guy. Yeah, Aslan, shush.
Okay.
Yeah, can you just mute the guy? Just mute them up. Just mute them. And that way they can't utter a word. Now, you yourself haven't gone out to nature and tried to confirm that you learnt from your school. You haven't done that yet. You don't know the model. And then you're arguing with those who know the model inside out and have gone out to investigate and measured and proven that it is flat. So you need to go and do that. It's in the Quran. We have confirmed that for ourselves. You haven't done that
it's
yet.
not.
Okay,
Yes.
Shito, just hold a second. It's mentioned in Quran. I know that. Just keep going.
No,
Keep
no,
going your
it's
point.
not.
Shito, just wait. Just let him complete
I'm
his
Muslim.
point, please.
I'm Muslim.
Okay, just wait. Let him
Yeah,
complete
right.
that.
So it's
yeah.
in the Quran. Everything I've said is true so far. You haven't gone out to measure the surface of the earth to know whether it is curving like the shape of an egg, or is it flat like a pancake. You haven't gone out to check any of that at the moment. So you can't say we are wrong. You cannot. You who do not know the model and you haven't checked it. Okay? I will stop
Okay.
there for now.
Okay, so I can describe my point if you want, if you would like that.
You go ahead.
Okay, so it mentioned in Quran. Okay, that's right, but it has a different mean. Okay, it's not as you thought. Okay, because do you know some Arabic? Like I can say it in an Arabic.
No, I don't know it. I don't know Arabic
Okay.
well enough to understand what it is said in
Yeah,
Arabic. No, I
we
don't.
need- Okay, but I just wanna tell you something. Okay, you know, the version of Quran is Arabic. That's right.
The original one would be Arabic. That's the one you trust.
Okay,
the
the
most, I
original,
understand.
the original Quran is Arabic and English. It's a different language. It's not. It doesn't have the same meaning of if for every word. Okay, that's right.
Oh, yes, some words can.
Yeah, like I can't
But
say
remember,
something.
one moment.
Yeah.
One moment. Flat is flat. But carry on anyway.
Okay. So we have a lot of sheikhs, okay, in Arabic community, they are saying it doesn't mean the earth is flat. It means something else. It means the art. How can I explain it in English? It's too hard to explain it in English, but I have a good idea for that. Like I can search for a video, okay, as a proof, and it has subtitles. You can read the subtitles and you will understand what does it mean. Okay? Sounds good?
I will not be watching your video to read whatever because I'm the man who knows that the earth is flat. You will have nothing that I want to see except the video of you measuring the surface of the earth and its curving. If you have that video.
Yeah.
So don't bother posting anything for me.
Sorry.
I'm not
Can you say the last part again?
Can I say
Can you
something?
say the last part? I didn't
Yeah.
hear
The
it.
last part I said was that if it is a video of you and you are measuring the curvature of the earth and demonstrating to us how to measure the curvature of the earth, I want to see that video.
That's the only video I want to see. Everything else,
Okay.
I have no interest. My knowledge is greater than the video you're going to put up.
You have
At
you have a
this
good
point.
knowledge though, and I don't mean anything. Okay, like I don't disrespect
thank
you,
you.
and I didn't say anything wrong. Okay, but the thing is,
I'm not
it's
saying anything wrong either.
yeah.
So that's good.
Okay.
We're clean.
Okay.
Good.
But you're mad.
So
You're so mad.
so I'm Arabic Muslim. Okay, and
Yeah, I'm
I
a Muslim as well. I'm a
yeah,
Muslim
you
as
are
well.
Muslim. Yeah, and we are
Yeah.
brothers. Okay,
So,
so
assalamu alaikum.
wa alaikum salam. Okay, so okay, just let
Inshallah,
me.
inshallah, you will learn the truth today. Inshallah.
Yeah, I will learn that, but I want you like I don't mind if the earth is flat. I don't mind at all. You have a point,
that's
so
good.
I should respect it. So what
Hmm.
like the thing is like I'm not saying I'm just saying the Quran has mentioned the earth is flat, but it means something else, and that's what I'm talking about. So if you would like to check a video, okay, for Sheikh. Okay, this sheikh is Muslim Arabic. He will describe that, like he will describe it in because as you know, like as I told you, like we have a different language. Like is not we are not like I'm not qualified to you know like to describe it in English like Arabic.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah,
That's
what
what I
you're
mean.
saying is that the translation can be
Yes.
mistaken. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
that's what I'm saying.
guarantee you,
Yeah.
I guarantee you, as Allah is giving me air to breathe today and every day, the mistake is not there. I guarantee you that. And remember, you are speaking, but yet you
Yeah.
do not know the model and you haven't gone out to check. So you're running on what somebody else told you. I'm running on my own verification, my check, my knowledge. There's a
Yeah,
difference,
yeah.
isn't there?
And that's why I'm
Right.
here today.
Right. Like I said,
Well, I have a question.
inshallah, you're going to go out into nature and do the gold standard. And that is to actually measure the surface of the earth to find that curvature. Because until you do that, you're running on belief only. And belief is not knowledge, actually. Not knowledge. Just belief.
Okay.
Okay. So I stand my ground. The earth is indeed flat. In the Quran, it mentions the carpet being spread out on the ground. Now, when you spread out a carpet, ladies and gentlemen, you don't spread it out on a curved surface, especially if you're going to have a picnic. You're not looking for a curved surface, you're looking for a flat surface so that you can put your plates, your cups, your drinks, everything is level, not on a curve. And then you put baggage on the edge of the mat so that the wind doesn't pick it up. Allah put the mountains on the corners there to keep that carpet flat. Okay, ladies, and it's that simple. Clean English, clean
Hey.
Arabic. Go ahead.
We have 2 points here, okay? We have 2 points. The first point, the earth is flat. And the second point, the Quran has mentioned the earth is flat. So I'm gonna go with the second one, okay? Like to prove what does it mean in the Quran, like because I'm Arabic person, so I will describe like what does it mean in Quran first, and then we can go to the first point, okay? So you can check the channel. I found the video, okay? Just I got the subtitles, like I got what does it mean, okay, in English, like okay, and here's it, okay, inside the channel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ultimately, it would not matter what it is that the Quran or the Bible or any other book says. It would matter how the earth is measured. So we could spend all day trying to argue about whether or not the Quran says whatever it says, or we can just discuss the fact that the earth is measured to be flat.
That's
Okay,
the gold
I'm
standard.
just I'm just saying that because
Yeah. Hang on a second. Can you acknowledge and agree with what my colleague and I are telling you, that the gold standard number 1 is to actually measure the surface you are on? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Sorry, can you go one more time again?
Okay. Do you agree that in order to know whether the earth is curving, one must measure the surface of the earth itself, and then you will know? That's correct?
Just 1 second.
Doesn't seem like a hard question.
Yeah, like it's really hard question. Okay, just let me check something.
Well, If you want to know whether the earth is curving, you take out your tools and you go and measure the surface of the earth. Then you will know it is curving rather than some curving. Somebody
You know,
telling
like,
you it's curving and you
yeah.
going out to measure and check if it's curving, which is the top standard. Which is the top standard.
Okay, as I told you, like
I asked you a question, which is the top standard? Somebody telling you it's curving or you measuring it for yourself? Which is the one with the knowledge?
yeah, I like to find everything by myself. But
Right. So
the
can
thing
you
is,
answer the
like,
question
yeah.
one more time then? Do you agree that
Yeah, I
if you
agree
measure
with
the
that. Yeah.
surface of the earth, okay, agree then. Hurry up
Yeah.
with your agreeing, will you? You have to ask 5 times to get one agreement. That's not good faith, okay?
Yeah.
Allah is watching.
Okay. So, did you see the chat?
No, I don't.
Yes,
I told you already. I don't watch any of your material
Man,
unless it's
man.
you measuring the curvature of the earth. My knowledge is greater than your video. Sorry.
Okay, bro, just listen to me. Listen to me, because you're
I am
Muslim,
listening.
okay? And I don't
I'm
mind.
listening and I'm answering quickly.
I don't mind with that, but the thing is,
What?
like, we can't describe everything in English, and that's why I'm telling you.
But you agreed. Hang on. But you just agreed that you need to go and measure the surface of the earth. So the video doesn't matter. That's what my colleague said. It doesn't matter what the actual Quran is saying or the Bible
Okay.
or the video. Why don't
Yeah.
you go and measure the surface and then you know? That's what we've done. We've measured
Okay.
it.
Okay. I just want to ask you a question.
Right.
Okay. You're
Okay,
you're
go
native
ahead.
English. That's right.
Sorry?
You're native English.
Yes, sorry, yes. I'm a native English
Yeah.
speaker, even though I'm an
You're a
African.
native English speaker. Okay, so like the thing is, if I told you what does it mean circumstance, you will describe what does it mean. But the thing is, Quran is Arabic version.
So we're not talking about the Quran anymore.
Yeah,
We're
we're not.
talking
Yeah, we're
about
not.
the
I'm just
The Quran is
surface of
finished.
the earth.
something
It's finished.
in 1 second or 2 seconds.
Yes,
okay?
you guys can have a theological or a Quran debate later in a different chat. Today,
Thank
Talking
you.
about
we're
the
talking
same
about
things,
the
talking
earth
about the same
and what
topic.
is going on. Oh, no, it's not. Discussing
No.
the interpretations of words within the Quran is not the same as discussing the measurement of the earth's surface. It's not even close. So, who has measured the curvature of the earth? Do you have any curvature measurements that you could show us?
Yeah.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul. Yeah.
Peace and,
Get the rocks.
for example, did Muhammad measure the curvature of the earth? Peace and blessings be upon him. Muhammad never measured the curvature of the earth, did he? So who measured it? You see?
I don't know
You
actually.
don't know.
I don't have
You don't know.
guys. I don't have knowledge about that topic because
Thank you. That's okay.
I didn't search for it because it doesn't affect
Thank
me.
you.
Like if it's flat or if it ball or if it what is it, you know? So
Well,
that's
it's
So why did you
why
come into
I
this
asked-
chat? You
Yeah.
came into a 24/7 Flat Earth channel and it doesn't matter to you. That seems strange to me.
Okay, just let me. Okay, I'm here just for a reason. Like I just need to listen to you. Like what are you saying? And that's all. I'm just curious.
Oh,
like,
well, then
if
listen
there-
then. Listen then.
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm
and
listening. I'm
acknowledge.
listening.
But you're not
I'm
acknowledging.
listening.
You're listening.
No.
But you're not
The thing-
acknowledging. It
the
took
thing
you.
is-
Hang on. It
Yeah.
took me 5 times. It took me 5 attempts to get you to agree that if you want to know something, especially the shape of the earth, you must measure it yourself. That took 5 times before you said I agree. 5 times. So it means you're not listening. That's what it means. You were not listening.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Now you're laughing.
all ears.
Now you're laughing.
No, I'm
Excuse
not
me,
laughing.
ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen.
that-
Now they're laughing. They're not listening. Now they're laughing. There we are. Look. This is it.
No, I'm laughing because
There's
the
another-
way you're talk, you're angry.
Well, it's because
you
I'm
know,
putting
like-
it correctly. It's because I'm putting it correctly. Correctly,
Okay, so-
that if you want to know something, you check it for yourself. And then you carry the knowledge. You don't have that knowledge. You admitted it just now. So
Yeah.
obviously, the number one thing you need to do is to go and measure the surface of the earth so you will know. Stop listening to the Quran, although it might be correct and accurate, but go and make sure. Né? Is there anything wrong? God gave you that knowledge to go and check. Go and check it. You
Yeah.
check,
You
you
are,
change.
the first one who you are the first one
Exactly.
who say listen to Quran.
Yeah, and
You don't, you
Okay,
not you, not-
okay,
not- not
okay,
you. No, no,
okay,
the-
okay. Listen to the
the
Quran, ladies and
Pakistani one.
gentlemen. But you can also go and check, ladies and
Just
gentlemen. where it's
wait,
possible.
just wait. You can win in the argument just with your loud voice. You can win like that.
That's not my aim. My aim is not to be winning with my loud voice. It's to make sure you hear me clearly. That is why I speak loud, so you don't have to say
No, no,
sorry.
no,
Can you
no,
say
no, no,
again?
no.
Can you say again?
Don't speak loud.
No,
I
I'm going to
hear
speak.
you.
You don't tell me how to speak, unfortunately.
No, no, no.
So
I'm
shut
I'm
up.
I'm so sorry for that,
Please
but
shut up.
God,
Please.
man.
Just
You're
shut the fuck
disrespectful.
your bitch ass up. You are
You
such a
are.
nigger,
Allah's watching you all the way, by the way, Muslim boy.
Hey,
Allah's
hey,
watching your
and
behavior.
hey, you're forcing him to say that
No, I'm not forcing him to say anything. He's being
because your voice
disrespectful. That's his
is too
position.
loud.
No,
It's too
I'm
loud
sorry.
and
I don't care what you say. I'm
disrespectful.
not speaking loud at all. Now, next point for you is this. Yes, you can listen to the Quran, fine. But then you can also go and check whether or not the earth is flat. That's possible. That's possible. God gave you that choice to go and check. That's all you're doing. You're confirming. God gave you that sense. Okay? When you do your shopping, okay, you check that you get the correct change with the receipt after you bought some goods. You check. Otherwise, you might be shortchanged. So you check it. So go and check the earth. Go and check it to make sure it's a globe, because you might be shortchanged. Okay?
Jen, just listen to me for 5 seconds, okay? Like once I take in advice from anyone. I take advice from someone how he knows how to speak. He knows how to make your voice, like clear and soft. It's not.
Okay,
He
enough
knows how to
meta.
talk in a
D.
friendly
We're
way.
done with
So
your
you are
meta. We
loud.
don't care about how someone talks to you, how softly someone talks to you,
No,
or
no,
how
no, no, no,
gruff
no.
somebody
Hey,
comes
he's
on.
too loud.
Enough.
He's hurting
No,
my
enough
ears,
meta.
literally.
D, listen up. Enough meta, and get to the actual brass tacks of a conversation and prove your curvature.
Yes. That's it. How
Neil,
do
you're
you know
not
the
talking
earth?
soft enough. You gotta be
No,
softer than
I'm not.
that.
I'm not talking about that. But like, if you are giving someone advice,
You
you
gotta
need to know
speak
how to
really
deliver this
soft for
advice
these
to them.
guys, or they're
It's
gonna
not.
chimp
You are
out.
talking. Oh shit.
It's not.
Okay,
It's not
okay,
actually.
I'm done.
Actually, it
I'm
is not
done. Have a good
advice.
day.
Okay, bye.
Advice. Excuse me. It is not advice. It is the law. It is the law of learning. It is the law of learning. Go and check what you have learnt. Simple. That's not advice. That's the law of learning. You confirm. Okay. So it's up to you. You do that or not. That's your choice, not mine. Okay. You're the one that came here. We didn't call you here, although we left the door open, of course. But you came in.
He
You
left,
wanted to
Jim.
listen.
And see your hot mic.
Yeah. Thank you very much. There you are. Inshallah, he will come back.
You didn't say that soft enough, Neil. You gotta speak softer next time, bro. Like, so rude.
We have Yusuf in the house. Welcome, Yusuf. Just joined.
Yusuf.
So,
welcome.
Shito was muted, but maybe for a reason I don't know.
Yeah, he was spazzing, saying all types of swear words. And then the other guy said, "Look what you made him say."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I didn't say anything to the guy. Young man.
Welcome, Yusuf. Here to tell us why you're here. What brought you to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel? And Yusuf left. Tito, do you have anything other than swear words? Are you this upset today, Shido? We could reset. We could start all over. We could start brand new. We can just talk about the channel topic. Hello.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. So what brings you by today?
What?
What brings you to the channel today?
I don't know really. I just want to listen to something and working on stories for Instagram.
Okay. Well, typically we discuss in here how everybody on Earth treats the Earth as a flat and stationary plane for every practical purpose, and that includes mapping it, navigating it, building on it. We discuss the fact that it also appears to be flat. That's not our primary source of evidence. However, it's okay.
Just one question. Why would NASA or any other company or any government would lie to us about the Earth if it is round or flat?
Well, I think I'm going to kind of pose Aethergress's question to you. Is what would be a good enough reason in your mind for them to lie to us? Why do you what do you think would be a good reason for them to lie to us about this?
Actually, I don't have. I can't think about any reason, so they don't have to lie. No one have to lie about this thing.
No one has to lie about it. It would be unnecessary for someone to lie, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you realize that over the course of human history, all the empires, all of the major empires, the governments of the earth were famous for lying to the public or their constituents, the population, for power and control, and also for, you know, financial gain. So this is a historic fact.
No way. How could they lie?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
No.
But why?
Totally.
Well, like I just explained to you, mostly power and control. You think this age would be any different where they're extremely powerful people controlling most of the earth, a handful of people controlling most of the population of the earth? You think they're going to do that by telling the truth? No. Lies are told for power and control.
That makes sense.
Yeah. An ignorant population is an easily manipulated population. So even lying to somebody about where they lived is a very useful tool.
Why?
Well, it gets them to think about other things other than the truth of the matter. You live on a flat and stationary and closed plane, and it was obviously created. Now, the only other possibility, even though it's sort of a false possibility, is that nature creates itself. But if you get the public or the people of the earth to ignore the idea that they actually have a higher authority, that would be their creator, well, then they'll pay attention to you instead of their ultimate authority, which would be the creator of all this.
What's your major?
I don't have one. I'm way too old for that.
Wait, how old are you?
44.
Oh, okay.
Boomer detected.
Yep. Boomer indeed. I feel like one these days.
Yeah, I'm 63.
Okay,
So
boomer.
there, I'm older. You see? 63. So I bring a lot of knowledge of living on the flat earth. A lot. Many, many years.
I'm 19.
Okay. What's your major?
Architecture.
Architecture. Okay, so in architecture, when you build a building, does the building need to be on a flat surface? Typically?
Not every time, you know.
Right. But it's ideal if it is, right?
Yeah.
Right. And even if you were to build on, let's say, a slope of some kind, you would still level the foundation, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you realize that when they level the earth to build on it, they have to use something called a water level. That's because water finds its own level. And it turns out that all the time, water seeks its level. That's why when it rains or snows in the mountains or the higher elevations, it flows downward to the basins of the earth, and mostly the seas or the lakes. And the surface of that water is flat, level, horizontal. Now, if 70% allegedly of the Earth's surface is water, then that means that 70% of the Earth's surface is flat and level at its surface. And everything is measured above or below that datum point, which is sea level, meaning that there is no possible way that the Earth could be a sphere if 70% of its surface is flat and level and horizontal.
Actually, I have no idea what to say. I don't care about the Earth if it was flat, if it was round. I just want to live, you know. So
Well, fair enough. Just know that your experience on the Earth of it being flat and stationary is the true experience. There's no measurable curvature on the surface of Earth. It's not moving.
what's the difference if it was round or flat? What that could change for you?
Well, that just means I'm free now to ignore anybody that would try to make an appeal that the Earth is a floating water ball in the ever-expanding universe that is a vacuum, and that we may or may not get hit by some kind of random asteroid, or aliens from outer space may land here and take us over. Anybody who talks about a global agenda, I can just ignore that, because the globe is nothing but an idea, and it has more to do with the agenda than it does the actual surface of the Earth. So I don't have to listen to all the power-hungry jackasses that try to convince me that I live on a globe. I can ignore them and move on with my real life. It's actually much more freeing than being a globe believer. It's liberating. That's what it is. It frees you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I have a question.
Okay.
You said that there is no gravity on gas.
No, there's no gravity even in the gas laws that we have. But there's no gravity at all.
You know, on Earth, no matter where are you, like in Australia or Africa, that's because Earth is round and gravity pulls towards its center. A flat Earth would have weird sideways gravity.
Bro, I didn't even claim gravity. That was your claim. But you haven't given me the scientific experiment to validate it yet. Remember?
You said that give me an experiment.
Yeah.
You said that there is no gravity on gas.
Correct.
Okay. I will give you an experiment.
Okay.
If you put the empty balloon on the scale and not the weight, and then blow air into the balloon and tie it and put it back on the scale, compare the weights, what happens? The inflated balloon is heavier. Why?
Right. Because
air has mass.
Excuse me, I'll tell you why. You asked me why. Now it's a compressed gas because it's within a concentrated area, which increases its density, and that density would be greater than the empty balloon on the other side of the scale. It has nothing to do with gravity.
No, bro, because air has mass, that's why.
Okay, can you define mass for me, please? Define mass.
Maths?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yep.
You want what do you want?
I want you to define and tell me what mass is. Define it.
Okay. I will tell you the formula.
No, I don't want a formula. I want a definition of what mass is. Describe it to me. What is the definition of mass?
Okay. No, wait. Bro, mass is the amount of matter stuff in an object.
The amount of matter. Okay, and how is that quantified?
It tells you how much material makes the object, and it does not change no matter where the object is on Earth, the moon, or in the space.
Okay, so mass is the amount of matter within a given area. That's the definition that you're going to go with, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I give you a citation from somebody in physics, especially a Nobel laureate, that says that mass is essentially undefined, then what are we going to do?
What do you mean it is undefined?
I'll just tell you. Just a moment.
Hello? Bro, I said my mass is the quantity of matter in an object, measured
I
in
understand.
kilograms.
Just give me a second. See, the amount of matter cannot be quantified in kilograms. Kilograms denotes weight. That's a downward acceleration. So that can't be quantifying the amount of matter in something. So we just go to the side chat, paste this. All right, here's some citations for you. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down any proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by any other counting method to try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would still not equal mass. That's Taylor, Edwin Wheeler, John Wheeler, Edwin Taylor. That's a physics. Those are physics professors. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of a substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. That's the Royal Society of Chemistry. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concept and quantities in scientific context. Mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity, right? So is gravity a force? Is mass the amount of matter? Which one are you going to go with?
Bro, gravity is force.
The Earth is force?
The more you add, the higher will be the gravity.
No, actually, according to the people who put forth gravity as an idea, say that the farther away that you get, the less gravity there will be.
No, bro, but you didn't give me the answer. Like, if you put a simple balloon, like without.
I did give you the answer. I told you that the gas would be in a more concentrated area. That area would be more dense, and that's why you have a greater propensity for a downward acceleration because of the density of the balloon or the air within the balloon, because it's inside an elastic container, so it's compressing it.
So why does compressing increases the weight? It doesn't make.
It doesn't increase the weight, it increases the density. Weight is arbitrary. Weight does not exist.
What do you mean weight doesn't exist?
Well, let's say in air you weigh, I don't know, you probably go by the metric system. Let's say you weigh 70 kilograms. Now, if I put you in a pool, are you still going to weigh 70 kilograms?
Sorry, repeat it again.
Are there people in your house talking in the background, or is that somebody else hot micing?
No, they are having fun with themselves. They are my cousins.
Okay. So, are you going to weigh the same amount in water as you will in air?
No.
No. So that means that weight doesn't really exist. It's always dependent on the medium that you're in.
Yeah, you will weight more in part because there is the gravity pull is more here, and you will weight less on the moon.
No, it's because in air, there is less substance to support you. Like in water, the more dense the medium, the more support you will have. That's why you weigh less. It has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity does not exist, as I've told you before.
Okay. So you say that gravity doesn't exist.
No, 100% I know it doesn't exist. It's not even me claiming it. There is no scientific experiment that validates or even considers or tries to validate the idea of gravity. It's purely an idea. It's purely conceptual. In today's world, it's essentially just math, and that math is based on two conceptual mediums. There is no gravity.
Okay, bro. Why do this? Like, if the object is heavier or light, they like fall on the same rate.
Well, they don't fall at the same rate. If I drop an anvil and if I drop a balloon, like you gave me the example of with air in it,
Bro,
they're not going to fall at the same rate.
If you remove that, it will.
So you agree with me then that it is medium dependent. So if we remove the medium, then objects will fall at the same rate.
Bro, you feel weight every second. That's gravity pulling on your mass. Without gravity, you
No,
wouldn't
it
feel
isn't.
heavy, and the object wouldn't weigh anything.
See, now you're chanting like a religious zealot. You're just saying these things, but you don't have any evidence for it.
No, the moon.
Yes, yes, yes.
The moon goes around Earth and doesn't fly away. Why?
Okay, another question.
That's another chant. Okay, I don't want you to chant about your religion. I want you to give me evidence for the things that you are claiming. I need you to give me the evidence that the moon is an object, a big giant space rock, that is tethered to the Earth by some kind of magical force. Can you demonstrate that for me?
Let me tell you something. Hello, let me tell you something. Hello?
I'm waiting.
Can you keep quiet? Let me sleep.
The moon goes around Earth and doesn't fly away. Why? Because Earth gravity pulled it in. Same with artificial satellites. They only stay in orbit because gravity is consistently pulling them.
Great. That's a claim. Now I need the evidence for the claim.
Bro, I am saying everything is scientifically proven.
No, it's not scientifically proven. If it was, you would have an experiment for me. Do you have an experiment?
Yeah, you're giving the start, and then you're saying the ending.
Let me check, okay.
But you're not giving us the middle. You're not giving us the meat, right? Give us the ingredients and show us how to cook it. You know what I'm saying? Don't just say, cow, now steak.
Okay, you want what evidence? Like
scientific
I'm saying
experiment.
everything scientifically proven.
Well, if it was scientifically proven, then we would have a scientific experiment that you could show me validating gravity as an independent variable for something.
I mean, feel free to do some research and come back when you have some more answers. But if you're just going to chant gravity equals satellites orbiting, we're not going to get very far in this conversation. Sorry to tell you that.
So you've studied for about 30 minutes. You came up with a balloon. You've actually validated my point where if we increase the density of an object. Okay, well, you just proved my point that if you increase the density of an object, right, it's going to go down with a greater rate of speed or you know, great
The rise
force.
and fall of sea levels happen because the moon's gravity pulls Earth's oceans.
Okay, do you have a scientific experiment to validate that instead of making the claim?
It's a scientifically proven, man.
Okay, how is it scientifically validated?
What do you mean, like it's scientifically proven? I can't say anything above than that. Like you can
Okay,
just go to see and see
l-
it, like why they rise and fall.
let me tell you how this works because you didn't know that there are certain places on Earth where there are no tides. You should look at a tidal node map and see that the Earth or the sea level does not rise uniformly, nor does it rise everywhere. So that basically debunks your idea of the moon causing the tides to occur. However, if I told you something like Rudolph can fly and he pulls Santa's sleigh, and that's how we know that Santa exists and it's scientifically proven, would you accept that from me?
Okay, I will give you another proof.
Well, but wait, the Rudolph
Okay,
pulling
a
Santa's sleigh is
pendulum. No.
scientifically validated.
Okay, a pendulum swings back and forth only because gravity pulls the bob downward.
What?
Yeah, scientists can even calculate the value of gravity by timing pendulums.
They can validate gravity by timing what?
Pendulums.
Pendulums. Okay. So what is the
Yeah.
scientific experiment? Give me the scientific experiment.
Bro, if you swing back and forth only because a pendulum swings back and forth only because gravity pulls the bob downward.
Yeah, I know this. It's just like the tides. Okay, you're making the claim, but you're not giving me any experiments. Pendulums swing back and forth if they are pushed by someone or something, like wind or my hand. Okay, but is that a scientific experiment? No.
If the gravity didn't exist, the pendulum would not swing back.
Oh wow,
That's a baseless
that's a
claim.
baseless assertion. Yeah, it's just a baseless assertion. Do you have anything other than baseless assertions today?
When you jump, why do you always come back down? Because it's due to gravity.
Oh my.
No, it's because you're more dense than the air. We've talked about this already, remember? How come the
No,
air
if you,
moves freely and randomly? So air is defying gravity since it's moving freely and randomly in all directions. Would you agree?
sorry, but
Air is
no, there
moving
is.
freely. Like, whoa. Air is moving freely and randomly in all directions. That's why you're able to breathe. You don't have to, lean down and suck up air puddles on the surface of Earth.
Okay, why?
It's
Why
everywhere.
the? Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Please kick. Why does the air don't go up?
It does go up. That's why you're breathing. Even if you go to the top of a mountain, you can still breathe. It does go up.
No, from above, like 500 meters above. I'm saying that.
Yeah, there's even air up there. If you go up 500 meters, there's air up there too.
Bro, I'm tired. I'm saying everything scientifically proven, and you're saying that give me
Yeah,
experiment. I have given you
yeah.
experiment, and now you're saying it's not right. Like what
These are
can
not
scientifically prove
experiments.
me that?
Can you tell me what a scientific experiment would have to have? Why don't you give me a hypothesis and the constituent parts of a hypothesis? And then we'll see if these are actually experiments or if these are just you affirming the consequent with some
Okay.
example.
Okay, you mean, and I lost. Happy?
Yeah. Yep. Pretty happy. No, but I'd be really happy if you actually just, kind of listened and had a real conversation instead of chanting at me your religious belief about the globe. That would be more productive. That would make me happy.
But I will come back.
Okay.
Come
Okay,
back.
bye.
24/7.
More research. And that was 100 questions with Ajit.
He's persistent. I'll give him that.
Yeah, and you're patient.
Well, yeah, I try to be. These guys aren't bad. They're not like your standard anti-flat earther that are just ridiculously condescending. So I can handle these people. The other ones, I don't have time for. It's ridiculous.
I like those ones. I like the anti-flat earthers. They're easier to deal with, in my opinion. These ones are just too annoying for me. I get like, TikTok.
Well, hey man, you can have all the anti-flat earthers you want. I don't prefer to talk to them.
Thank you. Well, I'll take that upon myself, unfortunately.
I mean, at the very least, right? You can understand them. So I kind of side with Neil.
Well, yeah.
No,
Yeah, these guys are just illogical. Like, these guys are just like, magic pixie dust globe. Now what?
it's partly the accent. It's partly they don't have the vocabulary, so they spin back on themselves and all this shit. Nah, not my cup of tea.
Okay. Hey, to each his own. Different strokes for different folks.
Hey, yeah.
No, that's perfect, man. I'm glad you're here. We need you. We need you on the battlefield.
Hi, what are you talking about?
The flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Okay.
Have you heard of it before?
What?
Have you heard of flat Earth before?
No, never.
Okay. Well, basically, it's just a group of people. There's millions of us now, I'm sure of it, that have realized that the Earth is actually flat and stationary. And to confirm, we've all taken measurements of the Earth's surface and found that there is no curvature consistent with a ball. So it turns out that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary, and there is no globe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's it.
Oh, so you support that idea or you don't support?
No, it's not a matter of me supporting the idea. I just live in the reality, the truth, the fact of the matter that the Earth is flat and stationary. There's no globe. There never has been a globe. There's no vacuum of space. All the planets are not these big rocks, spinning and orbiting around the sun. All of that is just a lie.
Oh, so you think that the solar system is a lie?
Completely, yeah. It doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. But could you tell me more about it?
Well, I would tell you more about it, but basically the size of the Earth that we've been given, as far as it being a ball, and it curving like a ball, we've went and checked to see if it is curving like a ball, and it isn't. It's actually flat everywhere we look and motionless. So there is no evidence that the Earth is a sphere. It's actually very much flat. It's a giant plane. Mm-hmm.
And the moon that we already watched.
Yeah, the moon is a light in the sky. It does all kinds of very strange things. I always encourage people to observe the moon as often as they can. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. It's a quarter moon for me, which means, you can kind of see half of the circle of the moon, but it does all kinds of strange things. It flips upside down. It changes color. It disappears for a couple of days. It does a lot of strange things, but the moon is there. And the stars, I don't know what they are, but they are lights in the sky.
Yeah, so you don't believe in the NASA too?
Oh, no, NASA exists. They're just putting out a lot of interesting propaganda. They tend to doublespeak A lot of their documents describe the Earth as flat and stationary, and then they'll put out videos and pictures of space. But those videos and pictures, turns out that those are just composite images. It's just propaganda, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And why do you believe that those are wrongs? And what are your beliefs? Like, who do you believe in?
I don't believe in anybody. I just measure the Earth. You see, you don't have to believe in anybody when you measure the Earth and it's flat. Doesn't matter what anybody says. It really only matters what you see on
How do you
tape measure.
how do you like find that the Earth is like flat? How do you measure that?
Well, so the idea is that, or at least the story is that apparently the Earth is a sphere, and since we know that water finds its level, we check to see if water is indeed finding its level, or if it is with the surface of the Earth being a ball. So we've taken long distance observations and laser tests over long distances to see if laser tests, long distance observations, and just basically the nature of it, which always seeks and finds its level. So the Earth and the water itself is planar in nature.
On the airplane.
Let me finish first. Wait, don't add that airplane right now. I just want to know that do you believe that have you done the experiment, or you have seen someone else doing the experiment?
With the laser, no, but I have my own long distance observations. I don't have the money for one of those expensive lasers. I decided to let those guys take care of that. Would you like the PDF for the laser test?
Yeah, I have seen that. The interesting fact that whenever I came here, they pull out this laser test experiment, but they never done that. And they believe that, but not believe in NASA. So it's kind of stupid.
So you're saying that somebody who took the time to give, excuse me.
Okay.
So you're saying that somebody who took the time to publish the data from their findings with the laser tests, all the photos, all the videos, and the raw data, and the instruments they used, you don't find that convincing, but you do believe composites of images from outer space, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
You know what?
Excuse me. I don't know why you're talking. I was talking. You're shutting up now, right? Okay. So you think composite images without any backing of data, no data to support that, you believe composite images, no data, but you don't believe that.
Sorry, Cam. Am I the only one lagging or or he's
I think your robot is too.
Everyone is.
You're gonna start going down live 4K.
Is that any better?
Maybe
Am I lagging still?
wrong with my internet.
No, it's probably me.
It sounds better. Sounds better now.
You're
okay, so
unless it's me.
So you're going to believe the composite images from NASA with no data and no instruments, but you're going to believe that, but you're not going to believe the source that gives you the raw data and the instruments for the measurements that they took.
I have seen the data, and that could be also be fake. You know what? Last time I came here.
Okay, well, I tell you what you do.
I have done.
You go and you reproduce.
Sorry.
Okay, tell me the experiment that you did. Tell me what the experiment that you did.
The experiment was I was talking with this guy, and he told me that I have done lots of skydiving, and he said that if you skydive, you are supposed to see the curve of Earth. But I said no, you have to go a little higher than that. And first day I pointed wrong that it's not possible. On the second day I made a 3D model of that. So I made a 3D model of Earth, and I placed a camera on the height of Skydiver, and I also placed a camera on the space station height. And showed those both images that if you are in a skydiver height, you're not supposed to see the curve of the Earth, but if you are like looking from like space station, you're supposed to see the like curve. And I showed the image, and what they said, you know what they said?
Why don't you post it in the side chat and I'll have a look at it?
I have to like come from like computer right now. I don't have any phone, but
So you don't have any of the data or the video of anything?
Yeah, not right now, but he's lying, and we already know it because
right.
The guy by the name of Paul Larson, planetarium director, did the math, and everybody knows that at the height of the ISS, that's 3% of the Earth. You wouldn't see any curvature from that height, so you just lied.
Anyways, you interrupted the gal that was here before that was asking questions in good faith, so I'm probably going to talk to her if she's still here.
Yeah, talk. Just speaking, sorry to interrupt. I did say to that other guy that he can't live by models alone, that he would still have to go to nature to confirm that his model is correct, because he kept offering up models. I was the guy he was talking to, and I wasn't a skydiver. I said he was parachuting, and he still got it wrong, because I didn't say I was skydiving. See? So, he doesn't realize what he's saying, and he doesn't remember who he's talking to. But there you go. But back to the young lady, and I do apologize for the interruption.
No worries. Analyze it. Sorry that you got interrupted by that troll. You were asking a question. I didn't want to interrupt that. Do you remember your question? If you're still listening, analyze it. That's the screen name I have.
Oh, okay. Well, what? I'm here.
Do you remember the question that you were asking before you got interrupted by that bonehead?
I don't remember because I have a lot of questions. Also, I'm trying to improve my English, so if I'm not talking good as well, I'm learning. Okay, so I was thinking in the airplanes, because when someone take an airplane, it's like you don't look at like very, very flat, right? And if we took it in meters, in kilometers or meters, I don't know, it's like not totally flat. So how do you consider that someone that drives an airplane could go by the sky if it's a flat thing? Or I don't know, could you explain it?
Well, I'll try to see if I can kind of understand what it is that you're asking. Are you saying that from an airplane, the Earth doesn't look flat?
Yeah.
Well, so I've flown a number of times, about a dozen times, and every time that I've looked out the window, the Earth appears to be extremely flat. So I don't, it's not really a conclusive way to figure that out anyways. But if we did want to decide or figure out if the Earth indeed was flat, we should just measure it. And it turns out that when you measure it, it is flat.
Also,
yeah, I get your point, but I don't know. I need proofs. I need more proofs for it.
Yeah, I'm going to explain something for you. When you look at the aeroplane and the pilot flying the plane, okay, the plane is not taking a curved trajectory. It's horizontal, straight and level. And we know this because of our senses, but more importantly, the in-flight telemetry data. That's the black box in the plane. It records how the plane flies, and it shows that the plane is flying straight and level. It's not taking a curved trajectory following the curvature of the Earth. It's not doing that. It's flying straight and level. Okay, do you know what I'm talking about? The black box in the aeroplane? It's actually an orange box, but they call it the black box. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, okay, okay.
The data in that black box shows and proves that the aeroplane is not taking a curved trajectory. It is flying horizontal all the way to the destination. Okay? Apart from when it takes
very,
off, of
very
course.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very important data, okay? There are several graphs. One is called the pitch data. That's the angle of which the plane is flying, and it shows the graph going upwards first when the plane is taking off. Then it reaches the altitude and it levels off, and then it flies for so many hours straight, and then about 20 miles from the destination airport, it starts to nose down only slightly to drop in altitude, because it cannot do a nosedive downwards, because that would be very uncomfortable for the passengers. So it must be a gentle decline and drop in altitude gently and land gently on the runway. Okay, that's what the data shows. Doesn't show curved trajectory. So planes fly level on the earth. But as my colleague said, the number one gold standard is to measure the surface of the earth, and it's measured flat. We don't measure the curvature. Okay.
So if it's flat, it never has an end.
I don't know that. That's a good question. I don't know that because I have never been far enough to see the end of the earth. Who can do that? Who has the money, the time? And then the legal documents you have to sign. You have to sign legal documents, and you would never be allowed to go anyway. It's being patrolled. So how far the earth extends, no human being I know knows. Nobody knows. I know I can ask 100 people, and 100 people will know. Yeah, nobody knows that. So I don't know. And remember, if it goes a long way, are there shops out there? Can I buy food? Can I get a drink? Is there a hospital? Is there a clinic? Can I be safe? Come on now. Let's think logically here.
So the interesting thing about the limit of the Earth is, number one, I don't know which way to go to find that limit. Number two, we do have evidence that there is a limit to it. Number one, because we have water that stays in its basin. We're not losing any water. More importantly, we're not losing any air pressure. We breathe air pressure, so the Earth is contained. There must be a limit because the gas is not going anywhere.
Well, yeah, that's very true. Very true. We are under a container. Now, what's outside of the container, who knows? That's why I said I do not know. But yes, container, I agree. That's very true, isn't it? Because if there's a container and the water is there, so it will extend as far as the water extends. Then you meet the container that's containing the water and so on. Yeah, very good. Do you have any more questions? Because I know you're thinking. I can hear you thinking there. Yeah. I think the main point there is that no one has seen the curvature of the Earth. And then the Earth itself has not been felt to be spinning at these different speeds. We're not feeling any of that. Okay. And we're not even seeing it happen. So there we are. And then you can't have a pressurized system that we live in a vacuum without a container. So those are the main problems with the globe ball. It violates all these laws of nature.
Okay. What are another proofs that the air is flat?
Well, the fact that we can see long distances further than the Earth's curvature would allow if the Earth is curving. For example, in the Guinness Book of Records, there's a long distance camera shot. A camera took a picture. Now listen to this. A camera took a picture 275 miles. So it saw something 275 miles away and took it, okay, across the French mountain range. Now, across that distance, there should have been 9.5 miles of curvature. That's almost, what's that? Nearly 15 kilometers of curvature. Okay, just over 15 kilometers of curvature. That's not there. It should have been blocking the camera, but the camera made the shot because the Earth is flat. That's in the Guinness Book of Records. Okay? Long distance shot with a camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Japanese Nikon P900 camera took that shot. 275 miles. That's a long way, isn't it? 275 miles.
Well, I don't know about miles, but I
Okay.
suppose that
150
it has
kilometers.
to be like a huge miles to know if it's really really flat, right? Because because in like the maps we know all the countries, all the places that we could go, but if it's flat, I don't know the limits. You know when
Well,
it
yeah.
start and when again. So
Yeah, I understand that.
how we could know about it? Because
Oh, yeah, we can.
till
We
now
can
it's
know.
like
We can.
how
can.
not? Because we go with an airplane from side to side, so we know that uh, when when a country start and when it ends, you know. So that's why we know that it's like a global thing.
Oh, that's not
But
how you know it's a global thing. No, that's not how you know it's a global thing.
no,
That's your
because
imagination there. What you've got to remember is that you know where the country starts and you know where the country ends. That's a distance. Now, in that distance, there
okay,
must be. Hold on, hold on, hold on. This is the main point.
I
Yeah, this is.
respect your point of view, but
Thank
I'm
you. This
not
is the main
getting
point.
you.
Yeah, I know, but this is the main point. Hang on a minute.
Okay,
Please listen. Just listen for a second.
I
The main
listen. I
point.
listen.
You know, you didn't hear what I was going to say. My main point is this: from point A to point B, right? There must be curvature there if you're on a ball Earth. There must be. There must be curvature. You understand what curvature is, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know the
Oh,
mileage, the
okay.
distance, you can measure the curvature. Yes, of course. You can do the calculations to measure the curvature. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example. From London to that's 6,000 miles. That's 10,000 kilometers. Okay, there should be 3,740.47 miles of curvature between London and Japan. Okay, that curvature is not there. That's 9.5 hours of flying, and the plane flew horizontal for the whole 9.5 hours, level. That's impossible because there's meant to be 3,740.47 miles of curvature, but the plane did not fly. It was just horizontal all the way, level. I know because I checked it with my spirit level, and then my senses also kicked in. I knew the plane was level. There was no
Oh,
curved trajectory.
okay. So
Yeah.
so you think that maybe there's more to know, more countries to know?
I'd like to travel to see more countries, yes, but I already know the Earth is flat. That I already know. I've traveled so many places already. I already know that the Earth is flat. It's just definitely flat. But I'd still like to go and see more countries. Yes, of course. I haven't seen enough.
Oh, outside from the that we already know in the map, right?
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
Oh, that there's more lands or there's more countries or places around
Only,
the map
only in,
that we already know.
yeah, in the map that we already, well, the map that is not accurate according, the Mercator map. That map is
Okay,
not
I'm
the true
watching the
map
map right
anyway.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the map that they use at school, the maps that they use at school. I haven't traveled to all those countries, but I'd like to travel to all those countries. Yes.
Okay. So if
But I know the Earth is flat already. I already know the
She's
Earth is
asking,
flat.
she's asking if there is other countries than the ones we know.
Yeah, I don't know that because we're contained in a container. We can't get out to know that. It's not possible to know if there are other countries. Impossible to know because we're stuck here on Earth, beautiful Earth, with the water and the container and the air and the fruits and vegetables, nuts, berries, animals. This is where we live. This is the best place. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not looking for anything else outside of Earth. I have no interest.
Oh, okay.
So we must be living on this earth and try to succeed humanitarianly together. Okay? That's what the test is. Let's live together harmoniously. Can we do that? Can we stop the globe lie? Yes, we can. And we're doing so.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So it's nice to have imagination. That's all very well. But if you're not knowing the earth you live on, it could be because you're imagining too much and not concentrating where you live. Sorry about the background noise there. That's an election going on here locally. Vote for Natta. Vote for Natta. I will get you everything you need. Vote for Natta. There you are. Okay. Sorry about the background noise. But yeah, that's the truth. Any more questions? Please go ahead, because there's more to learn. The fact is, what I would say to you is that you personally do not have any data of living on the globe. You have no photographs of your own. You have no personal experience. You haven't gone out to measure the earth to know whether it's going or not. So there's a lot that you haven't done and a lot that you don't have evidence or proof of globe. And your lifestyle, the lifestyle you have lived since the day you were born with your family, has been on a flat earth, hasn't been on a ball that is spinning. You have no reference for this, no proof. True, isn't it? Because if you had it, you would have shown us. You would have shown it to us, your proof, your evidence. You don't have it because you've never lived on a globe. That's why. Yeah, when you reconsider and you look back in your history, your own personal history, there's no globe there, no curvature, no spin. Okay, it's just not there. You've never experienced it. I'm 63. I've never experienced it, and I'm 63. And I've been looking hard the last 10 years. So it's 63 years.
So you
Yeah,
think
go
that Katy Perry didn't go to the in that cohete, no?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, my fault. I didn't hear you. Please repeat. Sorry, my fault. Please repeat. Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, I mean, like, there was a five girls, I don't know, that
Oh,
were from
recently,
America,
yeah. No, I don't believe
Katy
that nonsense.
Perry,
Yeah,
all that stuff, and go out
yeah.
from the earth. So
No,
it's like,
no. They didn't go. They did not go.
so
That's public.
that's propaganda.
Propaganda. That's propaganda. Yes, of course. They do that so that they can keep everybody believing and attacking the women. They want the women to be on board because there aren't many women who are interested in space. So the more women they put there, the more women are going to be believing, and that's a problem because the women are going to teach their children that that we can go to space. That women are going to teach their babies this. Terrible action. Yeah. No, it's propaganda, not the truth. Yeah. Women are very easy to convince. Very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not everyone.
No, not every. I didn't say every, but I said women are very easy to convince. You know, they don't have that. They don't have the technology, the knowledge. You know, they believe readily what the media is telling them very easily. Women have been controlled very easily for all of my 63 years. I've watched it happen.
Oh, okay.
I've seen it happen.
How have you been convinced, or who convinced you that the year is flat?
Myself, at the end of the day, because like I said, I myself, I have no reference, no experience of globe. My personal experience is one of living on the earth. And the fact that I've gone out to measure the surface of that earth and not found the curvature just makes it even more true. Okay. And that was because of other people who had measured it and put their information on YouTube. And I thought, that's stupid. What are you talking about? No, that's silly. But then I checked it for myself and I was stupid. I was silly. 48 years mistake. 48 years mistake. Believing in something that never existed. That's how I know, because I checked it. I made the mistake. I believed the globe without checking. 48 years is a long time to believe in something and not check. It's a big mistake.
Oh, it's okay. It's good.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I checked. Now I know the truth. Simple. So I don't believe anything now. Now I believe nothing. I seek knowledge. I know this, I know that, I know those over there. I know. It's not I believe anymore. Believing stops dead. No more believing. So I don't make that mistake again. So how do you feel now? You've asked several questions. We've given you accurate answers from my colleagues and myself. When we say flat earth, how do you feel now? What do those words mean to you? Flat earth. The earth is flat, stationary, not moving. What does that mean to you? How do you feel about that? Yeah, I'm waiting for your answer. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So, yeah. I asked you a question. When we say flat earth, the
So
earth is flat.
I was thinking that that someone else is going
No,
to
I'm
answer,
asking you.
but I'm
No, I'm asking you the answer.
gonna say okay. It's like now that I know that in some in that other people think that is flat, I respect it, because if it is or if it's not, it's like I have to do the same thing like every fucking day. So it's not like, nothing changed. But it's kind of cool to hear another point of view, and it's totally correct to know more about it too.
Yeah, okay. At least you know. But the point is, the point of view.
It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. The point of view we are carrying, though, is that we are carrying the truth. The idea that the earth is a globe is a lie, it's propaganda, it's not reality. And every day you keep believing gives the governments and the education system the opportunity to keep pushing the lie. What it changes in my life is that I now have the ability to engage other people, to make sure that they understand that they're not on a globe. And eventually, one day, the education system will change and teach the truth, because we're paying taxes for that. Our taxes are going into the government, and the government is teaching us wrongly. And then they're making more money by saying they go to space when they can't go to space. International Space Station, propaganda. Did they go to the moon? No, they did not. Propaganda. And that's trillions of dollars combined around the world. So this is a dangerous thing. This is why it's important, because a bigger lie is being told. They tell about the earth, now they're telling about space. All lies everywhere. That's not good, is it? And you're paying your taxes for this. So I want change, of course. I don't want my government lying to me with my money. And then my children are going to pay the debt. That's crime. That's criminal. It's wrong. It's immoral. It must stop. So it does change.
So in that, so that things. So where do you live in United States?
No, I'm in Japan here.
In Japan, yeah.
Yeah, Japan. Yeah, Japan. Japan.
So there, so there, so there they pay you pay taxes for because of it.
Well, everybody pays taxes to a certain degree, yes, for the education, for your health, income tax, all kinds of taxes, right?
Ah,
And
yeah.
they use,
But that
sorry?
that doesn't. But it's not because of the flat Earth.
No, 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 no. We're paying the tax because the government is crooked, because the government is not honest. That's why we're paying taxes. We don't benefit from it. We lose. We're the losers at the moment. We're losing. Okay? They lied about where we live. They're lying about many other things. Okay? Lying about the space, lying about the wars. And it's a waste of our money. Waste. Because everybody's mind is under by the government. They think they're on a globe, for example. The flat earth wakes you up. The flat earth says, right, let's stop this now. Exactly. Changes your life completely. You check everything and you don't listen to what the government is telling. You know when they're lying like this, instantly you know they're lying. So you don't vote in the government voting system. You don't vote. Why would you? When you know they're lying. Why would you vote for a liar to lie to you some more? Why? And if everybody thinks like me, change is coming very quickly. But they all have to think like me first. That's what's taking time. And people who say, it doesn't change my life, blah, 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 blah. But it can change your life. If you understand it, it will change your life. It will, no doubt. You will change your life. Because you'll realize that you don't want to live a life that the government is making. You want to live the life that you make with your money, your way, not the government way. Okay? The government way is propaganda. You lose. Your children lose. And your children's children, continuously losing. The whole family generations. Okay? We are the losers at the moment. But we're winning slowly. Coming back. So it is important, and it does change your life.
And what happens if the NASA comes and tell you, hey, come with us to see out from the air?
Yes, I say, okay, let's go. I'm fit. I'm very strong now. 63. I'm ready to go right now. But before I go, I want to inspect the whole rocket. Actually, let me bring me and my engineers, and we'll check everything out. So there's no tricks. Okay? I want to see the windows. Let's dismantle the windows so there's no protection screen inside there. Check everything before I go. You see? That's what I'd be doing. I say, yes, please, but I want to check your machine out first. Thank you. I'm not just going to get in the rocket. You understand? That's the difference between me and the ordinary man on the... No, I'm going to bring my team of engineers and we're going to go and have a look at this rocket and check it out. And then if you think it's safe and that, okay, let's get in, let's have a look. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
But we already know that rockets do not go to space anyway. Rockets cannot go to space. They do not go to space. Okay? That's a propaganda. We don't have the technology. The rockets go up and then they come down. That's it. They don't go to space and go to other planets and to the moon, to the stars. They don't do that. There's no air there. The air is very important. And because there's no air, that's why they can't go there. All right? So NASA's not going to space anyway. We know they're lying. All right? NASA does not go to space. That would be Russia, China, India, Saudi Arabia, Japan. Who else? Who have I missed? I'm sure, there's a New Zealand banging on the door, Peru banging on the door, France, Canada, all these countries, Britain. They've all lied. No one has been to space. Okay? All of them are lying. And they're taking the money, taxpayers' money. That's why it's important. That's why it's very important, and it will change your life. Yeah. So if you're going to carry on believing the ball earth, it means that you're not living reality. You're not living in the real time. You're living in the time that the government put for you. Okay? Because you think you're walking the streets, I'm a ball spinning through the universe. But you're not. What the government wants you to think. So you are under the government's control. The education they gave you is controlling your mind. Okay? So you're being controlled by your government when you think you're on a ball spinning through the universe, which is not true. That NASA goes to space. That's not true. Yeah. That's not the real life. That's the government life. Oh, yes. And the word government actually means governing of your mind, mind control. That's what government means, translated properly. Mind control. There you are. That's why I've always said I never want to be governed. If anything, I want to be supported, coached, and encouraged. That's what I want to be governed. No, I don't want to be governed. That means they're controlling me. I don't want to be controlled. But that's what's going on. And these new latest generations of technologies that are moving in at breakneck speeds now are designed for control of masses. Okay? Yes, everything is being reliant on technology now. Now they're trying to force you with facial recognition as part of your ID now. Becoming a joke.
Oh, okay, so maybe it's like at the end of well, outside of the map, maybe we don't know that places because they are already living there. Some people of the government.
It's a possibility. It is a possibility. I don't know that. That's speculation. It could be, but I doubt it very much, though. I doubt that. Okay, they'd have to have a special door to get out of this earth we live on to go to the outer regions. I doubt that very much because when do they have time to go and come back? They're always here with us at the moment. Trump, he's here. The king and the queen, they're here. If there's this other country, they would be there all the time on holiday, wouldn't they? But they're here with us. Are they not? All princesses, they're all here with us. They're not in that other region. I wouldn't be here if there was another place. I'd be looking around all over the place. But of course, if you want to keep it a secret, then maybe you go there once in a while. But I doubt that. That's speculation.
Yeah, like
It's not real.
something hiding. Maybe something or somewhere that we don't know, but they know.
Yeah, I don't carry that in my mind. That's not in my mind at all. That's something that I don't think about. It's not necessary. There are bigger problems that are happening on Earth currently now that we need to face. Humanity's at a crossroads at this point. DNAs have changed. That's all I'm going to say. There's problems coming. So, what can I do about that region out there? Problems here that we need to solve. Problems here. It's more important. Yeah. And it begins by recognizing that this earth wasn't created by man, the natural parts of it. Although man has been very ingenious and they've made some good inventions, okay, good. Some of it has been helpful to humanity. Some of it has been very detrimental. But, that's going on at the moment. And now we're being controlled by the governments, and we need to slow down that control or even stop it and try and get back some normality with nature, some harmonious living, clean, harmonious living, not poisonous. Okay, clean, no poison in the water, no poison medicines. I don't want that. No poisonous foods, no wars, no weapons, bombs, costing trillions of dollars. We have to stop all that. That's a negative. Got to stop that.
Yeah, also because they are just like playing a war game.
Yes, that's right. We are the pawns. We are the toys. They move around and they kill us. Boom, boom, boom. They don't care. They don't care. That's why it's important, so that you care. When you know the government doesn't care, you better start caring yourself. Otherwise, you are living the life the government wants you to live, and you're not going to live long. Not their way. Drugs, alcohol, rubbish, poisonous foods, poisonous water, carcinogenic this, that's their lifestyle. No, thank you. Yeah, no thanks. Voting for people who don't care about you. That's all you're going to be doing. Thus, hastening the demise of humanity. That's all you're doing. All whilst you're laughing and drinking and joking, thinking you're in the life. You're living the life whilst you're spinning around the earth. Yeah, really. That's what it is. Accelerating your demise whilst you're dancing, drinking, and drugging yourself up. What a life. And then divorce is on the increase. Yeah. One parent dads, one parent mothers. There you go. All that's on the increase. Families fragmenting all over the place. That's what they want. That's what they're getting. Right. It's the flat earthers that are going to be saving that day. I guarantee you. Because we don't buy or follow what they do anymore. There's no need. Not to do so means you're already putting value in yourself. You are number one. Because you're number one, you're able to help other people be number one. It's that simple. Yeah, man. Take back control. Take it back quickly. Yeah. Any more questions that you have, queries? I'm sure you're beginning to see now that, yeah, there are many people who know that the earth is flat. Not that they think it's flat or because it's a fashion trend. No, it's a reality because they have actually taken the time to go and investigate and check and measure and confirm and validate. Now they know. That's why the government of the world are scared of flat earthers. They're worried now, okay? They're worried because we're the ones that are exposing all the lies they do. And it's so simple to understand that, you know, when your government is lying, why would you trust your government? It's not doing anything good. Look at the history of your governments. What good did they do? What good are they doing now? And every day they lie to the children at school. That's a bad government, bad education system. There are no good governments, except for those, let's say, those who are living in tribes. Yeah, they're the ones who have a good governing system because they're living in that small nucleus. It's them only. And then the elder is downloading all the knowledge. When the elder passes, the next one's going to take his place. Simple. No corruption going on, generally. But in the modern world we live in, concrete jungle, yes, every corrupt. The legal system, you're devalued right down to the lowest form. When they're lying to you, and then the legal system is against you, not for you. Ha, terrible. So no flat earther thinks the earth is flat. They know it's flat. That is such an important thing. That knowledge is so important. It's the key to unlock all the other lies. Flat earth is that key, that button, boom, and it opens up the library of all the other lies that the governments have done over the years. When you look back and you do your history properly now, you now know the reason for your existence. 1, maintain your health. 2, maintain sanity. 3, connect with like-minded people. 4, hope those reach to the point where we can begin to take down the government, in fact, remove it. And I don't mean by killing, because it is your duty to get redress. And the people, those human beings that are calling themselves government officials, don't have your best interest. They don't have a right to be in that seat. They don't have a right to be in that job. And that's your duty as a citizen, to remove that individual and put somebody else in that can do the job properly. That's your job. That's the reason for your existence. Yeah, it's just called tidying up. %99 versus 1%, and we're losing. Terrible. Yes, the elites have, on this flat earth, the elites have some tools, the army, the navy, and the air force, but we're their bosses, so we can reel them in. We can say, well, show us the freedom you're fighting for. That's the question I ask them all the time. Show me that freedom. Where is it? You're risking your life in the aeroplane that we pay for, with your uniform and everything, and all the bombs that you got under there. Now show us the freedom. Where is it? Where's it at? Show us. And they can't show you it. I said, yeah, you see, because you've been facilitating a prisoner system. That's what you've been doing. Tyranny. Enslavement. That's all you've been doing. You've been a pawn. Shiny cannon fodder. That's all you are. So step down and peace can ensue. Drop the weapons, shut down the planes. No one's bombing anyone. There you have it. And then let the leaders go and do it themselves. And the kings and the queens. And then get themselves out there, do the fighting. Peace will come very quickly because most human beings just want to live together peacefully and in harmony. That's all they want on this beauty, and try to enjoy this beautiful, magnificent flat earth. Actually enjoy. There's people out there have never even traveled, haven't seen anything. Boy, I'm glad I'm not one of those. I'll tell you that now. So yeah, a lot of people don't know, haven't experienced. And that's wrong, because every human being has that right. The system is in place, is devaluing humanity to the point where the wealth balance is off. People who should be moving freely on earth as God intended are not able to do so. Right. That's where the good kindness of all flat earthers will be. Don't want it to go on, because it's a flat earth server. Just want to give you a little insight into what makes Jin CBR1 tick. That's all. For the future of our children's 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 children, we need to be doing something. And we've begun. The revolution has actually begun. So that's that. Any Globers got any questions whilst we're here? Any questions you like? Any queries you don't quite understand why we're saying it's flat still? Anybody? Don't hesitate. We are all here. All the flat earthers here are willing to help you out. Yes, I should be going out for my bike ride in the next half an hour, 45 minutes. Yeah. Just got to put my socks, my cycling shoes on, grab my gloves, my nice goggles. I pumped up the tyre yesterday and I checked the wheel balance. It's still perfect. So that's it. Won't be needing the lights. Usually I use the lights early in the morning because it's generally a little bit foggy, but it's the afternoon now. I'm wearing a bright orange top, favorite color. I'll still wear my safety sash, fluorescent sash, so that they because I'm on the road. Just get, a little bit extra authority as a cyclist. It shows that you're a careful cyclist because you've taken the time. You're not just pushing it for no reason. No, I'm pushing it for safety, maintaining my health. I am 63, right? So I'm out there, banging away, listening to the house music, going hell for leather, but I want to be seen. So any incident happens, the police are going to be asking, didn't you see the rider? You can see he's prepared properly. Have a look. Sash, orange top. What happened? Why didn't you see him? Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other day, that was Thursday of last week. I'm going uphill, right? Uphill, steeple, going up, and a car was supposed to give me this wide berth. He gave me the wide berth, but came back in too quickly and clipped my elbow, forcing my hand to the left. But lucky I regained like that. I went, what the effing is going on? And then he drove on, apologized and drove on. I went, okay, no problem there. It's the closest I had an accident this year that I actually got a mirror from a car, clipped my right elbow. Because when you ride a mountain bike, your elbows are out. Why? For balance. Okay, and then I was pumping up. So I'm actually cycling and I'm pulling myself as well. So I'm pulling as I'm pedaling, okay? So all the muscles on your body gets activated. And so my elbows were out. And the mirror on the left side of the car clipped my arm, clipped my elbow, turning my hand left, but I immediately forced back, because you're on a wheel, two-wheel balanced. That's the brain working right there. Instant reaction, instant. As soon as I felt that, what the hell? Back on, okay? Instantly, the brain is working. So, even though it was a close call, I was glad to see that all my reaction time was like that, instantly. Boom, 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 at 63. Okay? There you are. Nothing like a little near miss to show you your level of reaction. There you go, little test. Because it could have gone either way. It could have been, oh, you give up. and then you end up hitting the curb, and now you're a mess on the pavement, right? Scratches and knees guffed up, shoes scraped up, bike scratched, twisted handlebars probably. Or you fight for it. You fight. You know, I'm not going down. Yeah, what the? Yeah, carried on. Brutally. Well, yeah, 63. I've still got it. Wow, amazing. Yeah, there you are. I hope I'm not boring you guys, but that was the other day anyway. Last week, Wednesday, Thursday, little near miss, early in the morning. Yes, the mirror clipped my elbow twice. Yeah, clipped it once. I straightened up, and as I straightened up, I am now clipping the mirror. And then the guy realised it was too close. Then he moved out. Oh yeah, that went well. Lucky.
Well, I'm hearing while I'm working, okay?
Okay, yeah. Are you enjoying what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'm learning to English, so I have to ¿cómo se dice? I have to I have to listen in. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to learn to listen. Yeah, I understand. Which country are you from, by the way? Where are you from?
I'm from Peru.
Oh, Peru. Lovely place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, there's a documentary, okay, where some Brazilians, they spent 7 years trying to prove that the earth is a globe, and they went to Lake Titicaca. You know it? Lake Titicaca?
Yeah.
In Peru.
Like it's like
Right.
near to Bolivia.
Yes, Bolivia. Good. So they went to Lake Titicaca, okay, to try and prove the earth is curving. And they use a laser beam. You know what a laser beam is? Straight beam of light. Do you know the one? Laser beam. You know it?
No. What? What?
Laser beam. Laser beam. It's like
Yeah,
a
laser
long
beam. What is laser
Yeah,
beam?
okay, let me explain. It's a long, powerful light that's long and goes long distance. Do you know it?
Okay.
Have you seen one?
Nope.
Ah, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah. So basically, it's a light that shines its beam along straight all the way for long distance. Okay, and they did the laser beam test to try and prove the curvature of the Earth, and they proved that it was level because it hit the target, no curvature there, and they had it like 1 meter off the lake, and they fired it up to hit another target 24 miles away, and they hit the target. Brilliant shot. 24 miles. Okay? They shined a light 24 miles and hit a target. Isn't that good? Across the lake, Lake Titicaca. And they did it at night. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, they did it at night to reduce the refraction of the light. Because sometimes, depending on the temperature, light can bend slightly, only slightly though, yeah? So they did it at night to try and reduce the bending of the light, and they still hit the target anyway. 24 miles. Some Brazilians, they did several tests over 7 years. They went to France, they went to Bolivia, Peru, Argentina. Yeah, and they did many tests, long distance telescope shots, short distance telescope shots, GPS they used radio signals. Okay, radio signals they used. They also used what do you call it? Theodolites. Yeah, they used the theodolites. Tres Marianas Dam. I think that's in Brazil somewhere. Tres Marianas Dam. What else did they do? Long range, short range, laser. Oh yeah, 2 laser beam tests. That's it. So 2 laser beam tests, radio signals. Yeah, very good. And they proved that the Earth is not a ball. They became flat earthers.
It has more meters above sea level, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah, because the ocean is usually level, isn't it? But they also did the GPS. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
there's also a Salar. I don't know if it's correct. Salar de Uyuni Salar.
Solar, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, there's a place near to Titicaca Lake that is
okay.
called
He's talking
Uyuni.
about the salt lakes of Bolivia.
Yeah, the Salt Lakes. Yeah, Bolivia, flat. Yes.
Salar de Uyuni. How do you say? Salar de Uyuni is okay.
Yeah. You got it right.
Yeah, there is like a. It's like a mirror that reflects the sky or something like that.
Yeah,
It's very
we call it
beautiful,
the Salt Lakes. Yeah, the Salt Lakes. I love that picture. I love that. I've got a picture of it. Let me show you in the side chat. Hang on a second. I'm going to show you that image you're talking about. It's such a beautiful image, that one. There's 2 people running and you got the clouds and it's like a mirror. Yeah. That's flat, you see. No curvature. Do you understand now? Because if it is curving, you wouldn't have such a beautiful flat image like that. It would be impossible. The image would be distorted, curved and bent and warped and twisted. But yet it is not. It is beautiful, it is clean, it is clear, it is shiny, and it is level. And you think, wow, look at nature at work. Magnificent. You just want to go there. Here it is. I've got it. I think I've got it, haven't I? Yes. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to post it now. Hang on. Please look in the side chat. It's coming. Yes, these Salt Lakes. Beautiful place. Okay, here it comes. Good. There you are. Can you see? Look at that. That's fantastic. Yep, I posted it in the side chat for you. Exactly what you're talking. Look at those 2 runners. Look at the
Yeah,
sky.
it's very nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah, that's
Very
proof
beautiful
of flat.
place.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, that's proof. That is proof of the flat Earth right there. Perfect proof. Beautiful. No man made that. That is naturally made. Nature made that. That level. Wow. Isn't that amazing? Those people are lucky that are living near there to get to see something like that. Flat Earthers' dream, that is. Flat dream, that image. To be living there. Yeah. Jogging there, getting your exercise there. Come on. Life doesn't get any better. Okay, let me look in the chat, because I'm not looking in the chat. What a wally I am.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Welcome. How you doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I hope all is well with you and yours, man.
Yeah, you're going to need to speak into your mic a bit better, because I'm just about making up what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I digress. I was just saying I hope all is well with you and yours, bro.
Oh, yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. And right back at you as well. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was just talking to the young lady there. I didn't catch your name. The young lady that I'm talking to, I didn't actually catch your name. So I do apologize. What's your name? The young lady
my
that's...
name is
Yeah.
Anita. Oh, bueno,
Amida.
Anita. Ana Maria.
Anita. Maria. Okay. And well, nice to meet your acquaintance. And you're from Peru. Really nice to know you're
Yeah.
from Peru.
Oh, nice to meet you too.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Peru. Always want. And on Mount Pichu Pichu, you see, lovely place.
Yeah, Machu Picchu. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go there. Yeah.
It's a beautiful place, Jin. It's a beautiful place. Very nice hiking places, amazing mountains.
Yeah.
Cusco, beautiful.
Yeah. I want to go there. I do want to go there. Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
one of
Definitely.
wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still have pullovers from there. I still have pullovers from there that I wear every winter, man. It's made of alpaca wool and amazing. Warm,
Yeah, I can
very hard,
imagine.
very soft.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah. The odd thing is that they wear the bowler hat, you see, which is left over from Britain. The bowler hat. I thought that was amazing. You know? Yeah, I'd love to go there, eat the food. Yeah. That's a place I've got to get to, Peru. Nice place. I like Chile, because I do drink the Chilean red wine. Do they make red wine in Peru? I think they do, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. I've got to try Peruvian red wine. I've got to start looking.
Yeah, I think so. They have good wines here, but I don't know. I think that maybe a good wine. Mm, I don't know. Pisco is the best. That's the shit. Pisco.
Okay.
Chilean wine is very good. Chilean wine is very good.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
my
know about
favorite.
the Peruvian wine. Yeah, it's very.
I don't like alcohol, but it's okay.
Yeah, for me, top of the list is Chilean wine. Chile, viva Chile. That's me. Okay? Top of the list, Chilean. Always my favorite. So I buy that quite often, occasionally I buy the Chilean wine from the local supermarket. And then my mother-in-law or my wife sometimes buys the wine for me, Chile, because they know it's my favorite. Chile. Absolutely delicious. Cabernet Sauvignon, beautiful. But I'd like to try Peruvian wine as well. It's a bit colder because they're further up, you see. But then again, they should still be able to make it, I think. Might be slightly different in flavour and that, temperament, but yeah. Okay, let's get these on. Okay, on go the shorts. We're up to the end of the summer holidays now. Yes. End of the summer holidays. Yes. What is this?
Well, I have a go. See you. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you, Anita. Maria, thank you very much. You have a nice day. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully in the near future she'll be a flat earther because she'll understand believing in things that don't exist is not normal, is it? That's silly. Believing in the believing in the government propaganda when you know it's propaganda, why would you do that? To believe something that's not there. Stupid.
Welcome.
Welcome. How can we help you? What brings you in today?
I'm just curious about flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
Like, do you have any scientific proof that the Earth is flat?
Absolutely. We have
Okay.
all of it. 100%.
Okay, can you share it now?
Oh, it's not actually a scientific question, though, or a geometric one.
Okay.
Well, you observe the horizon to be horizontal, and there are people out there making a claim that it has curvature. The burden of proof would be on the one making the claim. The observation speaks for itself. Was that too much? Did I go? I guess I went over the head.
I can't
Yeah.
really hear you.
I'm sorry, I have a bad mic. Jen, would you like to take this since you're active? Be right back.
Okay, no problem.
I was saying that we observe the horizon to be horizontal, and people make a claim that there is curvature to that horizon. The burden of proof would be on the one making the claim. The observation speaks for itself. And
Oh, okay. And if the Earth is really, I mean, flat, why do some science teachers believe that the Earth is round or globe?
like you said, they have a belief. It was passed down to them, and they trusted the people who told them what to think. It also ties into a religious claim that goes back to the cult of Pythagoras and even further, where people worship very specific math
Mm-hmm.
and they apply it to their creation narrative as well. It's connected to heliocentrism or sun worship.
Thank you for your thought-provoking answer.
But see, you can actually test reality for itself. You can go and make measurements. This is not something where you have to take anybody's word for it. It's not a matter of belief. You can go and check for yourself.
Like, how do I check it?
Search for curvature in the real world, outside of the stories that you've been given. See if you can actually find it.
Okay.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You're welcome to ask anything that's on your mind. There's a lot of like straw man arguments that are put out there that have nothing to do with anything that anybody's saying here. Like nobody believes that the Earth is a disk in space flying upward at a certain amount of speed. It's ridiculous. Yet folks try and act like flat earthers believe this or that. And it's because they're creating a fake narrative to make the subject matter look foolish.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Oh, dang. Y'all stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Eu tô aqui pra avisar vocês. Faz o L. Faz o L.
Wait, what are those two pictures that you just the time lapses? What are they showing?
I just posted 2, but I have 4 more that I'm going to upload now.
But
And they're all of the sun doing exactly what I said it would do.
wait a
There's
second.
plenty of other images, though, too. There's a lot of really cool effects that can happen on the horizon. One of my favorite is the green flash because it's really eerie and weird, almost surreal.
Okay, but
But
like
these videos are cool.
we live on Earth. Like we don't need to see a picture of a sunset. Like we have all witnessed what
The
sunset is.
point is that it's how the sun operates. It is not going over geometric curvature.
But I have
Simply,
lived on Earth. I have seen it over and over.
yeah, exactly. I've already explained that. The horizon is an optical phenomenon, not a physical place. I don't understand what part of that you misunderstood.
So Maxos, he's trying to say that the sun shrinks and goes smaller and smaller as it sets.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is that I have been on Earth many years and I've seen a lot of sunsets, and it doesn't do that necessarily, right? So I get what you're trying to say, but it's like it's just
it changes.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
But his video shows it, man. Like
In my
half the time they
experience,
tell you
the
to go
sun is the
outside and
same
see it for
size all day
yourself.
long.
And then
Right.
half the other time they say don't just don't trust your eyes.
All right, since
Right.
you want to poison the well, you can fuck off as well.
I guess what I don't get is that why do I have to trust these two gifs and not my own eyes? Like I have seen this thing over and over. I don't understand.
That's not the only video. I have other ones, but for some reason my phone's lagging and uploading them. They're probably large files, and I'd be better off to be on my computer while trying to do something like this.
Brother, I understand, but I'm telling you, I have seen it for.
I don't care what you've seen because it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can tell me.
Isn't this about doing things with your
You're
own
just
eyes?
a dude on the internet. It's meaningless to me. Your opinion's completely meaningless. In fact, I'm done talking to you because you're just a mocker. You're a fool.
All right.
Do a little bit of research into the subject. Come back when you actually know something. Tell you something matter of fact, I'm not here to mock you. I'm just telling you it is what it is and showing you stuff that I have. But for you to laugh at me when I try and give you some information related to the discussion, that's unacceptable, and I don't have any patience for that whatsoever. I'd rather listen to silence. And if anybody else wanted to speak, they would have unmuted.
So we got Maxos here doing a bunch of sea lining, doing the old question claim reversal thing, right? Why asking so many questions about the sunrise, sunset, Maxos? Oh yeah, I just answered that. Because you actually have a claim about it. But instead of grow a pair and make it, you want to reverse it onto us to get us to make some kind of claim. So you're going to sit here and ask a bunch of questions. Instead of just make your claim that you actually have, yeah? Right?
Sorry, you're talking to me? Sorry, I was making myself some. What's up?
Yeah, so why don't you just make your claim instead of reversing it onto us with a bunch of questions? It's clear that you actually have the claim about it, right? About the phenomenon.
No, not really. I actually am curious to know how you justify your model in your own mind. That's why.
Justify? What? It needs to be justified?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh,
Going to
because, I mean-
justify what the sun's doing?
No, justify
So
the
how,
model.
how do you justify it?
Oh, it fits all the observations.
How do you justify it?
I just answered. It fits all the observations.
No, what are you talking about? What's your argument or explanation for sunset and sunrise, since you're the guy who needs to have justification when you see a sunset?
Well, the Earth is between the sun and us, so it's dark.
Oh, that doesn't fit with all the observations, though. So how do you justify the lack of curvature over the surface of the Earth if you're going to go with that?
Wait, why did you just change topic?
I didn't. This is the topic. Why are you pretending it changed suddenly?
Bad boy.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, how do you justify the lack of curvature then with that explanation? That doesn't square. How do you justify that, Maxos? You have to justify that. You got a geometric horizon? No, you don't. You're going to have to justify that, since that's what you're invoking for sunset. You say a geometric horizon justifies the sunset. But you don't have one, so justify that. Oh, okay. I guess we didn't need to mute you. We just needed to pull your wig off. Okay, stay silent then. How does he justify the absence of a geometric horizon, the very thing that he's invoking to explain a sunset and sunrise? I don't think your explanation is very justified. You need to justify this. It's unjust. Weasel fucking language, dude. Yeah, it was obvious that you were the one who had the claim about it all along, but you didn't want to make it because, well, looks like you can't really stand for that one. That's why you're all clammed up now. So I get why you're doing the question claim reversal thing, like put it as a question onto us. Because when your question on what's at the core of it really, which is a claim that you have, well, you don't have much to say. You must be here trying to get clips or something, and he knows he sounds stupid on this one. If what Maxos says about the sunset is true, the curvature would place the horizon at 1.2 miles away in the picture that I just posted, but it's further than 9. How does Maxos justify this? You got a geometric obstacle, an obstruction, a physical obstruction that isn't physically there. How do you justify that?
gonna make some animated images out of these sunset videos because for some reason the phone absolutely refuses to upload the video format, and it's pretty good data, good representation. It'll likely be hand waved away, but whatever. It's annoying when the tech that I have isn't doing what it's supposed to do, and I can't respond as quickly as I want to.
Yeah, whenever I've watched the sunset over the ocean, it seems to me that the sun stays the same size. So I haven't ever seen it shrink before.
I'd like to show you the 4 videos that I'm talking about, Matthew, and then you'll understand what I'm
Right.
saying.
I think that they're just showing that the glare gets smaller, right?
I'll send them to you at some point. I need to just set up the desktop.
I've probably seen them. I mean, I've seen that type of stuff.
Probably. You've probably seen the exact videos that I have.
But why are you saying what the sun should do? Would be my question. Like, where's the idea that it should shrink the way you said?
Oh, I'm saying that because it's the same size, using the law of perspective, I think the best explanation is that it's the same distance. If you were going,
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Well, does that law perspective apply to everything, or like specifically with objects, or like just everything in general? Because I don't think we know what the sun is to then apply laws to it. Well, I don't think the sun is a physical object. So it's like, how can we apply this law to the sun when we don't know what the sun is in the first instance?
Yeah, that's fair enough. I get what you're saying. I think that in general, we see that physical objects get smaller when they go farther away. So I think that it's probably the best starting place to say that happens for everything. But if you had some kind of reason for saying that the law of perspective wouldn't apply to the sun and the moon, that would be interesting.
Could you say apply it to something like a rainbow?
That's a good point. Yeah, the rainbow isn't a physical object, so it's more of an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, so I think that, like, I'm not saying the sun is like a rainbow, but I would actually say that it's likely closer to a rainbow than it is to an object, like a physical object.
Okay,
That might be me going on a limb there. But...
Yeah, my pushback on that would be, well, if you look at it through, solar eclipse sunglasses, you can see sunspots on it, so it seems like it might be a physical object. And then the other thing would be, well, the sun, no matter what the sun is, the moon definitely looks like a physical object. So the moon is definitely closer to a physical object than a rainbow.
Okay, well, I would be lying if I said I didn't agree with the moon looking physical at times, but at the same time, it does weird things for a physical object, like eclipsing and turning red, and the phases, even just the phases alone, are very interesting. And they don't really, to me, they don't imply physicality, especially when it like turns into a new moon, whatever that is.
You know something really cool that I did once with the moon? So there's an experiment that is called Earthshine. Well, I mean, it's a phenomenon called Earthshine, which basically is you look at the moon with a telescope, and it should be in a position where the moon is like partly lit, but only a little bit, like there's a crescent, but only a little, right? And then instead of looking at the light from the bright part, from the crescent, you look off. So you look on the part of the moon that is dark. And it's not completely dark, actually. So there's still some light that comes through. And basically what you can prove, if you do the analysis of the spectrum of the light, spectrum means given the different, how much light is is shown back to you at the different wavelengths of light. So basically how much red there is, how much blue there is, and so on and so forth in that light. You will see exactly the reflection of the light of the sun being reflected from the earth onto the moon and then back to the earth to you. So basically you can... What's up?
Can you do that with a new moon?
With a what? I don't know what happened. So anyway, that's very cool.
Wait, it was a question.
Yeah, can you do that with a
I
new?
couldn't hear.
One more time,
Sorry,
Heretic.
Can you do that with a new moon?
With a new moon. So let's see. What was the trick there? I think that you need to be in a geometric position such that there's enough light from like it's to be honest, I don't remember the geometric calculation, but basically I think it needs to be in a position where there's a little bit of moonshine, basically, I think, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
You don't know.
Oh yeah. That's why, because you actually need to subtract. You need to take the bright part spectrum and then the dark part spectrum, and then you need to do some type of subtraction. That's why you need both sides. Yeah, something like that. Sorry, I don't remember the details very well.
Oh, so you can't. Okay, you can't do it with a new moon. Okay, thanks for answering the question.
Mm-hmm. Also, CB, I was curious. So you were saying that the eclipse is strange, but isn't the eclipse like the easiest thing to explain with the heliocentric globular models?
No, I don't agree that, especially with like a lunar eclipse, that they would be saying that the ground that you're standing on would be blocking your view of the sun. Sorry, the moon above you, which I think is like literally ludicrous to say that. If you really think about what you have to believe, again, one more time, the ground below you would be blocking something above your head. When you look up and see the moon, it's being blocked by the ground. That's, to me, that's just like super dumb.
But
So
Unless
I
the
don't think
sun
it's
is below
easily
you.
explained. But I think that's even more ridiculous to say. That's actually
Why?
even more ridiculous to say that, in my opinion.
What,
I think
how
that
come?
the sun is far. I think the sun is clearly, obviously, that is local.
Well, I don't think anyone knows what the sun is, dude.
What?
Well, geometry of sunlight proves it. Even
The
reflection in the water.
geometry of sunlight?
Literally. Of course.
What does that even mean?
What does it even mean? When the light goes into an object, and how it reflects into water and under the water, you know.
And that means what?
That means you can know the surface of the object thanks to the light and thanks to the water.
Okay, I guess
And as
go
well,
ahead
you
and
can see
piece
the
it
point
together for us.
of the light is far away or closer. It's basic of it. You see how the sunlight goes through a cloud. It comes out as a pyramid shape. Malayan, you saw it with your own eyes.
Oh, and that means what about the sun again?
I defend that the sun is local and the moon is local.
Oh, the
It's impossible
local.
that the sun
Okay.
is that far away. That's what I defend.
Okay.
I think you guys are not understanding this. Somehow you agree with each other.
Maybe yes,
What?
but it's just a misunderstanding of the language.
No, I understand what he's saying perfectly fine. Again, my point would override pretty much everyone in here is that no one even knows what the sun is, but ultimately, that's not really
I can
the
agree on that. Yeah.
core topic here. It's more about the Earth, and the sun could be anything as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't really matter what it is.
Hmm.
It doesn't change the Earth in any way. So
I'm actually curious. How did you?
It doesn't change, but it can have a different effect on it.
How
know what
did
I mean?
you?
Wait,
Yes.
you think that all permutations of observations we make of the sun are compatible with any Earth shape?
I'm saying
that's
that
exactly what he said.
not literally exactly as you say, but
You
I'm
know,
just
a
saying just like
pseudo-intellectual, yes,
visually
of
way.
course, permutations into a sentence like that.
There was someone that said it doesn't matter what we observe about the sun, it doesn't affect our belief of the shape of the Earth. That
You're
would be
adding
a
a bunch
deranged
of
thing to
extra
say
words in
because
there. You
if
added a
we
bunch of extra
observe
words in
something
there.
about the sun that is only possible on certain shapes of the Earth, then it literally indicates the shape of the Earth.
All right, go ahead. Tell us how that works.
Yeah, you got to determine how what's only possible with what shape. And then if we just look at it directly, then we can just falsify your assumptions.
I
If
think I
it's
agree
not the
with him.
shape,
Thanks to
if
the
by direct
sunlight, you can know
observation
the
and measurement
surface.
it's determined to not be the shape that you say it must be because you can't comprehend the sky phenomena unless it is. That'll just be your problem.
Oh, you can't imagine how certain observations of the sun are only compatible with certain geometries? Because I could explain that to you if you're confused.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
what I said at all. So, speaking of confused, you might want to try to repeat back to me what I said so that I can make sure you're tracking, because at this point it sounds like not.
Oh no, not the way, that way, bro. I agree on what he's
Yeah,
saying.
nice try.
Thanks to the geometry of the
Yeah,
sunlight,
nice
you can know
try. The
about the
guy
surface.
forces permutations into a sentence so that as soon as he speaks, everybody in the VC can go, wow, what an intellectual. Yeah, I got you. You're a pseudo-intellect. Just sit down.
Do you feel threatened by someone using a second grade word or something? Like,
No, not at all. I'm just calling you out for being a
you
pseudo-intellect.
have like a really, really soft ego to the point where you're constantly.
Okay, he's done. Carry on, guys.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah,
That's
and I was
not
just
weird,
calling him
bro.
out. It was just obvious to me. As soon as I heard him, I just went, look at this guy trying to flex. What a joker.
I mean, I have the sounding board for that, like the Gluteus Maximus of the equation.
Yeah, but you have
It's
to
just
understand if someone flex.
he doesn't have the goods actually to deliver with, so he's got to kind of dress his sentences up, dress his salad up,
Yeah, but if someone flex the knowledge, he really doesn't know the knowledge. You know what
He
I mean?
doesn't have knowledge. No, that's why he's doing that, right? He's trying to sound as if he has knowledge when actually it's just a vapid, empty, pointless statement. He couldn't even follow what I said to him, and he responded with something totally non sequitur. He's not an
But
intellect.
what do you defend? Do you defend the flat Earth?
Ask yourself, what?
Well, I mean,
Do you
I ask
defend the
people
flat
like
Earth?
him how they know what they know.
What do you believe? You believe the Earth is flat or is a sphere?
The panel members? Yeah, it's definitely flat, bro. 100%.
Of course, I agree as well. What about the sky, the space?
I have a question. Do you think the flat is the shape?
Yes, but the problem is that we can't speak about the Earth as an object. We have to speak it as a reality. I know it is weird to say, but it's literally that.
No, I agree with that, actually, 100%. I think that
Yeah,
is a
man.
big problem, though, Spanish, is that these guys can't conceive of it in any other way than being some sort of object. I think they end up fumbling every single time they do that because it's very easy to think of a flat object. You could represent, their idea of flat Earth very easily with tons of different objects, whether it be a piece of paper
And what
or a
is an
frisbee,
object?
a plate,
Yeah, what is an
or
object? An
whatever.
object is something dead with no, it's something dead that doesn't move, or you know what I mean? So it's literally
And then
a lot of things about it.
Indio came up with this idea of the space porch, which is where they're in their mind, they're viewing the Earth from. They're in space, looking at the Earth from some sort of outside perspective.
Yeah, but
making them think it's an object. So they start thinking of a flat Earth. They start thinking of different flat objects, and they
literally, man.
always end up failing every time because they start asking questions like, "Well, where's the edge of this flat object that I'm picturing in my mind?" So yeah, it's definitely
great
not
point you
like
did,
a
eh?
flat object like that.
Wait,
It's
so
something
you're
I think
saying
it's
that,
probably one of the biggest issues that people deal with. God.
so you're saying, CB, you're saying that in your in the way you're thinking, the Earth is not actually an object. So is that
Correct.
what you said? Okay.
Yeah, I'll stand beside that.
How many of the other people who are flat earthers in this chat would agree with that?
Me?
Well, I guess in
I
general,
said it, and I don't know him.
No, that's
I
fine.
say
Yeah,
that, and he said, I agree with that. I don't know about the others.
No, I get it. That's what I'm saying. I'm curious to know.
I think. Let me just say this. I mean, I'm not going to try to say everyone would agree, but I do think the flat earthers understand there is no outer space. So it's not like an object in outer space. I make this point all the time. because
that's
the
fine. That's
globe. Well, let me just finish by saying that the globe is an object in outer space. Flat Earth is not
Yep.
like that in any way, shape, or form. I often tell people just to think of the universe because they
In flat
probably.
Earth, we are the middle of the universe, literally.
I mean, I think the flat Earth is the universe, is what I often say.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
So
You make a great point because a sphere is an object in the middle of like nothing, we could say. And as well, a sphere has limits. What about the treatments, man? What about the
what about the
families who rule the
treatments?
world? Yeah, the Antarctica treatment, the space treatment. What about the education system? What about the pseudoscience, man? It's all made by the same people, bro. Yep. It's clearly, bro. Literally.
Okay, so
They're literally destroying the sky, sending rockets through the sky, bro. I'm done
All
with
right,
the
let him
flat
respond.
Earth and everything because I know about it. But I'm more into the sky, the space.
Well,
I don't know about your beliefs on it, but I think it's really interesting about it because we can clearly see that the Earth is flat. Clearly, bro. Look at the horizon zooming in with cameras, worth than 15,000 euros, man. Zooming more than 100 kilometers. When you can see literally the curvature from 3 to 5 kilometers. It's unbelievable.
Spanish. I'm curious, Spanish. How did you? What was your journey like to get to this understanding?
I study marine biology, first of all.
Okay. hmm
It's not literally into about the shape of the Earth, but it's literally about the nature. So I love the nature, and I don't know. COVID was as well a thing, to make me realize about the people who rules the world and everything, and then was the
Right.
flat Earth.
I
It's
see.
like events.
So you were studying marine biology, then COVID happened, and then roughly
I
in that.
study marine biology. I'm on my last year. It's a
Oh,
master
you're
of
doing
6
it now.
year.
Okay.
I didn't
Awesome.
finish yet.
Awesome. And so around the time of COVID is when you started looking into the flat Earth. Is that right?
No, when COVID started, I realized about like politic things, about exactly about people who rules the banks, international banks, literally families ruling the world, education
Wait,
system. This is
who
out of
runs the
flat Earth.
bank?
This is about it's bigger. Yeah, bro. Of course, man. Obviously.
Gotcha. And then later,
And
after that, later you got to the flat Earth.
yes, and then now I'm more into religion. I'm about Jesus Christ. How I'm
Got it.
born. Because I'm from Spain. I'm a Christian guy,
Are you Catholic?
No. No, I'm not Catholic. Literally, because of Catholics, I stopped to believe in God when I was younger.
Gotcha.
No?
You,
And I realize about the manipulations. So things that I realize about the manipulations about the families and these things, I realize about the religions, some kind of the religions. But this is another stuff, That's why I say about the stars and the sky, because I believe the sky and the stars the space is water.
mhm.
Oh, I guess it
Yes,
is. So
I know it's a huge thing, but it is water. That's why I told you about Christian. What about the all flat? I saw with my own eyes civilizations under the ground, man. In Europe.
wait,
I would love to come to Europe and look at this. The States as well. Dun, 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 dun.
What about you, CB? What was your journey?
what's my journey?
Uh-huh.
Well, I was pretty much a hardcore globetard for forever. Like I was super into it. I was super into it, but then I also never believed the moon landing.
I was as
So
well like you,
then
bro, literally.
they tried to do that Tesla and car thing, and I was like, yeah, this is complete trash. I didn't buy that for a second. So it was around that time when like the idea started to break, especially like that Tesla car thing was super suspicious. And then also at the same time, Flat Earth really started blowing up, at least from my purview. This was around 2018, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, I started getting into listening to different panels on YouTube and whatnot. And eventually, Nathan would always say, click that link if you want to join the discussion, blah, 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 blah. And eventually I clicked that link, bro. And
Careful, that one comes like there's mills around you.
How? Oh, actually, I'm curious. So, what made you doubt about the moon landing thing to begin with?
Just never bought it. I got this idea that like we sent a bunch of dudes up there and there was a go-kart and they had clubs and they were bouncing around and they're like that seemed just so ridiculous. Oh, we called the moon, dude. We took a phone call. Like, dude, that's so ridiculous. So
Can I tell you something that I realized about the moon landing? It's pretty interesting. You know, I study kind of about the things about symbolism. You know, a lot of crazy things about numbers and names and meanings and anagrams. And literally, the person who landed on the moon, you know, soccer players, like you say soccer, but it's football players. You know, in the back of the shirt, they have their name and the first letter of his family name, right? So, what about the first person who landed on the moon? What is his name? Neil Armstrong, right? If you put that literally Neil point and the first letter of his family name and you read it backwards, what word do you have?
What is it, alien?
Yep, an alien is an American invented word because the real name of it is extraterrestre. Literally, in my language, is extraterrestre. You know, bro. And now kids they are saying alien. They don't say extraterrestre. So this is a huge problem into linguistic as well. Cleaning the meanings of the words to manipulate it. Huge.
I like this guy. I'm cooked right now.
Of course, but there's a lot of things. When someone believes the Earth is a sphere or someone, I have to empathize with them because I used to believe like them when I was younger and things. But first of all, you have to, for example, you say, like, thanks to cables under the sea connecting all of the continents, we have telecommunications. Right? 95 and 99% of telecommunications are thanks to those cables. Don't forget that we are in a sphere in the middle of the space, spinning more fast than 1,600 kilometers per hour. Remember? You know? A lot of things, bro. Same. A big fact. This is an English thing for you, boys, because I'm Spanish. But the Admiral Byrd, literally, Richard Byrd, is the biggest explorator from the States and from English words, from English
I heard about that guy.
military
I heard about
things.
that guy. I saw the
Yeah.
the videos about him.
Yeah, you saw he literally said that there is continents beyond the ice wall, literally bigger than the States, using a military way. What about HARP project, bro, in Alaska? What about Elon Musk with Donald Trump? What about Clinton saying we almost shattered the glass ceiling dome? Man, dome. Look at the architecture, bro. If you come to Europe, you will see domes everywhere, all buildings, and you see symbols inside of these buildings from
Wait, hold
what?
on. The Pantheon is considered one of the oldest
Pantheon.
buildings, right? Yeah. So
Yes.
what's your
Yes, yes.
Give me some truth about that. I'm curious.
Well, there's a lot of buildings, man. If I have to start about this, do you know what means cymatic frequencies of human vowel sounds? Do you
Damn, this
understand that?
boy's going deep. Holy smokes, this guy.
I'm not familiar with.
And English is like my fourth language, man, or something on my third.
He's cooking right now, dude. Everybody back off.
No, but it's good, man. I mean, I don't oppose this as a whole truth. This is my knowledge, and I share with everybody who wants to. We have to take the great things from others. That's how we arrive to a point. Am I right?
Keep cooking, bro. You got it.
Yeah, well, cymatic of frequencies of human vowel sounds is literally frequencies, into water. For example, if you put a table and that table is creating vibration, it depends in different frequency, and you put sand on it, it will create a pattern, right? You must know about this. You saw this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have a
The sand
PhD
will
for
create.
this. Yeah, I'm familiar.
All right, so in water, it's different because you can freeze the water, right? Now, if you look at how it looks like, if you search cymatic of frequencies of human vowel sounds in Google or whatever, and you go to image, you will see how it looks like. And then you search about churches and look at the circle windows. It's literally that into buildings, right? So Can you tell me how, what,
Exactly.
1,000 years ago, way more they knew about these things, about how a frequency looks like into water and used in a building? Don't forget, in that building, they use belts. A belt is a frequency thing, right? You touch the belt at which hour? How many times? For which reason? Don't forget there is an organ as well, an instrument. Don't forget that there is kids singing in a high frequency. Don't forget there is the water. You know, the sacred water?
Holy water. Yep.
You know, hey, there's things on it, bro. It's literally on front of us.
Okay, so we should all be Catholic, you're saying?
No, I'm Christian. Way different. Catholicism is manipulated my beliefs, of course. I don't want to disrespect someone, of course. My beliefs is Catholicism and Islam is created by Jews to destroy the truth of the human being. Destroy literally the past of the human being and the truth of the past. All civilizations and everything, man. I saw with my own eyes, man. Big ass mountains in these days, and most of them they are in your country, in the States, man. In the other land. Those mountains, they have been like avatar trees. You know, like big ass trees, man. Like the movie. It's called silicium trees, right? Those trees, they have been cut off and petrified because you can take the DNA from that rock and it gives you this wood petrified. The only way to petrify something is, how can I say this? It's like minerals, water, and a low percent of oxygen, right? So if it's under the ground, I will understand it, okay? But outside, and literally you see these places, it's all a dry place. It's like, it's been like nuked or something, or like petrified or something, you know? Promise, man? Like a reset, like a flood, but something different. Of course. There's a lot of points, man. It's a lot of years, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of patience. And you have to be honest with yourself always.
But then the question would be, why not just believe the globe? And I mean, if it's so complicated, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter anyway, right? It's not going to make any difference in my life. So why don't I just believe the globe?
Yes, it's gonna make. Of course, because I don't believe we come from a monkey. I believe there is a creator, and I believe we are the middle of the universe. Of course, I don't believe they go into Mars. I believe they break in the dome, literally the containment.
So the reason you care about that is that you think it's gonna help in the, I guess, afterlife.
Of course, they're literally trying to break the sky and make the water come down, as above as below. Of course, I study marine biology. You don't. If you see what I see under the sea, man. Yes, you will. You as a logic human being, okay, you will say these are like aliens, like extraterrestrials or something. These kind of animals under the sea. Yeah. What about up above? What about angels? Man, NASA is literally. I don't want to speak about this because it's kind of deep, bro. But NASA is a disgusting enterprise, man. Who gains 75 million per day. It's literally Freemasonry, clean money. Jews everywhere.
Are you talking about them boys?
Man, Freemasonry is made after the Crusades. Yeah. I'm Spanish, bro. I know about Jews and Muslims, man. We kick them because of a reason. Because they don't respect in those times, of course.
Hey, what's the current flat Earth model right now?
No such thing.
There's no.
If you search
So
on
wait,
Google,
you guys don't have a model?
No.
Yes, there is
Of course
model.
not. Of course not. What do you need a model for?
Of course not. What do you mean?
You need
You
something.
need a model.
You need like a toy to visualize the Earth. Like you could just see the Earth as it presents itself. You don't
Man,
need like a miniature
the model is
version.
inside the containment. You know?
Hold on, dude.
Outside of the containment, we don't have a model of it. It's just water or stars or is it space? You know? So for respect, not like
So
the
it's not,
people
it's not
tells
the
you about the
dome. You guys don't believe in a dome.
containment. I
Man.
say dome, but I have to say containment for respectful of the flat earthers. But I call it dome because it's literally a dome for me.
So you believe in a dome, but
It's a
other
dome.
people in here
100%.
don't?
Literally all of the architectures proves it as well.
There's definitely a containment. There's definitely containment.
Yep.
or
So
container,
wouldn't you
call it
have
whatever
to
you
have
want.
so shouldn't you have to have some sort of model on what that would look
No,
like?
no. And then this idea that you're presenting, like this standard you're putting forward that you must have a model, that's made up. That's like a little girl at a tea party, like where you're making up the rules. That's not a rule.
You know what is the problem? Life is not that easy. It's hard to explain this for you, but life is not that easy. It's like an abstract thing. Is we live in a material world as well. I don't want to be like a hippie or like a spiritual way, but the thing they did with the globe is literally magnificent, bro. What they did.
Who
It's so
did that?
intelligent because they created
Who is
an
they?
idea, man, to make people believe it as an object. You know?
Yeah, who is they? Who is they?
Here comes the money. I don't know how you have this music.
So we don't know who they is, and we don't
Doesn't
have
matter
a
who
model.
it is. Doesn't matter. You don't need a model when you have the real thing in front of you. Like if you need a visual or some way to close your eyes and
a model.
imagine.
We don't need a model.
Hold on, dude. Like if you need some if you need something to think of when you close your eyes to imagine everything, I don't think you can do that. So
I don't need to do that. I was just curious what y'all believe.
No, there's no model.
Figured you had something to show it, but I guess not.
It's
so.
just the Earth, dude. I mean, I don't know how else to make that
when you walk outside, are you saying you can see the entire Earth at one time?
No, I don't think it's possible in general to see the whole Earth in one shot. I don't think that's possible at all. So then, if that's the case,
why is that not the case?
Okay, can you see the universe in one shot?
What?
No, that's the question. Can you see? Can you go anywhere? Hold on. Can you go anywhere in the universe to see the universe in one whole shot?
That's a nonsensical question. But
No, exactly. Hold on, wait. Exactly what you're asking me. There's no way or nowhere I can
not the
go
same thing,
to see the whole Earth. It is exactly the same thing. I can show you why.
So what?
In your hold on. In your worldview,
we don't have pictures and videos of the Earth.
Hold on.
Hold on. So in your worldview, you can leave the surface of Earth, go some other location, solar system, universe, or whatever, outer space, then turn around and see the Earth almost as whole. I mean, like not see the
We
backside.
have full pictures and videos of the Earth.
Here's the thing. You can't do that with the universe. And so for a flat earther,
I don't get the correlation.
You're yapping while I'm explaining it. So of course you're not going to get it. You're literally talking. I'm going to explain it to you so you can understand. The flat earth is not like the globe where you can leave it and then go somewhere else, like outer space, and take photos and videos of it. It's like the universe where you're inside of it. We mentioned there's a container, so you can't go outside of the container. And there's no way to see the whole Earth ever. Like from any point of view, any position, any camera, it doesn't matter. There's nowhere you can go to see the whole Earth when you're inside of the thing. It's just like the universe, regardless of size. It has the same characteristics.
Can you try to help?
You're inside of the universe. Of course, it wasn't finished. You're inside of the universe and no one knows where the boundaries are. And then even if you could reach a boundary, how do you go outside? You probably can't. So it's an exact correlation of exactly the same thing. Go ahead, fill it out.
You're comparing the Earth to the universe. That's not.
Yes, I am. Yes, facts. It is exactly. It is accurate. I can explain.
So the Earth is the universe? Is that your belief?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a model right there. That's a model.
It's not a model.
It's not a physical model, but you don't. Okay, whatever.
Well, then there you go. You got what you wanted.
For a second. I just wanted to say. So, do you do CB? You do have an idea in your mind, right, of what the Earth is like? Correct?
No.
Okay, that's strange, but the reason that
nobody. I don't know. How could you? How could you?
Well, let me tell you why that's helpful.
If you did, let's just say, if you did do that, what you're asking, you would literally be making things up. Like you're just imagining, dreaming up what you think the Earth is. Why would you do that?
Right.
Like I
Well,
could just ask you, like, well, what do you think of the universe? You could be like, well, I think
yeah,
it's like a giant toroidal field or whatever. You're just
right,
imagining that. You don't know.
right.
So
But
I
it's
don't.
very
That's not
helpful.
strange. It's not strange to say I don't imagine anything. Why would you do that?
Well, here's why. Because, like, if you have a model, so an idea of what things are like, those models have a million predictions, right? And some predictions can just be, I don't know, funny or cool, but some others can be very helpful. For example, if you have a model of what a crystal is made of, like the atoms inside of it, the structure of the crystal, you can predict how light will travel to it, how much it will refract, the properties of thermal conduction, the hardness of it, and blah, 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 right? So having models is super powerful.
Well,
Okay.
also, I mean, how do you argue something that you don't even know exactly what you believe? That's
Well, because remember what you're
you're
asking
arguing
for
from
is the ability to see the whole Earth in one shot. That's not required to be able to measure the surface and say it's flat. That's we're flat earthers because of the
I didn't
surface,
say that you
not
need
because
to
of
be
the
able to see the
not
whole Earth
because
to
of
measure
the.
the curvature.
I'm explaining to you that the important part you were supposed to take away is that we're flat earthers due to the surface of the Earth being flat. The questions about the boundaries and the shape and the size and all these things are unknowns. It doesn't mean you can't measure the surface and determine
No,
whether
that's
it's flat.
fair. That's fair, but I think for Spiffy and I, even just saying that it's flat, it's a model already, right? It's like a
It's just describing the surface. It's not. I don't really think that's a
Look at
model.
the size calculator again if you
The
can.
point I'm making is that I can, okay, so I have a model that I believe, which is the globe Earth, right? But that
Can you
I
put it in
can
the chat?
argue points, and like Maxos was saying, there are predictions that you can make and prove whether those predictions align. So without a model, how do you even have a basis of argument? You're speaking from a podium of air.
Not really. We have something that's much more valuable than predictions. We actually have real world measurements, right? You can go out and measure the Earth.
Can I see some of these measurements?
Sure, chat. Post them up.
I am afraid you can.
Wait, did this
I mean,
guy just say that measurements are more valuable than predictions? You know what a prediction is, right?
I'll stand
That's
on
a bit
that.
of a stretch, I will say that, because predictions are the most powerful thing that you could possibly have.
I think
No,
it's not that it's a stretch. Wait.
You say you
That's
have
not.
measurements that prove your beliefs, and I'm interested in looking at that.
Hold
what is
on. It's not about there being a stretch or not a stretch. It's that this guy's confused on what it means to make a prediction. What it means to make a prediction is that you take a guess as to what the measurement will be based on a hypothesis. So when you say we have measurements as if that's something you have instead of
You
a
already fucked that
prediction,
up, yeah.
that's just conceptual confusion.
You already messed it up.
Yeah, but you have
Like, for example, you can if I say that the surface is flat, so I predict that the angle of change will be 0 degrees, and then I go and measure 0 degrees, that is a prediction being fulfilled. This guy doesn't even know how science works. He's embarrassing.
Hold on. I was actually going to say that about you, because measuring things isn't science, dude. You fumbled the bag immediately when you said, well, you put a hypothesis together when you go to measure something. No, you don't. Science is about cause and effect relationships. You run through the scientific method to determine what
Sorry, can you repeat back to me what I said?
Hold on. You basically said math and measuring things is science. You're incorrect, and I'm correcting you.
No, that's not what I said. Dummy.
It is what you said. It is what you said.
No, I didn't.
You said.
Let me repeat what I said
You said your
because you
measurements
weren't
are
even
based on
tracking.
setting up a hypothesis.
So here's what I did say, right?
Hold on,
What I did say is that there's
You're
not
not
a
gonna do
distinction
that,
between making some measurement that's expected on a hypothesis
That's not science,
and making some prediction that gets fulfilled. There's no such distinction. Unless what the guy was saying is, I literally just measured something, but didn't form some sort of inference from it. But that would be even dumber to say. That's like getting a ruler and holding it.
Okay, let's see how much you know about science then. Let's just see if you're not just talking straight out your ass. What are the constituent variables of a hypothesis? Yeah, you better run.
Yeah,
Well, it depends.
It
depends on the hypothesis, right? So hypotheses are statistical models typically that are based on some type of mathematical, construction, and then they have several parameters that are, some of them might be known, some of them might be unknown, and then you basically you produce predictions about whichever variable you're describing with your models, and then you check it by doing an experiment.
You have limits and treatments that doesn't let you do these kind of things.
That is a specific type. That's a very small subset of science, like what we call that causal inference. So basically what you do is, for example, for vaccines, right? So what you do is, well, how do I know that? What's up?
It's a huge thing.
I don't know if we're supposed to dive in on that, but
yeah, like so. An example is vaccine experimentation, right? So what you want to prove is that if I was to give you a vaccine, then your chance of getting a certain disease is reduced, right? So that's what you're trying to prove. And so in that case, it's causal, right? So you want to create you want to prove a causal relationship between getting the vaccine and the chance that you're going to get the disease, right? So in that case, you're right. But more generally, science doesn't necessarily deal with cause and effect. Science deals with predictions.
Can I make you 3 questions?
Yeah.
3 fast questions. Just fast. Did you took the COVID vaccine?
Oh, yeah. Dude, I don't know if we're supposed to do that.
It's just quick, just quick.
No.
I don't want to get anyone in trouble. But what he was saying was like, you don't understand science. I mentioned measurements, and he's like, yeah, but you don't really understand what science is then. Like,
I don't think you need to have a extreme grasp on specific sciences in order to do calculations and measurements. That's
they're not the same field.
Back to what I'm saying though is if you have measure or proof or measurements like y'all said, I would like to see them.
All right, yeah, chat. We'll put that together.
Let's see if any Glober starts to run interference this time.
I will just reiterate that I do think that even the belief that the Earth is infinite, I guess is the word I would use, is still a model. That is, it's a model.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would stand
Fair
on
enough, I think. It is. I mean, a model isn't necessarily a physical construct. It's in fact most of the times it doesn't need to be physical. The model is what is presented, proven, or disproven.
Necessarily, bro.
Actually, I'm scheduling my next booster of the vaccine right now.
Whoa, no.
Yes.
Nah, are you serious?
Completely non sequitur to the ground.
I'm gonna do Pfizer.
Why go back to that?
Keep going for that third Happy Meal. He wants that extra large Happy Meal.
Yikes. Yeah.
Sorry, was somebody's going to post something about just to?
Oh, sorry, we left you hanging there. Sorry, we'll get to you. What was your?
Oh, somebody said that there was measurements for proving a flat Earth quote unquote model. Let's call it. So that's what I was, I guess, asking.
Oh, dude, post up some.
All right, chat.
Oh, dude.
Come on, chat. That's where you guys should shine. Everybody in the chat that's not talking, start posting.
Chat, assemble. Yo, by the way, if I can get Jen to start saying chat, bro, we're in there. We're so next level. Oh, the chat also wants to know where your globe measurements are. So I guess maybe we can get measurements for each other. Pause.
Come on, chat. We can do better than that. Come on, someone post a laser one.
That was kind of funny. Well, in my opinion, in order for me to have a measurement of the curvature from one place to another, I'd have to have certain parameters. So, if you wanted to ask me where one point, like what the curvature from one specific point to another is, then I can do that calculation. But there's no across the board, in my opinion, across the board formula that you can use for curvature. So if you told me, for instance, I want to know the curvature from across the Bering Strait, from one side of Belize to, wherever else, then maybe I could do that calculation if we had the proper parameters and measurements. But
Wait, what did you call it?
what?
You called it the Bering what?
I was just saying a random, like a body of water. I'm assuming that's what most of the curvatures
Damn, you
are
almost fell for it,
based
Chad.
on.
You almost fell for it. Wait, why don't they call it the Bering Curve?
Well, it's because I actually don't know. I would assume it's based on maybe the nautical.
Flatness?
No, I would assume it's based on the nautical paths. Maybe I have no idea. I actually don't know that.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I don't know
Something
why
to
places are named things. Not really. It's not really my specialty.
Fair enough.
Okay, so this is all right. So Daz posted something. This Finland laser test. Okay.
Thank you, Des.
Does this have does this video? I'll just watch it. But does it have measurements in it? Does it show the
I mean,
map?
if I can like probably walk you through what they're attempting to do. It seems pretty
I've seen
simple.
it done with lasers and lights before.
Yeah.
But what I'm more interested in, for me is, well, I'll just watch it. I'm looking for like measurements. I don't want to say that there's nothing in here.
Well, I can tell you what they're measuring if you're
I
Well,
found one.
shouldn't it be in the video itself,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair
So
enough.
like for the chat or anyone like listening, from my understanding, they're measuring deviation. So they're using the laser as a straight edge, or they're measuring drop away from the straight edge. And the way I see it, if there's any drop away from your straight edge, then the Earth's not flat. Like I often present the dichotomy that any surface is either curved or it's not. So like we don't. That's why people say, "Oh, well, you need to go to like go over there, measure it over here, measure it over there." You don't have to go like all over the Earth and measure different patches because if it's curving here, it's curving everywhere. If it's flat here, it's flat everywhere.
No, that's with the idea that the Earth would be a perfect sphere, which it isn't.
No, even if no one's requiring perfection. It's always funny when people say that perfect is perfect.
Well, that would
It doesn't
be
have to
the only way
perfect.
that would be the only way that a formula works
Oh,
across the board.
dude, think about it. Think about it. If the Earth is a globular object, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's still curving everywhere. It's still like balls.
Yeah,
It's
for
curving
sure.
everywhere. That's my point. My point still stands. Is like,
Well, there will be
if it's curving here, it's
points,
curving everywhere.
especially in modernized cities where natural land has been,
Well,
paved or
can I
carved
stop you?
out in order
Stop you?
to.
That's
Sure.
why they're measuring over water because we don't have to
Oh yeah,
deal
I
with any of
understand
it.
that, but I guess what I'm saying to counter your point is that there's either what you're saying is that it will be curved basically. I get what you're saying. Like there are places where maybe you can't see a curve, or maybe it is technically flat on that part of the globe. I get that, but I guess what I'm saying is, no, it doesn't really matter. I get what you're saying, but
okay,
it will mostly be curved. You should be able to see that there is a curvature across a large body of water. Yes, that is the easiest way. That I think that's why people use bodies of water to try and do these tests, because it's at least seemingly, from anybody's perspective, it is flat. So, all right. So let me. Do I need to watch this whole? Do I need to watch the entire 10 minutes, or is there a point
I
where?
mean, do your thing,
I don't
bro.
mind. I don't mind watching. I just don't want y'all to be waiting on me, or so I can mute.
You're good.
Talk to
Do
somebody
what
else.
you do what you want to do. Whatever. If you want to watch it, go ahead. If you want to ask questions about it, I'm sure people will be happy to help you with that. It's your world, man. We're just living in it right now. Pause.
Okay.
We'll keep the show rolling, man. It's 24 hours. So I'm just doing my little
Yeah,
30 minutes.
I'll mute while I watch it, just in case. I don't want to have like background noise and interrupt people. So give me like 10 minutes.
Oh, all right. All right, chat. Here we go. Pretty good discourse, right? Neil, what do you think? Does that deserve a Don DeMarco or just a regular golf clap?
I missed that. I'm lagging.
Oh, you're lagging? How's this? Test 1, test 2.
Yeah, I got test 1, test 2, but I'm struggling to understand shit. It's all good.
Okay. Let me switch to my computer real fast so you guys can actually hear me.
No, it's my fault. Don't worry. I ran out of Wi-Fi, so they gave
You're on
me the
that.
shit. I'm on that freaking.
Maple syrup connection right now.
I'm on that welfare shit. I'm on that EBT Wi-Fi right
You're
now.
on that Obama Wi-Fi.
Obamacare, hell yeah, that's what I'm on right now. Gosh dang, bro! I encountered on Monkey some ratchet black hose for the first time. Oh my goodness! So I had my first experience of shut the f up. You know, whenever you go to talk, they just flap their lips like, oh, your lips are talking. Let me talk too. Oh gosh, wonder why the domestic violence rate. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking.
They were.
Yeah, we got a chimp fight. Anyways, back to Flat Earth.
Anyway, back to Flat Earth. Yeah, okay, cool. That was a good little discussion. Maxos is muted. Do we know why he's muted? Probably for a good reason. There's also Biffy. Oh, Maxos, what's up, dude? How you doing? Why did you get muted? What did you do?
My guess is that because there's some rule about medical talk. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Just be careful, man. We're on YouTube and
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
probably fine now, but we're just trying to risk it too much.
But is it because then
Take
people
it easy with the medical talk, all right?
Is it because people like have big cat fights if in that, or is it because of general TOS of
Actually, don't like on YouTube. It seems like it's fairly chill about it. But hey,
Oh, okay, TOS. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Mhm.
we got our own rules here, so we follow those.
Sure.
Anyway, been pretty good faith as well, Maxos, from what I could tell. How many like days? How many weeks? How many months you been looking into this? You've been coming
Oh,
on
I
here.
mean, I go back because I go back easily 10 years. Because I'm into medieval history, and one of the big myths about the Middle Ages is that they believed the Earth was flat, which is not true. And so, because of that, right? So I was looking into that topic in general, and so that got me to flat Earth. So I've looked into that long time in the past, like a bunch of times in the past. Once I even met this guy on Grindr, who
Hey, yo, what?
I am telling you, I meet this guy. We go sit on a bench, and then instead of anything interesting happen, I mean, okay, I guess it was interesting, but instead of what you would expect happening, we just had a conversation about flat Earth, and he showed me a bunch of videos.
Wait, what are you doing on Grindr?
Well, obviously, improving my English.
What?
You know, just trying to have conversations and improve the English.
Oh, you're just working on English?
It's a cultural thing.
He's working on his English on Grindr.
Yeah.
It's gay. It's super gay.
I mean,
I was posting.
Are you judging? I'm not judging. Don't worry.
I was posting evidence last night, and I had all the flat earthers believing that the Earth was round.
Yeah,
I
right, who said
destroyed
that?
them.
What?
Oh, get ready to spaz out. It's TV Nobby. He's going to start spazzing soon.
Here we go, bro. Yeah, I want to hear this.
Ah, you should have seen it, mate. I had flat earthers like stop taking their medication because they realized they weren't crazy no more. Like, it was huge. We had a big breakthrough in group. It was amazing.
All right, let's round two. Round two. Let's get
No, I healed people last night, like the coming of Jesus.
Oh, you forgot it. You know, we had it. We had the evidence, but we destroyed it. You know, we just destroyed it. You know, we don't have it.
No, I didn't actually. It's in the archives. It's actually, if you check the YouTube channel out, it's been playing on repeat, and I have been glorified as the Messiah of the Flat Earth Savior.
So you must have clipped it out then and played your whatever 30 minutes of glory then.
I don't clip anything out. I don't have to.
No. If you don't like to support your
Doesn't
game,
clip it?
I got it.
How do you know it's even real if you didn't clip it?
Healing comes from within first.
Pause, bro. Big pause.
Here he is, your globe champion, TV Nobby, with all the globe evidence. Not.
You won't even tell us.
Okay, I just finished the video.
Yeah.
I do have a couple observations. Well, for one, there's not really specific. There's a couple issues I have, so maybe we can clear this up. So,
yep.
Why are the lasers at different heights in the test? One of them's on a ladder 118 centimeters above, but the other one is 3 centimeters in one version and 18 in the other. Why are they doing that?
I haven't seen that video directly, but I could probably.
Well, I mean, shouldn't I mean? I'm not trying to target.
Are they both
I'm
in
not
the
trying to
water?
target anything bad, but I mean, shouldn't you have knowledge of the evidence you're posting?
Someone else posted it, but someone else.
Oh, I mean, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Well, in that
Are they
video,
both in the
there's
water? I guess it made look.
they're standing. Well, this is the thing, right? So they're using ice, which is fine, right? That means that you can actually put your camera on the lake. That's a good thing. The problem I think I have with this experiment is, like I said, they're basically countering the curvature by having to put the laser on a ladder. Am I not right? Or why are they putting it on a ladder? Because if the surface is perfectly flat and you should see them line up, right? You shouldn't need to put it on a ladder.
So the height is not important, right? You could run it at any height in principle, correct? Like the only thing that you need to.
I mean, if you're trying to make a calculation, and where you're standing on the Earth is different. It's different from sea levels. There's some places that are at sea level. There's some places that are above and below, and all those factor in, as well as it's not very simple. So, but either way.
But the prediction, right?
Proving a flat surface. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I think we have a little lag. So the prediction, right, of the flat model would be that there is no change in height, right? Like whatever height you have at the beginning is the same. Yeah, right. So in principle, it doesn't matter like how high you put it. It actually.
Well, you're right, but then why would you? But then my question is, if it's on a flat surface, then why would you need to put it on a ladder to begin with? Why not just both put them on the ground?
Yeah, well, I haven't watched the video, so I don't know for sure. But one of the reasons that why you might want to do that is that you have probably fewer issues with refraction if you put it a little high, because there's less gradient. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes. But then wouldn't both of your parameters to be at the same height? Either way, if you're trying to test for flatness, I think for me it just didn't really make sense. So maybe it doesn't really matter that much. But and then there's also parts of the video you can literally see the laser that's supposed to be stagnant moving up and down and even to slightly the left. Whether that's an optical illusion or not really doesn't matter. Wouldn't that kind of indicate that optics can change, like that light wasn't moving, 10 feet above itself on its own, right? In that video, for a second, it's very easy to see the light is in one place where they're showing it, but when the camera kind of moves to catch more of a glimpse, the light seems to go above the mountain range in the background of the video. So to me, that also indicates that refraction is still taking place even in that video. I mean, for me, at least watching this video, it not only disproves, or it doesn't prove a flat surface or no curvature, it actually proves that the lights are being affected by something outside of the distance or outside of the shape of where they're standing on. Also, you have to account for a frozen lake, regardless, will actually potentially have more, will impede more on the validity of the test being done with light. So I think for me, like, this test isn't, I'm not saying that it's, to me, it's not proof of a flat, no curvature, but maybe there's a different video that's more conclusive, that doesn't have these optical, maybe in the daytime.
Fair enough. Anybody else want to happen to add anything to that?
Or yeah, if there's an explanation for it, for what I'm bringing up, that is also, we don't have to move straight on from that just because I don't see what maybe should be seeing.
I put a little drawing in the chat at 56 minutes past the hour. It's like a white with red lines.
Yeah, in these drawings, right? Like, let's use the top drawing. So that is correct. That is not how light works. It would be a straight line, and it would obviously go through the top of that globe. The issue is
Okay.
the issue is I guess, if you were going to scale this up to what we currently believe is the size of the Earth, you would be extremely. This is not a body of. This is not 35 kilometers. That would be. I mean, even if I just did a rough estimation, that would be close to. I mean, maybe 200, 300 miles. So, of course, you wouldn't be able to see a laser across. You can't do a test like that for that distance with lasers, or even being able to see really anything from that distance. So yeah, that definitely would not work. But again, I think, somebody was saying you don't necessarily need. This is my issue, right? Like, so even if you don't need the lasers to be at different heights to see them, or they don't need to be at the same height to see them, or they don't need to be right on the lake, why would you have them at different heights unless you couldn't see the other one without it being at a higher elevation? Does that make sense, or am I kind of barking up the wrong tree with this line of logic?
Well, I posted something in the chat, simple with the graphic view, because you mentioned scale. So with this,
And that's
again,
just based on what my model of the Earth is, right? We don't believe the same thing, so that's just
No.
I can't really say something accurately based on your model because
No, I'm not.
like this
Not
doesn't
talking
really
about mine.
work. Okay, so
This is
okay,
the globe. This is the globe. This is like an Earth curve calculator. So, because I know my drawing is pretty rough, but this
I understood the point you were trying to make though, for sure.
It's good. Well, I think with this, I could maybe help you understand why the height might not matter as much. But so in the first screenshot there, at 1 minute past the hour, you can see like a green line here. See a blue arrow, a red arrow, and then a green line and a dotted. So dotted line would represent your line of sight, where the green line would represent your the water, the surface of the water. So in the second screenshot I posted at 2 minutes past the hour, I took the red arrow and I made it longer. But I also drew a question mark behind the target on the green line, and it should highlight the issue. Even if that this is an observation called the black swan, or just like an orthographic view from the calculations.
I've actually seen the black swan. Funnily enough, this isn't my first interaction with flat Earth. It's a curiosity of mine. I I think everybody on this either side of this topic is actually coming from the same place ultimately. So I'm just always curious about stuff like this.
That's even better that you heard it. So this should help the point even better. So you can see how the red arrow, this represents the second mill rig. And so even if you made it taller or larger, the issue still lies. It's the circled green line behind it that's the problem, because the dotted line represents your vision. But above that, but you can't see below that due to the curvature. So
Well, yeah, but you have to at least admit that your vision is not empirical evidence, right? Your eyes can be deceived just like anybody else's, unless I am unaware of, unless somebody is capable of not having their eyes deceived by their own mind, really.
Well, that's why we have the laser test.
Well, and that's fair. A laser test can prove, that's why we have things like levels. We have giant lasers that do these as well. I think, again, I'm getting back to the, like you said, the height doesn't really matter, right? I mean, to be fair, if you were trying to see, but I think here's my issue, right? Like, so let's say you're 5'5", okay, and you wanted to see that there was no curvature across a body of water, and you wanted to place a laser at your eye level, right? You wouldn't put the other laser, or the target even, right? Let's say they used the white sheet, right? That was I guess that's what they were hitting. You wouldn't put that laser lower than 5 feet, right? So why would you put it taller? Does that make sense? To me, there's no reason to put the only reason to have the laser on a ladder would be that you wouldn't be able to see it without it being on the ladder. That's my kind of, and I'm not saying that is true because I wasn't there doing the test. I'm saying based on, I guess, my logic and reasoning, that is what makes sense.
Let's go back to the blue and the red arrow. So if we made the blue arrow taller, I'd be wrong about this, but are we really seeing down and around the curve by making it taller? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works exactly.
Well, no, you would actually, yeah. So if you had a laser at ground level, let's say you put it, which they actually did. I don't know really why they put it on a glove, but if they put it on the ground, right, and that surface was entirely flat and there was no curvature, then you wouldn't need to put it on a ladder. The only reason you would need to put it above the same elevation as the first laser is if there was curvature impeding the vision. That would be the only thing to me that would make sense. But that being said, I wasn't there, so I don't know why. There's only so much information you can get from a video, taken by somebody else is the problem. I cannot take that knowledge, and especially seeing what I saw in the video, I can't take that as being evidence to flat Earth. But it's possible that if there's a couple other links in here, if you wanted me to check those out, I can do that.
scan the chat, see if they have anything to say.
Well, so this whoever I guess Greenweaver posted a video, and this one is actually a laser test done in the daytime. So let me watch this really quick.
Shout out to Alex. I think only Neil gets that reference. Tony Phelps might get it. Chat. I got to roll out of here. Been a good discussion. Shout out to Spiffy. Shout out to Neil. Oh, he's back. Shout out to Maxos. Shout out to 20 Cups. Shout out to the chat. You guys have a good rest of your night. Don DeMarco, and see you guys. Oh.
Always.
Okay, so the second video I just watched, again, it seems that the what is being said in the video is not matching what is being tested. The lights are set up at the edge of the lake, but then you see, well, it's weird. I don't exactly know what they're trying to say. That in the pictures showing how far away these lights are from the two edges of the lake, it's saying 8 miles. But when he takes the videos, he's not on the other side of the lake. You can see when he turns around, you can see that there's still basically half a lake behind him. So he took those videos from the halfway point of the lake. To me, this just isn't enough. Unfortunately, for me to make I don't even know how to argue it. I can't debate that he saw lights in the camera, but I can pay attention to the video. Also, I don't really know. They showed a calculator, but there that those weren't proper. Well, it just wasn't correct. That whatever that calculator was in that video, that is not accurate enough. So, I want to have a back and forth about this, but it seems like that video, especially even more than the other one, was. I mean, I don't want to claim that it was fraudulent, but I mean, very clearly he was in the center of the lake or close to the center of the lake, which is a completely different point. And regardless, I feel like that kind of takes away the credibility from that source. If I say that I'm going to take a picture of you from across the lake, but then I walk halfway to the lake, I haven't been, I've been ingenuous, right? I mean, and again, but that's based on a video that's shaky, and it's just not really for me tangible enough to dispute, for one, but also even have a claim against it. I don't really know what I would say about it. Is there something
Yeah.
that is?
I posted the video, and basically what it's showing is there's 3 colored lights, and they're
I understand what it was doing. I
6, 7, and 8 miles away from the camera. And it's a much bigger lake, yes, but that's where he could set up 6, 7, and 8 miles with 3 different colored lights. And the point is that they all appear flat and horizontal, and they all magically refract perfectly enough, each of them at their different distances, each of them refract perfectly to appear as though the earth is flat. That's the point.
Well, I get what the point of the experiment is supposed to be doing, but again, if if you see in the beginning of the video, he is saying I was standing on, unless the video is not saying that he was standing at the other edge of the lake taking these videos, that would be completely different. But if he just decided to stop
His
in where
camera
he
was set up at the same height, and each light was set perfectly above the frozen ice
well,
lake.
sure, but if he's not standing 8 miles away and he's standing halfway to that, wouldn't that affect that?
The point is the lake was much, much bigger, but he set up where he could set up those colored lights and get a view through. The topography in the lake was very twisted, if I remember correctly, from the map.
That's not how the scientific method works. You don't conform it to your view. You have to match your view with the science
The point
or the
is,
measurements.
there are thousands of these videos and papers, even where this kind
I would
of
actually love a
is
paper.
taking
A
place.
paper would be great. A paper would be great.
Yeah, I have seen people post it in the chat. There's definitely some measurements taken. People going out there. There's long distance observations galore. There's radio waves. There's so many things. And so to just ignore them all and say that refraction is just your magic bullet, it's just a bit
I didn't say
sad.
refraction. I didn't say refraction.
Well,
the only thing I was saying is that I can't
implied by these all appearing flat, isn't
I mean,
it?
I'm not saying anything about. I mean, refraction does exist. I think we can all agree on that. That's a thing. But I'm not saying that's what you're talking about. I'm saying what was portrayed.
And physicists have agreed that it can't be more than 10%, 11% potentially change, and yet you get long distance observations galore. So I'm afraid there's too many pieces of evidence, and you just can't stick your head in the sand and ignore them all.
Well, that's fair. If there's valid, I think maybe we have different definitions of what evidence is, and that might be a fundamental line that we maybe cannot see eye to eye on, and that's fair. You know, for me though, like I said, if I said I took a video at one point of the lake, but then I didn't, and I walked halfway or to wherever I could see those lights to take the video, that's not proving what I'm trying to prove. That's me matching whatever I can do to
Not
get the
what
result I
happened.
want.
That's not what
Well,
happened.
you see it in the video. He
And there are
turns his
also
camera for a
multiple
second. You can see him.
videos of there's multiple videos of this measurement itself and this, you know, whatever you want to call it, observation.
Oh.
There's many other videos of the same thing with more detail. So if you want to get into the nitty gritty, then you can watch the whole 1 hour. I'm trying to post videos that aren't massively long so that you don't.
The thing is, I don't really mind taking time to.
But you can go and look at that experiment. There's hundreds, thousands more like it, and have a look
Actually,
yourself,
I mean,
or do it yourself.
Experiment. Yeah, I was going to say
Do
that
it yourself
experiment
with
is
a mirror.
actually easy enough to do it.
Have you got a friend who can go the other side of a lake or a bay with a mirror, and you can do the experiment yourself? Get the curve calculator out and just check how it corresponds.
Y'all have said the curve calculator before. What is this? What's the curve? How is it being measured?
Well, there are numerous versions online that you can get, but some are from like Cambridge and, you know, Yale or God knows what. I don't remember what universities, but there's many to choose from, and they all more or less report the same thing. So you can get the observer's height, you can get it in kilometers, you can get it in miles, you can get it produced by a university. So just do, you know, maybe use Yandex because Google's crap.
Well, maybe. You know, and you were right. Actually, these tests, regardless of whether you have a laser, high-powered laser or not, you can actually do yourself very simple tests. So, if I was so inclined, I could. You're right.
I've seen my own long distance views of Mount Taranaki in New Zealand from 200 kilometers away. And I know I'm now switching to kilometers, but that is New Zealand. And I've seen it with my own eyes, and I've also found lots and lots of photographs of it. And you can see Kapiti Island in the foreground, and you can see almost the entirety of Mount Taranaki in the background, which is New Zealand's Mount Fuji. And for me, it's quite easy to see. The same with lighthouses across bays. You know, it's very easy for me to go not very far from where I am. And
well, something interesting you just said, just to point it out. You said you can see most of. What is causing you to not see the rest of it? On a flat surface, you should be able to see from the base all the way to the top, right?
Your visual angle, you've only got so far that you can see. Things get smaller as they go further away from you, don't they? And so big things in the foreground can, you know, because of perspective and because those are bigger in relation to the things that are far in the background, they can block the bottom of things. Also, even on a dead flat surface, say a tennis, you know, a basketball court or whatever, if you put your camera low enough on the ground and watch someone walking away, you will see their legs disappear. On a flat surface, provably. You know, just you can explore these things at a multitude of scales.
I've never seen anything outside of a literal obstruction that would cause you to not be able to see something on a flat surface. That's kind of the laws of perspective.
There's pictures of people on a footbridge, and they're only walking on the other side of a footbridge, and the camera's low down, and you're watching them, and as they go, their legs disappear.
But Alex,
well, no, they don't disappear. They get smaller to the point where you can't visually see them with the naked eye. That doesn't mean that they disappear.
They are very much still very big and very close. It's just that the camera is right down on the flat
you
surface.
should be able to see the base of a mountain regardless of where you're standing. There shouldn't be, unless
like
there's an
waves
obstruction.
in the ocean. a big wave in the foreground will block things in the background because perspectively it's bigger, and the other things have got smaller in your visual scale, in your visual angle.
Well, but you just said you can see a mountain range. That's not necessarily small in scale, right?
No, I can see barely any of it missing. When you look at things in the horizon,
still
they
see some
disappear into visual range. The sky disappears into the horizon and the ground disappears. Things become, parallel things look like they join at a point, but they're not really, are
How
they?
perspective works. Unfortunately, that's just
What do
we
you
have
mean?
laws of perspective. I can't concede to that. That's not how perspective works. It does not
Train tracks
disappear.
don't
It gets
appear to
smaller
join at
and
the horizon?
well, that's why, you're right, where things seem to disappear, but if you zoomed in with a telescope, you would still be able to see them. The problem I have is that, like you said, you took a picture or let's say you zoomed in. It wouldn't really matter how much you zoomed in. There would always be some of that mountain range obstructed. My question is, why?
Because of the things in the foreground. I think you're just not thinking logically because you so
What are
much
you
want
talking
to
about
hold
things
on
in
to
the
your ball.
foreground? What are you talking about what things in the foreground?
Look, your perspective range of things in the foreground are far bigger than the things in the background. And the reason is a high-powered camera can zoom in on the sun that appears to have set and is half obscured by the sea, and you can zoom in into that, and it looks like it's way up in the sky again. And it's all about your visual angle that you're looking at things. If you're right down on the ground, I promise you, even on a basketball court size, people's feet will disappear. Things will disappear as they go across if your camera is low enough next to the flat ground.
You can lay your head on the floor and still their feet will never disappear. That's just not true. I'm sorry. That is blatantly false.
Well, I think other flat earthers in here, if they were listening, they probably could post the video that I'm talking about. I don't know how to put my hands on it, but there's many also videos of that happening in various situations, be they bridges or basketball courts.
Can I say a quick thing? Like the thing that surprises me is that you're quoting videos, but I think Spiffy also, we have seen these things with our own eyes. Why would I go out and look at these videos? Like, it's kind of strange that you provided your own experience where you in fact saw an obstruction. And so, I don't understand why you don't believe your own eyes and you have to believe this guy's videos.
The mountain should be behind 3,000 meters of earth curvature, yet it's like 2,000 and something high. It shouldn't even be visible at all. Now, get that in your head.
Well, Well, I guess my point is I'm using your example. You say that you can see most of it, but my problem is the foreground explanation. And just to answer somebody's question in the chat, can you see a bee 2 miles away? If you had a powerful enough telescope and that bee was sitting in midair, just stagnant, for sure you could see that bee if you zoomed in enough. The problem is with your own eyes. You're right. You can only see so far. The issue I have is that no matter how much you zoomed in on that mountain range from where you were standing, unless you were much higher up than where the base of the mountain range was, you would still never be able to see the base of the mountain. And my question is why? And it's not the foreground. It's not, especially if it's across a body of water, there shouldn't be
I
any
already
obstruction.
explained that you can see numerous videos or see demonstrations galore and do it yourself, where if you have the camera right down on the ground, you can watch on a flat surface a salt shaker disappear off and the base of it disappear because its angular resolution is not such that it can make it out anymore. It can't make out the difference between that and the ground. I'm afraid that I'm going to have to rely on someone else posting that here because I can't do that right now. But I'm telling you, there's so many examples of that, and you could do it yourself on your kitchen table. Even if you get your camera right down so that the camera lens is literally on the table line, just in front of the table edge, if you like, and you put a salt shaker on there and you push it away and see what happens. You can do these things yourself. That's the beauty of them.
Alex, that's true. But the thing is, so what angular resolution does is that you're not going to be able to tell the details, right? So things blurry, right? And that's fine. But if it's a big feature, such as like the base of a mountain range or like the shore, in fact, some of you guys posted, who was Jedi, he posted like a picture he took, and there's literally the basis of an island not appearing anymore behind the curve of the water. It's like, that's your own eyes telling you there's an obstruction of an object in front of it. I understand that you're not going to be able to tell the people on the shore, but you will still be able to take that there is a shore. But in those pictures, you cannot tell that.
Well,
So you're saying that the light from the mountain has magically refracted exactly up so that instead of being hidden by more than 800 meters of Earth curve, it bounces up magically, so it appears as though it's directly across in the horizon. And it is, yes, it is a long way away and hazy, and you're looking through a lot of atmosphere. That's why when the sun goes away, eventually the light cannot penetrate the atmosphere in that angle because you're looking at the horizon and you're looking through all the dense air. And so, the angular size of that mountain, it is a huge thing, but it is very small. So forests, all sorts of things in the flat surface in between them mean that you cannot see the bottom very edge. But the fact is you shouldn't see any of it plus 700 meters above it. It shouldn't even be there unless refraction is magically working in such a spectacular way that even some physicists will disagree with you, because they say that only 10%, 11% should be allowed for in refraction. And we're talking, the whole mountain being visible when it should be a lot of meters below Earth curve.
Well, the other thing you have to consider is even at 10%, especially in experiments where you need extremely accurate precision measurements, that 10% variable is a huge difference, regardless of how much it is in percentage wise. Also, you said I can do this test at home where I can take my camera and then put a salt shaker or something in it and across this. So can I turn my camera on and we can do this right now? I have a salt shaker and a counter. My camera. Do y'all want to see that this is not, it just doesn't work like that? Or actually, I guess I can just take the video and then post it in the chat. So let me do that.
Yeah, just post it. But I'm hoping that there are other more connected flat Earth here that can direct me to it. I know that all the resources are there on the 24/7 flat Earth Discord, so I could try and have a look in there. But I'm hoping that one of the other flat earthers will come to my rescue with one of those videos, because they're awesome. All sorts of people have done them. So I don't know what you're doing and whether you're putting with the edge of the table, i.e. off the table, on the side of the table, and looking straight on with the lens in the middle of the surface. Yeah, and then look.
Yeah, if I can get the bottom of the camera lens to line up with the, it won't let me record this while I'm in here. So
the center of the lens needs to be level with the table. Yeah?
Well, that's not how that works. No, that would of course obscure the vision of the lens. Just like if you put your eyesight, just like if you put your eyesight at the camera or at the ledge halfway, it would cut off your eyesight, right? So that's not accurate.
I'm going to go and try and find the video for you. I guess someone else can entertain you.
Yeah, in the meantime, I would point out that the tests that have been done that I've seen, they used a regular cell phone camera, right, on top of whatever surface it was, and that was sufficient. I think it was on the floor. I think someone even did.
Technically, you don't the resolution of any of the apparatus your own eyes doesn't really matter. It's the only difference is that you can zoom in with a camera, so you can see farther.
I understand. So how about this, right? If you want to leave that to those who would argue for it, who have either done the tests themselves or whatnot, maybe you want to do that. But in the meantime, one thing I did want to ask you, because you kind of asserted it so confidently earlier about this 10% bit, right? I'm not so sure if you understood the position very well. Could you highlight to me what was pointed out to you and what you understood and why you're confident in that, quote, 10% is whatever, such a big deal that it, whatever it was, how you answered enough to dismiss it?
Do you need me? Are you asking me to just repeat it for you? It didn't seem like you really knew what I said.
Yeah, because it kind of, you, whatever it was that you said, forgive me if I don't remember it verbatim, but it was enough for you to basically dismiss the statement as being, oh, well, that doesn't really matter because 10%, well, that's sufficient in some way, shape, or form.
Well, no,
So
those weren't the words I used. What I said was that, and I've actually I know what it's in reference to. There was an interview, I guess, or a debate maybe between a Flat Earth. I think it was Flat Earth Dave, maybe, and a physicist.
That has nothing to do with the debate.
Well, at one point, that's where we're getting this. What I'm saying is, let me clarify, right? So, they're getting that information from that physicist who said they're right that refraction only really accounts for about 13% of. But I think the thing is a lot of people latch onto that and say, well, 13% isn't that much. But what I'm saying is that 13% variable when dealing with specific calculations is a big deal. It can make or break. It can be the difference between getting the same outcome, getting a completely different outcome. Those are things that you need to account for, and that's why they are.
Yeah, and we do. So here's the thing, dude. Right, this argument precedes that discussion by a long shot. Okay, so it was articulated to that guy really more as to get a hostile witness kind of affirm or confirm the suspicion, which most people have, that, hey, you know, if you're going to have refraction, how much does it actually affect the outcome, right? And in most cases, right, that people actually bring up here, it's such a significant thing, right, that like it does nothing to support the opposition, right? I think
I can't speak for what other people say as their evidence.
So check this out, right? So if you have something that's supposed to be 600 feet below a line of sight, right, on a perfect condition with zero refraction, ideal condition, right, and then you have the worst case scenario, the most refraction possible in that context, in that area or whatever, yielding a quote unquote 10%, effect on the outcome. That means that thing that would be otherwise lowered by whatever 600 feet of curvature drop would be raised by 60 feet. That's 10% of 600, right? That's what that is implying.
Well, that's not exactly what that's saying. That wouldn't be an accurate assessment of that information. I would say a good analogy for this, a good analogy for what I'm trying to say, right, is if you take a test in school.
How about this, right? So instead of giving me an analogy, how about you bring forth, the actual information that refutes what I was talking about?
No, I don't need an analogy. There's nothing there.
It's not a kindergarten class. Go get the information and bring it forward, because that's not dude. The whole point here is when you insert a 10% refraction thing into play, what you're effectively in the models that they use, it's basically expanding or contracting when you have a negative refractive index, expanding or contracting the radius in apparent terms, right? You have a radius of 3,959 miles, right? And with a refractive index of whatever it is that yields a 10%, this 10% bit, right? You're effectively inflating the radius of the ball by 10%.
That is not, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I don't care. Well, dude, this is how the models work. So either you misunderstood.
Well, no, that's not what refraction. That's not what refraction means.
Dude, have you looked at the models? Do you understand what the models are? Can you get a model for me, a mathematical model?
No, listen, maybe you're right. If I want to refute something, what do you want me to refute?
That's not what refraction means if we're actually talking about Snell's law and not, you know, having
Atmosphere.
a conversation in lieu of an equivocation fallacy where you put one thing into the briefcase while the guy's not listening and you take the other thing out. So
Man, I thought we were doing
we're
analogies.
not talking about refraction as far as Snell's law is concerned. We know that. But we do know that Glober's claim, and the math is clear and the math is evident, that there's some 7/6R thing going on. But here's the thing. If you're not talking about that, then you're not talking about, any distance to the horizon that could be falsified. And that's kind of what we're looking for.
Yeah.
What is it that you want me to refute exactly? I think maybe
That
you
was very
think
clear
I'm
just
saying
now.
something.
So I brought up the 10. It was, what was her name? Greenweaver mentioned the 10% bit. I re-articulated the kind of the crux of that, why that's important. Okay, and you said no, and I said okay. So I'll bring forth what refutes that or what clarifies that.
Yeah, I was taking him through the icon with the coloured lights as well and pointing out that, at 6 and 7 and 8 miles, these coloured lights were all magically appearing to refract to appear exactly flat and level with each other. Even though the drop over curve should be 48 meters in the longest version and 48 feet, sorry, I think. And
Well, let me just clarify my stance on refraction. Refraction is not a magical answer. I guess it can be to somebody that doesn't really know what they're talking about, but refraction is not a magical answer for everything. So I don't think that. I'm just saying it does exist and it does account for things. And I guess what I was trying to say before is if 10% in these types of measurements or calculations is a variable regardless of how much it is, and that does matter. Just like if you took a test in school, the difference between 10% is an A and a B, right? That's a big difference. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that refraction is like some all-encompassing answer.
Okay, so you didn't provide any material. Okay, so thank you very much. The whole point is we understand that this 10% bit. Again,
okay, so then we're on the same page.
No, we're not on the same page. You didn't bring fuck all. Okay, my point is, okay, this bit, this pass or fail thing that you're talking about, it's akin to this, right? If you have something that is, let's say, 590 feet tall, okay, and it's so far away such that the deviation from a line of sight is 600 feet. Okay, this 10% bit, okay, raising it by 60 feet, all of a sudden you see the top 50 feet of the object. Sure, there's your pass or fail. Fail in that you don't see it, but you should see it. Excuse me, you don't see it, and because you shouldn't, because of the curvature of the Earth. Versus you do see it because it's peaking over by 50 feet by that extra 10% due to the refraction. That's kind of like what you're talking about. And in that sense, I understand that. The problem is this 10% bit in the cases being articulated in most contexts, okay, it doesn't suffice because people see the entire object, okay, 30 feet high, 50 feet high, whatever it is, from the surface to the top of the object, when the entire thing, right, from its base should be 600 feet below surface, below line of sight, okay? And the top of the object would be like 550 or 570 or whatever feet below the line of sight. So an uplift by 10% or whatever in these worst cases that we're talking about wouldn't do jack shit, right? That's the problem. It's context specific.
I think that's where I disagree. I think it doesn't it doesn't do exactly what you're saying. Yeah, like it's not going to account for why you see more, but there are a lot of different variables as to why you might see more. The thing that I was saying though in Greenweaver's a case where she brought up. This is why we're on this topic, by the way. She brought up being able to see most of verbatim a mountain range, even with, I'm assuming, some sort of elevation from sea level. My question is where's the rest of it? So you can see most of it, but why can you not see all of it? If you're on a flat surface, you, regardless of where you are, you should be able to see the beach. If you zoom in enough, maybe not with your naked eye, but you should be able to take a telescope or a high enough powered camera and zoom in, and that beach front or the base of a mountain range should come into vision.
Angle might
So,
be too small to resolve.
It may have done,
well,
but
that's
the point
just
is,
how that.
it's a 2,000 something high meter mountain, and it's a 3,100 meter
Super simple answer. It
curve,
was a
drop
very good
over
answer.
curve.
Then you didn't have to dilute it with all of that. The simple answer is you can't resolve between the ground and the bottom of whatever you can't see. Like, we know that's the case. We have tests.
That's why you use
over-
telescopes. Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying, my man. Because at the end of the day, even if you use a telescope, there's going to be a clarity issue because you can't see through air forever.
But it's not forever. It's a
I
couple
mean,
of months.
you're right. Yeah, but yeah, in this example, you're saying that you can see the mountain range with the naked eye, so it can't be
Okay, but
far
just
enough
like
not
with
to be able to
just like with the eye, just because you can see the mountain range doesn't mean you should be able to see the bottom. Again, there's some math we can
Well,
do.
on a flat Earth, you should.
Please
Right?
please stop
You
interrupting.
don't need to do math with that. Right?
I'm going to mute you, bro. It's 1:44 in the morning. I just want to finish my point. It's that simple, right? Respect and all. Like, I'm not cutting you off. It's very simple. It's like a slow conversation. It's nighttime. You don't need to be cutting me off and being riled up and stuff. So, okay. So, again, there might be a resolution issue. All we got to do is some math to figure it out.
You're saying there's a resolution issue if I used a telescope, which magnifies resolution?
Well, the telescope still would have a resolution limit. We can still do the math. So I'm not giving you an answer beforehand. Whatever you use, whatever was used, we can just take a look at the specs and we can figure it out. Let's do that instead of talking about nothing.
Fair enough. If I would love to see some math done. Somebody said there was a paper that I can read, and I've seen that there's some videos that were posted. I didn't see them earlier. These are apparently I guess showing what they were talking about, where you like can no longer see something once it's at a certain distance. And again, that is correct, especially with the naked eye. That becomes much shorter. These videos would be able to zoom in, and here's my issue, right? If what somebody's saying is these things are disappearing based on the resolution. Well, if these cameras zoom in and then things come back into resolution, doesn't that disprove that right there?
It sounds like you're conflating multiple things.
I'm just going off what is posted in the chat. I'm using.
Listen, I'm trying to help you out. I hear that you might be. You don't have to tell me. I already understand that you're missing something. So when people are talking about seeing something or not seeing something with the naked eye, and then zooming in, and you're talking about resolution and all of that, I mean, dude, that's stuff that we already all understand. So when someone's saying they're seeing, well, in this case, he's talking about like a mountain range, or she's talking about a mountain range, or whatever. But also, when we're talking about seeing too far, we're specifically talking about the horizon, which is a distance measurement, supposed to be. So just don't conflate the two.
Yeah, you should be able to measure those. But in these examples, that's not the case, is what I'm saying. I'm going based on the examples given to me. If there is an example regarding what you're saying, then I would like to see that as well. I'm more than willing to see any bit of information on this, and then I've also looked at a couple of videos before, and before I guess you joined in the conversation. But yeah, if there's I'm only talking about what I'm seeing. So because I can't really refute something I don't know what if I don't know what I'm talking about, right? If there's what am I going to refute if there's nothing?
That's fair. Does anybody have the Black Swan on hand?
I've seen the black. That's the most famous flat Earth thing.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah, that's the two oil rigs at those. So I mean, those have been fundamentally disproven, right? Like, all right. So let's just. So you're saying the Black Swan? What is that? Is that like the? What is the argument being made with that?
You have two oil rigs, one that's 9 point something and 11 point something miles away from an observer height of 1 foot. Right? From an observer height of 1 foot, the horizon technically would be at 1.22 miles. Right? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. 1 foot being the observer height, so you square root 1. It's 1. You multiply by 1.22. Right? So we have a horizon that's beyond, that actually, when you look at the photo, is actually beyond these oil rigs. So they serve more as like a demarcation point. Oh, here's 9.4 miles, here's 11, whatever, right? But when you look at the image, the horizon is actually further. So arguably, it's between 8 and 10 times further than it should be.
Well, I mean, for one thing, in this picture, you literally can't see the bottom of both of these platforms. How do you account for that?
You see the horizon behind it, dude.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, what is?
Do you or do you not see the horizon behind it? Because for whatever reason,
in this picture you see what I guess
for whatever
would be considered.
For whatever reason, why you might not be able to see little bits, like a foot or 2 feet of the bottom. I don't know. There's a giant wave. Could be the angular resolution bit that Elijah was talking about before. Who knows? The point is, you see the horizon. Period. Now, how is this fundamentally disproven? Use your words. Curious for this one, man.
Well, I think the thing is with this image, well, for one, the horizon actually, what that you're talking about, that faint gray line, right? That's the topmost line.
Yep.
That's not the horizon. The horizon, it is the ocular.
Where's the horizon?
I'm trying to look for the words to how to explain this, because I feel like even if I do kind of use my terminology, it won't really, because I would have to say refraction has something to do with that. But also again, like,
we understand.
Like at that second platform, there's a good amount of that platform. I mean, in both of them, there's a good amount of the platform missing. So I'm just, how does that work?
Do you or do you not see the horizon behind the second platform? Because think about it.
That's not the actual
everything that you see here, everything that you see here is being, quote, lifted up, if you want to use your refraction argument, right? Including the water behind it, right? That's what you're going to go for?
I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, so I would encourage you.
I guess my issue with it is just like the other forms of evidence, and most things actually, from what I've been able to see as evidence towards this, towards the flat Earth model is, well, for one, well, we've already been over this as well. I mean, even if you don't believe that, even if you believe the Earth is like infinite or whatever, if you don't have a model, then I don't really understand where you're coming. You're kind of at that point talking about a podium of air, right?
Why are you talking about models all of a sudden? We're just talking about a surface description. How you want to try and model the entirety of our world conceptually, all right? That's up to you.
not the entirety.
Right?
Just
We're just talking.
Yeah, not the entirety, but even in this, you have to have a model of what you're talking about. I guess what I'm saying
Well, how
is,
about
like,
this, right?
even
So,
if you believe that the Earth
how
is
about this, right?
infinite,
If you
that's
want,
still
how
technically
about
a
this?
model.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. So here's the thing, right? If you want to talk about quote models, okay, some people have different thresholds or whatnot, but somebody stating that the surface is level, right, is a very simple, univariable model.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, but I would think that in your head you're talking about you're thinking that we think we're thinking of a model where like the sun goes around in a circle and Antarctica is around or some shit like that. Nobody's saying that, right?
You don't have to say that, but what I'm saying is if you don't have a model for something like this, at least even if it's just I believe the Earth is infinite, like somebody in here actually said that they kind of compared the Earth to the universe. That in and of itself is a model, even if it's conceptually. The other thing I would point out about this black swan image is why are all the if refraction is not playing a difference in this. I mean, you can also look at the condition. I'm assuming the camera might be. These colors don't look right, but why is everything all distorted?
Yeah,
Why
so
is
I'll
everything
tell you this. Yeah, so number one, nobody said refraction is not playing a role in this. Okay, what people are pointing out when it comes to the refraction bit, okay, is that the argument that these oil rigs are below the line of sight by however many feet due to Earth curvature, right? That refraction is lifting them all up into the line of sight. Okay, that is where the shit goes wrong, because you would actually need a refractive index of something extraordinarily high that basically doesn't exist in reality, just to get the oil rig into view, let alone the horizon line.
Can you?
So if somebody could bring in the data, regarding the temperature, the humidity, and all that, to justify such a high refractive index, maybe we could talk. But beyond that, it's just an ad hoc rescue device.
Well, okay, so let me ask you something. If great example. If do you believe in Bigfoot? This is going to sound condescending. I'm not meaning for it to sound condescending. This plays into it. But there is a picture in the woods of a blurry image of Bigfoot, right? But you don't believe that because it's that image is not convincing.
I have no way of confirming it, sir. It's not about the convincing part.
Sure, and you have no way of confirming this one either, right? So why is it that this distorted image is used as proof?
It's the inability to validate it. Go ahead.
Hold on. So again, I mean, it's ludicrous. I mean, sure, you thought you heard that this was debunked somewhere, didn't really understand the argument, still aren't answering. So you still aren't answering the argument itself. It was a modus tollens. It's very simple. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. At most, all you said is refraction is at play. So based on what we're seeing, I'm assuming that you believe that the horizon where it appears optically is not the geometric horizon. But that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That the horizon that's only 1.2 miles away from the observers pushed back 10 miles, but the oil rigs that are 6 miles away aren't pushed back either. It's all in your field of view. It's ridiculous.
Okay, fair enough. So let me ask you this: you said that.
Second of all,
or
I'm
not
sorry.
not you
I'm
specifically.
sorry.
You didn't say
I
anything.
will just one more
What?
thing, if you don't mind. Second
Oh
of
yeah,
all,
my bad.
it's not the only black swan. There's so many. As a matter of fact, I have my own. And it's abundantly clear that some people and some observations have wonky things. Some observations are very clear. So it's kind of silly to argue that maybe there's something at play. At the end of the day, if I were to challenge you to say, well, in order to debunk this, someone would have to be able to actually predict where the not predict, measure the distance to the horizon. If they're saying that there's refraction, then they can. I mean, they're already claiming that they're working backwards because there was never no air day, so there was always refraction. They say somehow they have to input that as a variable, right? So if you do that, just tell us the maximum distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer. It's that simple. Just give us a number so that we can falsify it.
Well, and that would depend on again different
I don't care what
variables.
it
I
depends
couldn't
on.
give you
It depended on the apocalypse
and
on a Wednesday. I don't just make it as
I mean
extreme as
if you don't
possible.
care
Just
about
make it
how
as
things are
extreme
done,
as
then I mean why are we
possible.
talking?
Listen, it's not you because you don't know. Because I already know you don't know. The point is, nobody will say, "Here's the distance to the horizon." Everyone who claims that the black swan isn't a proper argument. Now, Nat Geo isn't afraid to tell you where the horizon is. Nat Geo gave us a black swan as well because they were on the lake as well. And they said that the boat was disappearing due to the horizon at 1.2 miles. Same kind of observation, 1 foot off the ground. And the water and the flags did disappear bottom up, but it wasn't the horizon because there was no horizon. It's what you call a local horizon. You can look all the way to the other side of the lake and see everything on the other side of the lake. So there's no horizon at 1.2 miles there either. And Nat Geo had no problem with claiming that that was the case. Every possible citation and reference I can give you now has no problem with claiming that's the case. All the videos before 2020 claims that's the case. And if you look at Andrew Thomas Young, all he does to include refraction, if just for an example, the 1.2 miles, it goes from 1.22 to 1.23, and in extreme cases it goes to 1.34. And I think you understand that that doesn't really help when you can see the horizon beyond 10 miles. So I mean,
Well, and so let's just say that
everything that
okay,
I said
so
was very
if
clear. I'm sure you're gonna have something that's non sequitur, but is a rebuttal nonetheless. I don't have the energy for it. I'm gonna go on mute. But thank you, everybody.
okay. Well, I will just say, if all these examples of proof are observational, so far. So you're right. I could, if I wanted to disprove this myself, if I had the means or the want, I could just go to where those are they're there forever or until they're destroyed. I could go to where that video was taken and I could do my own tests. Right, that would be really the only way to functionally disprove this because I would be trying to go from a basis of this is the observation here, disprove what is being seen. And I could say, well, look at the image. I mean, it's clearly affected by a lot of different variables, not even just refraction. Um, but that is not enough. I would have to, and this is why when somebody brought up the test of like your ocular resolution across flat surfaces, and they said you can do this at home, and I said I will right now. I can do it on my counter in my kitchen and show you exactly why that does not work. So I'm not able to because I don't have
Did
the
you do the math? Did you do the math on the camera that you're going to use, and if the distance across your counter was far enough for
well, no,
that?
we're not talking about curvature. This is a different.
No.
This
Listen, I
was.
didn't say any. I didn't say anything
I
about
thought we weren't.
curvature.
I
So
thought we
that
weren't
lets me know.
interrupting people. You keep interrupting me.
Yeah. Well, I listen. I didn't say anything about curvature, so that lets me know that you're not listening. Okay. Everyone else who's here can hear exactly what I said. I asked you. That little countertop that you're talking about at your house, did you figure out with your aperture what the minimum resolution would be? And is the distance far enough? If you're going to be serious, Don't
Well,
fuck around.
it wouldn't really matter, right? Because on a flat
It
surface,
does really
if I
matter because your resolution limit would have to do with a distance, because the distance denotes an angle.
well, I'm not
The
making the
angle in
claim
which
that
we
something
see, and
disappears
there's
on
a
a
minimum.
counter. I'm
The
I'm
minimum is
saying
going
that
to
it
be
doesn't.
the minimum is going to be at a distance. So if you don't have a distance far enough to reach the minimum, then you can't do it. However, we don't have to play this game. We have at least 5 examples of how things disappear bottom up over flat surfaces by testing it over 1,000-foot lake. That's not something that I've done, but that's something that Indio's seen. Not sure if he's done, and that's something that AI has done. The AI, he's a member and a moderator of 24/7, and over 1,000-foot lake at 8 inches above the surface, where if you calculate how much curvature there should be and where the horizon is based on the formula of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, in 1,000 feet, there should be absolutely no curvature because the horizon should be around 2,000 feet or something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. So
Where are you getting these?
there are many
This
there are many there are many
1.22.
demonstrations that we use horizontal surfaces to create the effect of something disappearing bottom up. I mean, we have loads of GIFs. Dude, stop it.
Well, yes, ocularly it looks like something is disappearing bottom up, but
Right, not due
especially if
to
you're low enough
any
to the ground. But
right, not due
what
to
I'm
any
saying is, and
physical
what you're
obstruction.
saying
That's
is
the
right,
point.
right? Like in order for my counter to be, but somebody, what I'm saying, the reason.
I'm tired. I'm bored. No. Yes, ocularly, because there's nothing in between you and the thing that's disappearing ocularly. There's nothing in between. That means things can disappear bottom up without there actually being physical obstruction.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the point.
There you go.
I don't know why this has to be so hard. When things disappear bottom up over flat surfaces. That's simple.
Would you guys care if I chimed in on this for a minute?
Yeah, you go ahead first. I'm gonna unmute the other guy, but you go ahead, and then whatever he's gonna say is whatever.
Is it
Go ahead.
Shippy? Would
You
you
can say
agree?
it however you want.
I think Big Daddy's right. It's all about the angle of sight and perspective. But would you agree that if the boat, the ship, whatever, was so close to the camera, it was touching the camera, would you agree that you wouldn't be able to see anything?
I mean, sure, if you had something right in front of your face, you wouldn't be able to discern all of it, right? So I put my
As it, yeah. So you agree. So as it gets the object, whatever you're doing, as it gets further from you, you'll see more and more of it. Would you agree with that?
until it gets to a certain point, and then it will start to look like it disappears. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's because just like as it was up close, as it gets further and further of you, it symmetrically reduces in size. Apparently, the object doesn't actually reduce in size; it just apparently does. So that would be
That's right.
perspective. That would be perspective. Now that the angle of sight is also being reduced, right? So if you take the chess piece all the way up to the camera, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see the board. You're not even going to know it's a chess piece, right? But as you move it away, you see what it is. And even after that, as it gets further and further, the angle of sight is being reduced. And what I mean by that is the angle of sight is determined from the ground up. That's because that's what's determining the angle of sight. Right?
James, just quickly for context, I don't know if you were here, but the case that we were looking at, right, is a case of a mountain range in the distance. Now,
It's the
Of
same
course, eventually, yeah, but let me finish. So, of course, at the end, right, if the mountain range is so far away, then it all disappears, right? I agree, because it becomes indistinguishable from.
He didn't need your help. He didn't need your help. Just finish. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so no matter what the object is, mountain, chess piece, ship, as it gets further from you, it symmetrically appears to reduce in size symmetrically, and the angle of sight is determined from the ground, because you can't see through the ground. That's why the top of the object is still visible, because that's transparent, right? There's nothing. I guess what I'm saying is the angle of sight is determined from the ground, the horizontal. That's where the angle of sight is. So the closer the object is, it's right up to your eyes. The further it is, your eyes start reducing to the ground. The ground starts getting in the way. Does that help
Well,
you
that's
out?
not exactly how that works. But so this is my point, though, right?
No, that is how it works.
Well, you're saying that the
Hold
ground.
on.
Okay, well, let's just say that is. And this is my point, though,
Tell me
right?
how it don't, though. Tell me how that's not how it works. How is that not how it works?
Well, the ground doesn't. When something gets farther away, this is what you're saying. Perspective. You're 100% right. Perspective plays a part in that, but the ground isn't actually making a difference, right? The ground, like the ground isn't.
Here, let me give you a
Yeah,
better
you're right.
example.
Where you can see from the angle, but
I'll give
so this
I'll give
is.
you a better example. Hold on. Okay, so if you look straight down at your feet, right? The only way, like you're standing in your garage or a long warehouse, right? You look down at your feet. The only way to see the end of the warehouse is to look up, right? You're going to have to move your head up.
Yeah.
As you move your head up, the ground also goes, it doesn't go up, it appears
Yeah,
to
that's
go up.
where I was saying it sort of, yes.
Now,
Well,
that's
it comes into
perspective
your field of
and
vision.
angle. Okay, go ahead. That's perspective and the angle of sight put together, but go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. And so I guess this is my point, right? So, yes, if something far enough away will seem to disappear almost into the ground itself and meld into the farthest things away from you, right? But when, like, let's say I was sitting prone, right? And I was like, some of these videos are prone basically on the ground along like railroad tracks in one of them or whatever, across a bridge.
Right.
And it seems like the ground, and even in those videos, you can see that the light, like the street seems to like almost disappear, like vanish. Not necessarily that it's like it literally kind of comes apart, almost pixelated. But so this is what I'm saying. Like if you were laying prone on the ground though, and somebody walks far enough away from you where they start to disappear from seemingly the bottom up, but really what it is they're not disappearing from the bottom up. It's just how the resolution is working. And you're right. They're allowing more of this is on a completely flat surface, no obstructions. The ground would seem to kind of meld in with their feet. But if I took from that same scope and just let them keep walking and then just took a telescope or a high enough powered zoom, or let's say my eyes could zoom in, I would, until they went across like an obstruction or horizon, this is on a flat model, yeah, I would be able to see them.
Incorrect. Let me ask you a question.
Why is that incorrect?
Just like your eyeball, does the telescope have a resolution limit?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
Okay, so
depending on the telescope, it can be extremely far.
Listen, so at some point, the same thing would happen. Now, unless you have an example with a telescope or something, like, is that how this mountain thing was taken? Was it taken
Well,
with the
no,
telescope?
Greenweaver basically just said she was like outside of her house, or there wasn't like specifics, but she said, "Why could I see this mountain range across this most of?" That was the verbatim. And my question was, well, even if you can see most of it, why are you not able to see the rest of it? Why are you not able to see all of it if we're on a flat?
Probably her optical equipment, most likely, if not.
This was just with her eyes.
I could see it with my own eyes, I could see
Yeah.
it with my own eyes, and it was
Okay. So
well
could be.
over 4/5 of the entire mountain. Yet it should have been at least hidden by 700 meters of earth curve because it's only 2,200 meters high, and the earth curve would have been about 3,100. So it shouldn't even have been visible at all, is my point. And yes, it was.
Well, and fair enough. Let's say that's the case. But in what I'm saying is, if you can see it, period, right? Like, why are you only able to see most of it?
Do we know? Do we know how? What's the distance?
I have no idea. I think this is just
All right, you, bro. If you care to answer the question, relax. What's the distance?
200 kilometers.
200 kilometers.
Yeah.
Have you gone on Google Earth?
Yep. Done it
Is there
with the
anything in between there?
A big bay.
I'm sorry.
A big bay and an island in the foreground. Yeah. I could have posted it, but I
Oh
think
yeah,
I've only
let me see what we're talking about first of all.
Can I post in the chat, or I can't? Maybe only English Hub. Yeah, 'cause it
but
doesn't
Big
seem to let
Daddy's
me
right
post the
though.
picture.
The same thing will happen with your eyeballs, even if you're using an optic that has a better resolution and better aperture than your eyeball.
You
Same
said with
effect.
her eyeballs, why couldn't she see the whole thing? Well, I mean, perhaps if she'd have took out a high power zoom camera, she'd have seen the whole thing. So what are you talking? We
Possibly,
don't even
yeah, we
have the
wouldn't be able to
information.
know.
We
I'm just
don't.
going based on what I was told.
So okay,
Hold on.
you just said like, and you agreed. Wouldn't you'd be able to see the people disappear, and that would be because of the resolution limit? Duh, no shit. And then I find out that she actually did use her eyes, just her eyes for the observation. Okay. So now you're saying, well, what if we take out a telescope? Well, I assume that was the case. Okay, that's not the case. I already know we have long distance photography, so I'm not worried about. I wish she did take out a telescope. I'm pretty sure she'd see the whole thing. If not majority of it, and the part of it you couldn't see is probably because of, I don't know, maybe some land or the mountains that you can't really resolve at that angle.
Can you explain the formula?
That's kind of a shaky argument. That doesn't
The
really track.
horizon, yeah, there's a haze.
Well, no, it's kind of a what? I didn't hear that. What?
There's a haze at the horizon. Obviously, when you're looking far, 200 kilometers away, you're looking at a haze at the horizon where all the trees and all the foreground, all the houses and little hillocks in between me and that mountain would probably obscure the bottom of that mountain. That's what you'd expect.
Man, you're wilding. Like, fam, you shouldn't even see the whole thing. Like, you shouldn't even see it at all. Like, you're tripping, bro.
No.
Can you
Well, I mean,
explain the formula, like?
Like, it's supposed to be. Hey,
Can you
bro, you're
explain the formula?
tripping. A
What's the formula?
60-foot
Can you explain
building,
that?
bro?
No, you can't. Tried.
Excuse me.
Can you explain the formula? 1.22 thing.
I'm pretty. Excuse you.
Can you
Can you
explain the
explain the
formula?
formula?
Which
Jinx.
one? Because it sounds like you're asking
1.22. The
created from R
1.22.
squared formula. That doesn't.
No, the
No, that just has to do.
1.22.
That just has to do with the horizon. But we're not talking about that right now. Where you at in the conversation, fam? Second of all, no the fuck I couldn't. And I say every day on here, I'm terrible at math. I'm gonna run to Google every single time and use that damn calculator. Or Matthew Learns, who's our resident Glober who will do the math for me. And what?
Well, it don't matter what he's saying is right. Big Daddy's right. If you're literally standing at the beach and all you're using is your naked eye, and all of a sudden the ship disappears, then you pull out an optic, just like your eyeball's an optic, and then you bring the ship back into view. Well, that tells you from the naked eye that it didn't go over a curve. Otherwise, the optic that you pulled out wouldn't be able to see it because it's behind a curve. Not only that, but like he's saying, the optic you're using is going to have the same effect as your eyeball. Eventually, it's going to disappear, apparently, bottom up. That's the angle of sight and perspective combined. If
Yes,
the
I
ship
mean that
disappears,
is correct.
if the
That
ship
is correct.
disappears, yeah, if the ship disappears with your naked eye, right, and you claim that's because it went over a curve, then you pull out a optic that's greater than your eye, even though it's still an optic, and you can bring the ship back into view. That lets you know that it didn't go over a curve. It's
Well,
just
yes,
optic,
in that instance, but I guess what I'm
perspective,
saying though
and
is that
angle of sight.
yeah,
Oh,
and that's I
perspective
guess
is
that's my
angle of
point
sight.
is if you're what you're saying is right, and what we're both saying is actually right. We're both on this. I think we're all on the same page as far as like if you zoom in, if you have enough, let's say you have infinite resolution, which we don't clearly, but we have very very powerful telescopes.
If
I
we
mean,
had
even some of
infinite, you
the
would know
even a
there was
Nikon
God.
camera can go multiples of miles. Um, so, but there are. I mean, I think this is what I'm trying to say is that if you on a flat surface, and I know that this isn't the case over like extremely large distances like you could cover with an ocean because there will be at some point like just in general the atmosphere the air will obscure but on a flat surface you or a flat plane you should be able theoretically at least on a flat surface you should be able to zoom as far as you can zoom you should be able that whatever that thing is should come back into vision but what we see and what we experience is that's not the case right
That is the
we have
case.
Well, there's
It's
there's
got
no,
an
we have
angle of
evidence of
forget
things
forget.
going over
Hold on,
Oh, we
time out,
just got done going over it.
time out. Hold on. So let me ask you a question. Like since the sky is completely open and the ground is completely crowded, right? Let me ask you, like when you're looking, say you're looking at one of these gifs in the chat, or just imagine the ocean before the horizon, right? Let's just take the bottom half. Let's say it takes half of the area of the GIF or picture or whatever you're looking at. The first 50%, is that going to be the same distance as the second 50%?
I might have misunderstood what did you say something
The
about it
first 50%,
yeah but
if you're
what if I'm
looking at
looking
the
at what if I'm looking at a gif what do you
if
mean
you're looking at the ocean, the first 50% up into the horizon, is that going to be the same distance as the if you cut that in half? So you have the horizon at the beach, and then you cut in your field of view between you and the horizon in half. Is
okay
the half in front of you the same distance, the half behind you?
wait
Not behind you,
well
sorry. The other
behind
half.
itself like the other half well no obviously I mean
He
this
knows
is
what you meant.
yeah I know
Right.
what you meant I was trying to like calculate I was trying to
Because of resolution, right? So imagine zooming in to the horizon. Remember, all you're doing is magnifying things, right? You're not zoom is such a funny word. You're just magnifying what's already in your field of view, okay? And you're trying to magnify what's on the horizon. Do you know how much information is in that angle? It's too small to resolve.
well
That's why we
not
can't.
if you're constantly
That's why.
magnifying it right?
Bless you, babe. That's why you can't see the distances you probably assume we should be able to see. What we should be saying is without, because that's just hypothetical and it's wrong. I, now, when it comes to the globe, though, there should be no stretch that's actually horizontal. When I say horizontal, I mean level. When I say level, I mean straight. Yes, I'm using them all synonymously like the dictionary does. Now, I understand that globers think that level is actually an equal distance from the center of the earth to the sea level. Like I get that. And effectively that means level is curved. I get it. I don't understand how an orientation could be curved, but here's what I'm saying. We can test whether or not level is actually from the center of the earth to the surface and curved, or actually just horizontal, like people think of when they think of locally horizontal or, construction. Like, we can actually test that because we're supposedly on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Since that's the case, there damn sure shouldn't be 10 miles of horizontal, 20 miles of horizontal, 30 miles of horizontal, and on and on. There should be not one measurement of this. And we got all that because the surface is actually horizontal in the most practical sense.
I like your
I think
analogy.
I think I see what you're saying. So if I'm standing on the beach, you're basically saying that, like, if I'm just looking at it,
I
nothing
didn't
but
give you
ocean,
any
right?
examples of how we measure how flat it is yet. I'm just telling you that.
No, I understand. What I'm saying
Okay.
though is, like, just from your perspective or whatever. You're saying, like, if I'm standing on a beach looking at the ocean, I'm just using this as the example. That there's no reason why that ocean should be flat all the way across my field of vision horizontally, right?
And that's no. There's no reason that you should be able to measure, not just look, measure 10, 20, 30, 50 miles of horizontal surface on a sphere radius 3,959 miles. That doesn't work.
How would you? Okay. So what kind of? You saying there are measurements for this though? Can I see those?
Well, we got laser tests. I'm praying to God somebody will back me up. Yeah, they
I've
are. They
I've
posted them.
actually we actually that was before you got in here. That was what we were talking about, was the laser test.
So there you go.
The laser. Well,
There's too many for you to
it's none of the
just.
videos that I
There's
watched.
way too many.
Yeah, well, and like if you were in here, you would have heard my. It's hard to argue with evidence like that, right? Because
Well,
you're
what does a
basically
laser
saying,
do?
like,
What does a laser do?
what do you mean?
What does a laser do? Does it travel in a straight path or does it not travel in a straight path?
Well, unobscured light just travels in the same in one direction. It doesn't change direction, as far as we know, without obscuration or some sort of interference. But and this was in these examples, right? So let me.
Right,
So this is one of
hey,
them.
can we
Was the
slow down
Salt
for a
Lake.
second? Can we slow down for a second? In the examples that I've thought of, I'm not really sure exactly yet what's been posted. You have a laser going from point A to point B. So, what we would, if the laser is going from point A to point B, it's either going across a horizontal surface because lasers travel in straight lines. As a matter of fact, it definitely damn sure does look that way on top of actually reaching the target as well. Or it would have to curve 8 inches per mile squared plus whatever extra math that you use to describe what that would be as the beam of light curving with the surface of the convex surface earth. And there's no justifying that. Like, why would light exponentially bend to follow the curvature of the earth for 50 miles?
Well, I'd have to see the example. The example that I was shown, there was two of them. One of them was actually, I'll just go up and make sure I read the exact one. It was the It was the.
Why does Fallen Friends
I'm
think that
just
you're
scrolling
flat
up.
earther LARPing?
That I am.
He must think you're doing a terrible job or something. I don't know. These Globers are crazy. He asked why I'm. What he asking why. He said, "Are you so short of people to talk to? You just LARP with your own." I'm assuming he's taking you as our own, probably because he doesn't like
I don't.
the way you're defending whatever's happening.
Yeah, I have no idea. I can't. Wait, did I skip past this
Anyway,
video?
sorry to distract you with that. My bad. That
No, you're
my
fine.
fault.
Well, I can explain what it was. I don't know exactly. I guess I can't. I skipped past the. I'm trying to find the video in the chat. It was in here. Maybe it was deleted. Well, there was a video. These other ones too, but the first one, for instance, I watched. It was 10 minutes, and the sun was across a frozen lake, and there was a. It was the red light, purple light experiment where they had the sheet and my question, thing was is I couldn't,
The
you
light
can't
purple
without
light.
being there and.
I'm not sure I love that one.
I mean, it was just the one that it was given. I mean, there's a couple other ones I just haven't really been involved in the conversation, so I haven't.
Yeah, you
Gone
kind of
to
just
watch
have
them.
to see it yourself, like
I
because
actually that's
when I
100%
did
true.
my own Black Swan and I went to the beach, I tried to. I mean, I was a Glober my whole life, right? Like I can still be a Glober, like in my mind, like when I'm talking to other people and I'm just talking about space and all of that. Like I just go right, It's not like I've been delusional before, So I went to the beach and I saw New Jersey. That was 6 miles away. And to the left of that is the open ocean. The horizon is way further than New Jersey. And that's never not going to be my observation. Like, that's one of the things you go to the beach, you go, oh, look, in New Jersey over there. Like, I had a good just my phone camera zoomed into the other side of New Jersey from freaking the beach. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. Like when you're actually there and you're actually looking and you're trying to figure out, okay, well, how is refraction making this look like what it doesn't look like? And that just doesn't make sense because there's nothing wonky going on. There's no oil rigs like wave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally understand that line of, and that's kind of what I kind of was saying earlier. Is it's hard for me to be not be disingenuous and try to refute evidence like that. I can point out what I view as flaws in the evidence potentially, if there are, but without doing that kind of testing myself, it is very difficult to actually disprove those things. I could not. Like I said, I couldn't be honest with myself and say this is why this isn't working. I would have to do these are observational examples. If there was a like a mathematical, if there's like a paper or something where there was like numbers and stuff, that's more easily refutable potentially. So I would have to like go to these places, like I said, go to the Black Swan myself and stand on the beach and take a video, and then I could come back in here and post what I've seen because I don't think outside of that, because at least in my opinion, there are a lot of
A 50
variables.
mile
Even in
radius.
your example, there's unseen variables that maybe aren't accounted for.
Well,
That's
listen,
not saying that that
that's
was the
like
case.
when I have presents and I don't understand that my mom put it there, but since I was up all night, I didn't hear or see Santa and I don't have a chimney. I'm gonna say there must be some unforeseen variables. That why must there be some unforeseen unknown variables? Because we live on a globe, so something has to explain that. Like what? And like humor me. Variables like what?
I mean, temperature, humidity, You know,
What does
diffraction,
temperature and
distance,
humidity do in
elevation.
6 miles? You ever looked at a building 6 miles away?
Well, this is what I'm saying.
No,
This is what I'm saying. I can't
listen to
refute
what
it
you're
without
saying
seeing
and
it.
listen to what I'm asking. Have you ever seen a building? Forget 6 miles away. Have you ever seen a building 1 mile away?
Well, I mean, it would be kind of hard to do that. Most buildings are in proximity to other buildings, but
So yeah,
actually,
I don't
well,
know.
no, actually, I can say,
I live in New York City. I can see buildings in Jersey. That's all I'm saying. I live in Manhattan. I can see buildings in Brooklyn. I'm just saying. Have you ever
yeah,
seen a
and
building a couple
I'm
of
saying
miles
that's
away, a mile
possible.
away? Have you? Yes or no? Maybe it's no. Just say that. I still
Well,
want to make
actually, I
the
was going to say
example.
I actually used to live in Chicago, and when we would go out on the lake and look back at the shoreline, yeah, of course you can see the buildings. So,
Okay. Okay. So
but you
now,
can't see the bottoms of them.
I ain't nobody ask you that, bro. What I'm
Well,
about
that
to
kind
ask
of
you
matters,
is
right?
how does temperature, because listen to what you're telling me. If the horizon is 1 mile away and it appears 10 miles away, have you ever seen a building that's 1 mile away appear 10 miles away, my dude? Because of the temperature, the unknown variable of temperature. Have you ever seen that in your life?
Well, no, that just wouldn't make sense.
Exactly.
Why would something get?
Well, that's what the physical Earth curve is supposed to be. It's a tangent to the tangent point. So it's actually a location where you can see no further, kind of like a building being in your way of the rest of the city. That's what they're claiming. And then when we don't see it, they just have an excuse as to why we don't see it. And that excuse is somehow the refraction and the temperature makes a 1 mile away building, or in this case, the leading edge of the sphere, not look like it's 1 mile away, but 10 miles away. Even though Jersey is where it's at, even though the oil rigs are where they're at. It's not like those things are pushed further. You can't say that. It's on Google. We know where it is, so we know that that's where it is. Nobody would say, hey, this thing is any distance, but it appears like it's a further distance. The only time they'll say that is because of Earth curve that they thought would be at 1.2 miles, but looks way the fuck over there, 10, 20, 30 miles, which is obviously ridiculous. You can't fix that. So there has to be some kind of ridiculous, unspoken variable where they will never be able to predict where the horizon will be. That's never happened. It's been 7 years. No, well, the Black Swan, 20. It's been 5 years, bro. 5 years.
Well, I mean, you can. I actually would be interested. So you say you live in New York and you can see. So why don't you take a? Not right now, obviously, but why do you have a video of what you're talking about, or a picture, or?
I can get a video.
Yeah, I mean that would be right there. I mean, you have easily
I mean, but
access
you're
to.
gonna say there must be some unknown variable. So what's I'm gonna do it
Oh no,
because
it might be. It
I've
might
already
be
been
that it's
telling
very
people that
clear what the
it needs to be
variable is.
done. But
No, it might not be that. If it's I'm not gonna. If you put a video in and my only
you did say
argument
earlier.
would be
Sorry to
refraction.
interrupt again. I know I am interrupting you a little more than I should, and I apologize because I did mention that earlier. But I just want to note you did mention you don't think that refraction is the save all be all. There's got to
Mm-hmm.
be some point in which okay, this is falsifiable for you. Otherwise, it's religion, bro. Like there has to be some actually like direct way, not some
Mm-hmm.
inferential way. I don't know if inferential is a word. I might have made
It
that.
is.
I don't.
French
Okay,
is the word.
there has to
It's.
be a
I don't know if
direct
that's
way.
what it means. I think you're right. I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, it has to be direct. Like, saying why can't we
Yes.
see the bottoms of buildings? That's an inference. Hey, we can't call that curvature because we're now talking about how the curvature is variable because of effects. So we cannot you can't use you see what I'm saying? Like we can't in
Oh,
one
no,
hand
that's
say I mean because specifically In the Nat Geo situation, there was no horizon because you could see to the other side of the lake, but still the bottom part of the boat was missing. And that's why you was like, but why is the bottom missing though? So the the horizon being the leading edge of the sphere claim is not reliable.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that you're right. There has to be an explanation for it. Whether you can decipher what the explanation is through a video is
No.
much
There
more
doesn't
difficult.
have to be an explanation for we live on a sphere, so let's explain this observation. No, I know you're not saying that, are you?
No. What I'm saying is in specific examples, right? Like
No, I'm
the
saying because
example, like
go ahead.
if you post a video of like the New York to New Jersey thing, right? There, I wouldn't. It would be hard for me to. And this is what I was saying. I would be disingenuous trying to be like it's just refraction because that is not the end all be all. Just like magic poof word that fixes everything. It is. It is part of something, but there. When I say variables, I mean things like, and this is what I'm saying. Like, so this is only for um, specific references. So, like the New York and New Jersey thing, it would be hard in those videos. There are when I say unspoken variables or unknown variables, it would be because I don't know exactly. And if you have these specifics, it could be like where you are specifically taking the video.
Yeah, for sure.
These are the
That's
variables
easy.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about, and that's not. And this, this is the thing. At least in my mind, nothing across the board, just even on the globe side, is just like a universal. This disproves. This proves because of all the
No. I
variables.
gotta stop you there. Remember that there's only one claim on the table. Like all this other stuff where it's like nobody can disprove or prove that's bullshit. And I already told you why. And I'm gonna explain it again. I'm gonna be very quick. The word level, that's the only thing that matters in this conversation. Either level is an orientation is curved or it's actually just horizontal, the way it's defined. So you have to test whether it's one or the other. There is no one can ever figure out which one it is. Cause I'm telling you, well, we're looking across the surface as if it's horizontal at least 16 miles, shit, 10 miles, 20 miles. Like that's
I think
not
maybe that
possible.
might be the disconnect where I'm. So when you say horizontal, what I'm thinking, and this is just I'm painting the picture in my mind of what I'm
A straight line,
getting from.
a straight
Yes,
ass line.
yeah. Well,
That's it.
yes,
That's all you
but
have
when
to
it
think
comes
about.
to
That's what I'm
well,
talking about. Don't have to make it any harder than it is and repurpose it. Out of like, let's cut this conversation kind of in half by not doing that. When I say horizontal, I mean straight. Versus when a glober says horizontal, they mean it's curved.
no,
And
I
when
was
I
just
say
trying to
curved,
make
not
sure I
to
knew
be
what you were talking
disingenuous,
about.
I want you to understand that I understand that I'm talking about from the center to sea level. So for all intents and purposes, they would say elevation wouldn't change, blah, 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 whatever. But it still means that as an orientation, it's subjective. That's what I mean by curved.
Yeah,
But
no,
what
I'm
that
just trying
means
to
directly,
clarify.
though, what that means directly, though, is that in front of me at all times, I'm looking at a convex surface or curving surface at all times, whether I can perceive it or not. But I should
Yes,
be able to measure it based on the radius of
correct.
the Earth.
Yes, sort of, but also this is where I say that there's other variables when you're calculating for the curvature. What I was trying to clarify with the horizontal thing, because when you've been saying it, what pops into my mind, this is maybe it's not necessarily on you, but when it pops into my mind is what you're talking about is like like horizontal, meaning my field of view, it's that horizontal line, whatever I'm looking at. But that's not what you mean. I understand what you mean. I was just confused because when you've been saying horizontal, I'm thinking of something, but I get what you're saying. Why we can measure the distances. So
No, like why we can shoot a laser from point A to point B, like a laser is going straight, unless you're gonna say that a laser can drop more than a 6-story building or 60-story building. And first of all, I'm not even going to accept that. I'm not even going to entertain that. Light is not bending. What's the word again? Exponentially. That's not happening. Do we agree or no?
just in general, light doesn't do that.
Not in general. Like what would possibly make light? Light travels in straight lines. You said unless interfered with. There's nothing in existence in reality that's going to interfere with light in air, like outside, in air, to make it bend exponentially.
Well, even temperatures can do that. That's why you see that. Like that's why you can
Temperature
see
can't
heat.
make light bend exponentially. If light changes an angle, it's not going to continuously change angle. Like
no, but that's not
second
necessarily
of
what
all, over 10 miles, is it going to be a uniform? Is the temperature going to get hotter and hotter, making the curvature more exponential, or is it going to be different pockets of temperature?
Yeah, I mean temperature.
Is it going to be this ideal temperature all across the way that's going to carry that beam to a 50-mile away observer?
Well, and this is why I also
do you
think
believe
that
that?
this is why I also think that lasers aren't really a good. They're
No.
not a
The
precise
laser hit
enough.
50 miles. No, the laser reached the 50-mile observer. That let's not say it's not a good. That's a damn good object. 50
No, listen
miles is a
to what
damn good
listen real quick.
observation.
What I'm
Lasers are not
saying is
good
that
line of
using
sight
lasers.
targeting systems. It's probably better tell the military and the navy. We use fucking lasers to target things at distance, dude. What are you going to say now, that we don't use them to target things at distance? They're not very good to target things at distance. We
They
use
are
them.
very good for that.
Yeah, that's what we
What I'm
use.
saying though is that using light, like using a laser to try and using a laser where the light can interact with even the molecules in the air. You know, this is. I don't think using a laser is accurate enough. I think you could do this test
It's not
in the
accurate enough to
daytime.
target. Sorry, a laser isn't accurate enough to target things at distance. That's what they use them for.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one. All right. Well, we're gonna keep going because I
Wait,
want you to
so I'm
sound
confused.
more.
So we use things to
We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going because I want you to. Who is that?
use to object things in China, for example. Like, what's
That's you.
what a retarded point to make, Jedi?
All right. Hold up, real quick. Give me a second.
Sorry,
Take care of
Eli.
that,
I
please.
should have interrupted.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna make this harder and harder for you, and of course, I'm gonna come back with my observation from the beach as well. Sea skimming missiles. Oh, which can skim the sea at what? Uh, was it 6 meters, 10 meters, or something like that?
Well, if I can really quick, if I can finish my point.
No, dude.
Well, am I allowed to finish my point? Because
Like, my point is that we actually have demonstrations of measurements and things going the distance of too much horizontalness. Like, that's the point. Like, you're not really trying to receive that, because whatever you're saying is really like, yeah, whatever. Well, I'm not here to trade with you, like, because I have the ace. Like, it's not like I need to be shutting up because you're giving me curvature. You're not giving me anything right now. Let's keep it real.
Well, can I make my point?
Whatever.
Okay, so what I was saying with the laser testing not being, well, in the example I gave where they had the sheet behind the laser, right? Why not just do the tests in the daytime with the sheet? You should be able to do the same thing without needing the laser. The
Oh
laser
my
is
God, the sheet! I just
variable.
told you I hate that video. That's the worst. I don't even. I
Well,
there's
so
probably there's
this is
nothing
my
as other than the fact that I don't know those people. Like and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like I don't care about that. I don't like things where people set out to do something and they fail, so they do something else. That's one of those kind of deals. I don't stop talking about that. It's so I'm sitting here literally giving you examples of something else. You have not once said 50 miles. You're bugging. Put that in chat right now. You're not even curious for real, for real.
I don't really know what I would be asking about that. I mean,
No, you'd be actually looking at something and actually using your brain, and then coming to terms with, okay, this seems like something that I might lose 5 minutes of sleep at night. I might go to this place because this is ridiculous. This can't be what it looks like in this video. That's the type of shit people
yeah,
be
if I
doing.
saw a video like that, maybe that you might be right. I haven't seen one yet. So maybe you're right. Maybe that's a better starting off point for this conversation. If there is a, I guess, video or evidence of or something like that, like what you're talking about. There's no way for me to refute or really discuss something that is not. There's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing. I don't have like
Right.
a video to really discuss. So if you have a video for me to look at, and then I can be like, that is perplexing, or I can maybe try and explain it if I can, without being disingenuous.
Okay. Let's see, because I'm not gonna dig into Ben's videos. I know the video I'm talking about is actually like a year or two old. So
You said you had your video from the shore too, right? I would like to see that.
no, I said I need to do a video.
Oh, I thought you said you had one. You should. That would be. I mean, that's you could walk out of your house and do that. I've been in New York. I've seen what you're talking about. But I would like to see what you know. I am
You know
not
what?
all knowing, all seeing.
Damn, I wish my boy who remembers MIDI.
Yep, I remember MIDI.
Oh, man, I could just call him up and we could go to Coney Island. He has a dope ass camera.
I haven't
That would
seen him
I say
for 4
yes.
years.
I say 100%. You should.
why can't I haven't spoken to him in ages? But I will though. I will do.
But if there is another video that I can take a look at, because like I said, the only reason I keep bringing those up is because those were the only ones that were given to me so far. So I don't really want to try to
Jedi,
talk
what
about.
do you have a favorite?
What, laser test? I'll pop some in the side chat for you.
Just your favorite, just one.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. Give me a couple of moments.
Fallen Friend seems to think that you're Apocryphon.
I saw. I don't exactly know what that is.
You're not Apocryphon. It's a person.
Oh, I saw it was linked to me, but I thought it was because I just said something about Nikon, so I thought maybe it was a camera thing or something. I don't really know what Apocryphon is. Okay.
Yeah, say paradigm after
These
the
were posted. I don't. Okay. Okay. Let me watch this real quick. I'm going to mute. Just I don't want to have potential background noise.
All right. Are you gonna watch the whole thing? Because you know what? Just to refresh, I may watch it right along with you.
Yeah,
Just so we're like
I'll
along the
always, if you send me a link to a Paige, I'm not gonna just skim it. I believe you should know. I want to know what I'm talking about if I'm going to talk about something. So yeah,
All
I'm
right,
going to
it's
watch.
cool. 8 minutes. All right. So I guess
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
be back in 8 minutes, folks. And change. 9 minutes almost. Well, either. Thank you, Jedi.
No worries, brother.
I've always liked the 21 Mile Salt Lakes by Ben.
It's quite a good one, that one, isn't it? There's a few of the Salt Lake ones around that I like, but that's my favourite.
Yeah. Yeah, because DJ is like taking it to other levels too, like pointing out there's no horizon where it should be either, you know, like that's like, duh, of course, like, why didn't I see that before, right? Yeah.
How did our mate Maxos go earlier on? Did he realise it's measured flat yet, or does he still think it's a scientific endeavour?
Oh, is he still coming back? That's good. I spoke to him the other day. He's an interesting character.
Interesting's a nice way of wording it.
I'm trying to be polite this week.
I'm trying to be not loud this week. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Thanks.
We'll both fuck up
I think I'm going to need it.
What'd you say?
Hey, just so you know, I've already turned the volume down a bit more, so there's no gain on. The other one's only on halfway. Short of turning the thing off, which would probably please a few people. It's not going down much further.
Yeah, I hate Discord's volume thing because it's like I've got to change it for every individual. It's like can't it just be like across the board? I just make it so that everybody is the same level, no matter what. Like,
It'd be nice if you could set that so you just go, this is the level I want everyone to come through, done, and it auto balances for you at your end. That'd be fantastic. But
wouldn't it? Yeah.
My issue is I know I've got a loud voice. I'm not going to pretend I don't. And it'd just be nice if the auto leveling wasn't at my end going out; it was at your end coming in. So yeah, that'd be so much cleaner. It'd just be like press button, everyone's equal, happy days. So the quiet ones get boosted, the loud ones get flattened, and we're all good.
That might be tricky to do though, because everybody's got variable volumes. You walk away, or you turn your head, or something like that. And the thing might be like flopping it up and down for some people, and it might get a little bit weird. I don't know how they even would do that.
Wouldn't they just run it through their own thing where it just like, I don't know how difficult that would be, but
yeah, it would be an amplifier or a suppressor or whatever, but they would have to like check the volume every like second. You know what I mean? To see, is this loud? Is this not loud? Let's boost it. If not, it might actually be, like hour intensive to do that for all we know. Because it's a lot of extra software checking, doing shit in the background. I don't know. It would be cool though. just might be a little bit tricky.
What a
So our
joke.
little our spiffy fellow that's watching one of the laser tests, what was he claiming? Because I only just caught the very end of that.
He and what's her name, Green Weaver.
Just telling you that.
They were talking a bit earlier. She was talking about a mountain in the background. You could see, but you shouldn't be able to. They basically got into long range stuff. And the guy was basically saying, "Oh, it must be refraction, yada yada yada," and yeah, same old.
I love it when they call refraction on the laser test. So which is it? Is it the ground refracting up or the laser refracting down?
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways.
Well, one interesting thing that came up was, I think Green mentioned the bit with refraction. You get about, at best, and I think you talk about it often too, this 10% bit, right? You get like an effect of the thing being lifted up by 10%, so to speak, right? Or whatever. And this guy was arguing that, but he didn't bring anything up poignant about it. It was just hypothetical this, nothing of substance. So it was kind of annoying. Eli stepped in and had been doing a good job ever since. Too bad you weren't here for that. I just want to hear you yell. You're missing your quota for the day, man.
No.
Matrix yelling at people quota.
I'm doing my best not to. If we don't get stupids in here, I don't even have to think about raising my voice. But when we get stupids in here,
Damn good video, man. Damn good video. 6 inches off the water, my guy. Now, you know what would be crazy, guys? What if Taboo Conspiracy was a part of all of the bullshit and all of the laser tests he ever, if we found that would piss me off so fucking early. No, but we got like military citations. No, that's not possible. I mean, that's possible, but the laser thing. I don't know. We got radars, thousands of miles. It's a wrap.
Can you explain that 1.22 formula then?
yeah, it's one more than 1.21.
Google can explain it much better than I.
Well, somebody must be able to explain it, surely.
Google.
Like
I
Google
just
says
did.
Google says the Earth's a ball.
Mm-hmm. And Google tells you how to test it, and we've falsified it.
How could you falsify it if you don't know what it is?
You know what it is. It's a formula.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know what it means?
It's a formula for the distance to the horizon.
Oh, yeah, but can you explain it? Can you break it down for me?
It's a formula that uses the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, which is the an average or a mean, one of those. And yeah.
Okay, I just finished the videos. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, Google explains how it's a ball, like, you know.
You hear how he's being ridiculous? Like that's the best we got on the outside. So go on.
So he can wait. Now that Spiffy is back, how'd you go with that video, man?
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting. I will say a couple of things I just want to point out that maybe can be explained because maybe I just don't understand what was going on. But why were the lights like flashing on and off? Were they doing that on purpose?
Could be, but it could be atmospheric turbulence.
Well, and so yeah, so whether I thought honestly, my first thought was that they were purposefully like kind of flipping it down and up to show that it's coming back into view. There's a couple. There's and it's possible. Yeah, I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't want to speculate. I'm just trying because if that wasn't the case, then it wouldn't really make sense that it was going in and out of like it was disappearing. But there was actually, funnily enough, towards the end. Actually, I guess put the timestamp. It would be right here, 5 minute. Wait, is this one?
Well, one thing's for sure when it comes to.
Let him finish.
Oh, well, I think it's six minutes, and there's a time lapsed video of them picking up the lights. There's a couple things I have a little bit of scrutiny with, but this is one of them. But in the time lapse of the video, I think it's at 6 minutes and 42 seconds. You can very clearly actually see the little light, the green light, not only fading and being different, like gradients of strength, I guess is what you would call it. But you also actually can very clearly see it flicker, like up, like in like a erratic flick, like up randomly. And to me, that kind of indicates that there are environmental factors in play, whatever those may be, which affects the outcome of, for me, it affects the outcome of the test. That's just something that I saw in the video. Now, that could be explained by maybe they were just, I know it's a person holding the laser, which, there was a couple other times in the video where it seems to be they're saying, well, if, when you move that way, we got it kind of thing. Like, there was a specific point at like 3 minutes and something where they said,
Okay, Spiffy, just a quick one. Did you jump onto an Earth curve calculator by any chance to see how far behind the alleged curvature they should be at the 28-mile test?
He already explained it. It's a 40-story building.
No, this is just, I was just watching the laser test video. I'm just going over what I thought about it.
It's a 40-story building. I wonder if on your scrutiny if it goes the other way. Like
I can't. Sorry, Daddy. I can't. You're like muffled. I can't hear you.
Yeah, sound like you're in the bathroom, bro.
Hold on. Like, I like the scrutiny. I wonder if it goes either way. Like, yeah. Regardless of the environmental factors, I wonder how something that's supposed to be beyond the height of a 40-story building, I wonder how I would be picking that up. from environmental factors. That doesn't really seem likely to me. I wonder if your skepticism went in that direction.
Well, my only skepticism was really about what I saw and what I heard. It's not necessarily what was being shown because I wasn't there, so I can't really say. But all right, wait, really quick about the 40. What's the 40 stories thing?
You're talking about being there, but the point that the guy in the video is making is that based on the geometry of the globe, there should be 486 feet of curvature at 6 inches above the water.
Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that? Because
Where are
the
you
camera.
getting that number from?
So okay, so I'm going to ask you again: is the surface horizontal? Could it be that that's why they can see the light at the other side of the lake from 6 inches out of the water? Or could it be that somehow environmental factors made it where they're able to see the light beyond 486 feet of curvature, since you believe we live on a globe?
Um, so in the video, in the beginning of it, when they're doing it in the, I guess in the daytime or middle day when they started the experiment, you can actually in the camera see the shoreline, which would indicate to me that the body of water is not large enough to see a noticeable curvature. You would have to do calculations for that. It wouldn't be 40 stories for sure.
No. At 6 inches and at 28 miles, that's how much curvature there is.
Well, one of the camera was it the camera was at 6 inches, but the laser was at 32.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead and T-Dub and take over, because apparently what you were saying about the Earth curve calculator was necessary.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it is. If you're saying that the curvature should show 400 feet, I would have to see why. Because in the beginning of the video, like I said, you can clearly see the shoreline in the day.
So
from where
you have contention about where these numbers come from, where they get that 400.
Yeah, that would if I'm going to try to refute it. Yeah, need to know that.
So based on spherical trigonometry, I put a chart in the side chat for you, so you can have a look. So this is what we would call drop over distance. So basically, all that happens is they place a tangent next to a curve. Well, there you go. Even old dudes posted up 1.22 times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. And in this case, the camera, which is, what was it, 6 inches? So that's how they work out where the
Are you saying
horizon should
1.22
be.
miles? Are you saying 1.22 miles times the square root is how you should get this number?
That's where the horizon should be. So anything beyond the horizon should be hidden by it. That's pretty easy stuff to work out.
Yeah, and I posted the derivation if you want.
Oh, there you go. Even 20s on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using this formula across the board for calculating curvature, then I just wouldn't. That's not how I would get the calculation
Well,
myself.
however you calculate your curvature, that is totally up to you. If you think our formula is wrong, then please give us a better one. We're happy to use it.
Look,
I'm not necessarily saying it's wrong.
Hold on. There's 486 feet of missing curvature for an observer of 6 feet, given an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. It's that simple. You can.
Well, that's where I guess I would contest that. I don't think it is that.
You don't think your incredulity isn't an argument, yes or no? Because if the answer is no, then I'm going to move on to the next point. Yes or no? Is your incredulity itself a valid argument?
My incredulity.
Is incredulity a valid argument or rebuttal?
I don't know. I don't think you're using that word correctly here. That's not what that means. Incredulity would imply that I'm like coming from a place of like falseness, like I'm
The
falsely
state of
stating
being
something.
unwilling or listen, incredulity, the state of being unwilling or unable to believe something. You don't believe that this formula is so why are we am I right or wrong? Your incredulity.
I would say that formula is not accurate enough. No.
So then what I'm saying, your incredulity is not an argument, right? So let's move on. I accept what you're saying, and I'm like, okay, using a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, what formula would you like to use right now? And we could just use in the next 60 seconds.
I could not do that for you without being there.
No, 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 no.
Unfortunately.
No, 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 no. No, no, no.
Yeah, I'd have to have specific measurements.
The circumference of the Earth is known, so we know how much convexity the surface should have beforehand. You don't need to be there. You're not measuring Earth curve. You're trying to see if there is Earth curve based on the measurement of the geometry of the Earth they claim we live on. So you seem to be kind of confused for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I will be completely honest. Sometimes the way you say things is very convoluted. It's hard to follow sometimes. Like right there, you basically said, you're not measuring for Earth curve. You're measuring the curve of the Earth. Like that's kind of a, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like
you're
how?
not. You're not measuring. You're not going there to do a measurement to determine how much Earth curve there is. You don't need to go there to do anything. You're telling us.
You're right. I don't necessarily need to go there, but unless y'all have what I would need.
You're telling us that the formula we're using to say how much curvature there should be in 28 miles is wrong. So there has to be some.
It's not accurate enough.
There has to be a formula that's more accurate using the same information already.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It's just a
no,
formula.
that's what I'm saying. I don't have enough information to give you that. So that's fair. We can move past
You do
this,
have
'cause
enough
I just don't have it.
information, Spippy. You do have enough information because you claimed our formula is not good enough. So therefore, if you know it's not good enough, you must have something that's better.
Well, no, that's not how that works. But it.
Well,
I'm
it is how
saying
that
it's
works.
not.
You've made the claim that ours isn't good enough. So straight away, that tells me that if you can substantiate that, that means you have something better. You must have something better in order to claim that ours is not good enough.
Again, I don't think you have to have that to know that something is wrong.
So how do you know it's wrong
like
then?
a better version.
So
I'm not saying it's wrong. The math that you're doing is not wrong. I'm saying the math is not accurate enough. And also, I mean, just put this into your mind, right? Like you're saying that across that distance, they should be.
Do you know what I think? I don't think you've got a problem with the mathematics. I think you've got a problem with the realisation that it's flat and it just hit you.
Okay.
It's not accurate.
Well, if we can move on to what was the other point you wanted to make? Because I made a couple of points. The scrutinies I had with it, which again, maybe I just don't know all the specifics of the video, but there are some variables very clearly, even shown in the video itself, and some discrepancies between what's being
The fact
claimed.
that you can see the laser means that the surface is horizontal. So forget about you're right.
I would disagree.
Forget about what do you mean? If the surface is not horizontal, then how are they seeing the laser? What do you mean? What do you mean? Make a claim.
Well, again, I mean, there would be, like I said, there's very clearly environmental factors.
Right, but you said that. But why would that mean there are environmental factors with the horizontal observation that they made? What do you mean?
Well, this is why I don't think lasers are. You can do the same test that they're doing without lasers, and it would be
No,
much more
no, no.
accurate.
But it's horizontal. They're looking at the light. So if it's
No,
not
but
horizontal, no,
because
if
light
it's
is so easily affected by
no,
different
they're
variables.
looking at the light though. Like that's the bottom line is they
Well,
can
you also understand that from when you point a laser, right? When a laser gets shot out, the light actually widens as it goes
yeah, there's a
farther.
cone. You
We
can
know.
actually see it. It's
Yeah.
a cone. So actually, you can see it in the video. It looks like a bigger circle than it probably looked like from
Mhm.
the actual culminator, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah,
why there's usually like a ring of light
so
around
we
like
can
a light
actually see
post
the
or
whole.
something.
We can see it though. We can see it though. Looks like a flashlight. That's because
Yeah, but just because
the
you can
widen
see
out.
light, if you don't believe
So you
that
can
light
see
ever
it. There's
bends,
nothing.
then you know.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Listen, I'm not making a claim to what it doesn't or does do. I'm saying that you can see the light, so there's nothing in between observer A and observer B. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that in and of itself is a claim. I
So
can
Because
see
Spiffy,
the light,
yeah,
so it is flat. That's a claim.
Spiffy, just out of
no.
curiosity,
What do you mean? No.
in
What do
order
you? Hold up. Line of sight is something that is just accepted. It's not something to be argued with. Like I see the laser, I can see it. So it's just an axiom. I'm seeing something that means it's in my line of sight. Usually, in
Yeah,
reality.
but
So
with
when we're talking
light
about this
acts a
laser,
little bit differently than.
if you're gonna say it's not line of sight for some reason, what do you mean by that? Because when I say it's line of sight, there's nothing weird about me saying that.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
there's
what you're
line of
saying.
sight
Sorry.
also. You okay? Really quick, I just want to point out, like, there seems sometimes there's phrases that you're using in the wrong context. Like, I'm not saying that you don't have a line of sight in that video. What I'm saying though is
Well,
light
that's it.
acts differently, especially
That's
across
incorrect. First of
distances.
all, that's incorrect because the last definition that I read out, incredulity, when you were saying you didn't believe that these measurements or no that formula was accurate, you're incorrect because it's actually accurate up to 1,000 miles, and we're talking about 28 miles. It's actually accurate. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
So
greater
your
than any of them.
incredulity,
We disagree
there.
there.
So your incredulity there didn't matter. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is I didn't use the term wrong. You sitting here trying to flip like I didn't understand how I was using the term is ridiculous. You disagreeing with me doesn't mean that I didn't use the term right. I used it right. I just
You're right.
defined it.
That's well, no, I'm not saying the incredulity thing. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
well, so
saying
what else did
the
I
line of
say that
sight
I
thing.
didn't? Okay, so line of sight means because I'm using it in the way the military uses it, in the way that I've looked. I've seen a lot of videos. I like to watch Vertasium and stuff, and all of these other science communicator publications that talk about light. And when you're looking at something, it's because it's in your line of sight.
Yes, and I guess what I'm saying is that light, as opposed to looking at an object in your line of sight that is stagnant and not affected by something like air molecules,
Everything's a reflection of light, dude.
light is completely different, and that's why I think that the light, for me at least, the laser tests are too.
As opposed to something physical.
Yeah, like you could do this same
Hold on.
test.
So wait. If it was physical, then it would be more concrete.
Absolutely.
Isn't the horizon being the leading edge of the sphere at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and feet a physical phenomena? Not a phenomena, a physical thing.
Well, the horizon is technically physical, yes, but it's based on your your
But
ocular perception of it.
no. We just tried to differentiate between light and objects. The water is an object in this case, right?
No.
Is it light? Is it light?
Water isn't an object, but I'm saying, look, if I can finish my point,
Water's physical.
if I can finish my point,
I know, but this is getting frustrating. Water's physical. It's an object, isn't it?
no.
I don't know how you're doing this, Elijah, mate. Fucking well done to you.
What you're saying? Water is an object. That's
Yeah, it's a physical state of matter. The other one's being solids and gases. This one's liquid
if y'all
water.
would let me. I think you don't know what I'm trying to say. So,
Dude, you said
if I
water
can finish
was
my
a physical
point, I
object.
think we can
You
get
should
back on
start
track.
again. Stop talking.
I will.
You should start again, right from the beginning. Elijah's asked you about the quality of the water. Start there.
I'm just going to finish my point. What I was saying is, if you do this test with
So
instead
the
of
water,
lasers,
so something physical like the
can I
water
finish
in
my
the
point,
horizon.
or I'm not gonna.
So
I don't really want to
something
keep having
physical
this
like the
conversation
water
if
in
I'm
the
going to keep
horizon,
interrupting.
right?
I've been very
Elijah,
respectful.
let him go. I just want to hear what he's going to say because he's going to break himself down anyways.
But y'all know that was an excellent. That was like
I
he's
appreciate that.
Y'all know he's cooked.
I'm not having a conversation, but I'm respectful.
Spiffy,
if you don't want to be,
say your argument. I want to hear it.
it's not an argument. I'm pointing something out. If you do this same test with a flag or a bed sheet, any sort of physical object, it's much more of an accurate test than a laser that's affected by so many different variables.
Hold on. Like the sea skimming missile when they use radar.
You asked me why.
Like
Do
the
you wanna
sea
know why?
skimming, missile when they. No, I'm not contending or arguing with your point. I'm moving it along. Like a sea skimming missile, which is a physical object above the surface. You mean something like that?
No, you need it to be stagnant, like where you put the laser. I'm saying replace the laser with like a bed
Why do you need it to be stagnant? What do you mean?
because a bed sheet across that distance will still it won't be affected.
No. We're talking about line of sight. So you're saying that we can't say that light is line of sight because we don't know the path it takes because of stuff. You said it needs to be something physical. So it could be a moving thing. What's wrong with you? What are you talking? If you see
I guess I could, though. Why would you want to have that extra variable?
It's still reflecting light. Sorry, Elijah. Even if you get a bed sheet or an object, it's still reflecting light. Right? It's still going to be the propagation of light between the object that's reflecting and the observer. This is stupid.
It's not going to act the same way as a beam of light.
Spiffy, just hold up. How are you positioning this bed sheet?
Fucking hell, we entertaining this prick.
No, he's talking about the way they did it.
I can tell that people are getting upset. I'm just going to take myself.
I can't hear him, Elijah. Sorry, man.
Y'all have a good night.
Okay.
Good night. He was talking about the video already that had the bed sheet or whatever sheet they had where they couldn't see the laser on it anyway.
Yeah.
Like that's that. I mean, again, it's very weird that people will have he has skepticism that we're looking at the laser because it's across the way. He's skeptical of that, but he's not skeptical of the fact that it has to somehow be perceived beyond 486 feet if the Earth is a sphere. Like, I don't understand how they do this. I don't understand.
I found that interesting that he just whistled straight past that. That was amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, he's been arguing like this ever since I got in here, and not once did he actually bring in anything to rebut. It's just, oh well, maybe this, maybe that, without any legitimate counter with anything of substance. So the guy's a piece of shit.
I was hoping he'd say refraction, like most of the others normally do. They just knee-jerk reaction, refraction. Like, well, I've covered it all. It's refraction.
Yeah, he started with that, but he didn't seem to want to bring it up in this part of the conversation. Probably because he knows his horse shit. I don't know.
I think the reason he was the way he was is when he's watched that video, he's realised holy snap and duck shit, it is flat and there's nothing I can do about it. And that was his cog disc kicking in.
Have you guys never seen the 50-mile laser test?
No.
That's got to be the only reason you're using the 28-mile one. Because I'm like, yo, go big or go home. What's up?
If you've got a bigger one, we're happy to observe it.
Yeah, the furthest one.
I see. My laser test is bigger than your laser test. I got you.
Yeah, the furthest one I've seen was the FE core ones, and I thought those were like, the biggest ones, in the argument, because they were what, 40 up to 40 miles or something.
Nah, that's this one right here. Let me dig this up. I'm surprised nobody talked about it.
Hey, Jedi, we're white. We're just going to have to deal with it, bro.
Yeah. That black light goes for miles.
Let's see.
It'd be cool to get me grubby little fingers on some military intel to see how far their little lasers go.
Very short with their estimates.
I think so too.
I think the Block 2 Sea Sparrow, I think that's 50 miles, they say they have range with. I think we know that it's more, but I think it's quoted of 50. You'd have thought with all of these early warning defence systems around Israel and so on, with that Iron Dome and lasers like shooting things down, then you would just have to send your ordnance over on like a really rainy. Lasers would be refracted everywhere and be rendered fucking useless.
And your targeting system also.
Yeah. Just attack them. Just attack them when it's a bit foggy, lads.
But I'd have thought they, instead of quoting themselves short, I'd have thought they would all be out there going, our laser cannon can shoot 400 miles, and they'd all be overclocking them, so everyone would be going, damn, 400 miles, that means we can't get too close now.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there was some refraction at play.
Give yourself a triple uppercut.
Just can't.
Yeah, that's what I was hanging on for him. Just come on, just say refraction. That's all I want to hear. And Jedi's just sitting there twitching in the background.
It was getting worse and worse and worse, man. Fucking hell.
Man, that guy's been in here for what? 2.5, 3 hours now?
Oh shit.
Yeah. Something like that. Man, if you couldn't take it for 15, 20 minutes, you guys are soft, man. Okay.
Oh, fuck off, I've only been awake an hour. That was good for me. Just bugs me. Elijah is literally saying, I see it because it's there. And he's going, no, that's not. Can't be there.
Just love it how he says you guys were aggressive. Towards the end, you guys were calming down a bit. Right? And yeah, he leaves
I
because of
survived
aggression.
one.
Could have blamed Matrix.
Well, we've got a couple of names I haven't seen before. Kate. Who else we got? Roll down the list. Light. We got Shay. Who is Yuck?
I noticed Kate says she's right. Does Kate know about how flat Earth is? Apparently she's right.
Yeah.
Is that your profile picture, Kate, or just some of a Democrat?
J.K. Rowling.
Anyways, to any of our new people in here, please feel free to ask questions. Questions, concerns, queries, proof of curvature. We'll accept them all.
And now's your best time. Now's your best time because Matrix won't be yelling at you.
Well, I'm about to go to squash in about 10 minutes, so you've got 10 minutes of torture.
So I made a mistake here. I thought it was 50 miles. No, it's 35. You guys probably posted this already. No, not this one. Sorry. Not that one. Hold up.
Well, look at that, Jedi. So the size of their lasers are just average.
Yeah, you said it was bigger, mate. I'm disappointed.
Y'all seen this one, right?
Well, according to your skin color, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Yeah, like at this point, get away from that door. Yeah, whatever. I love you though.
That was weird. He wasn't talking to me, was you? Because I'm not near a door.
My cat.
I can stay away from the door if you want. I'm good.
He's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's not near the closet.
But it's just so odd that, like, when they're like, so I have a criticism. Like, why is the light doing that? You know that light bends. I'm like, okay, so are you saying that it's bending 486 feet? And he's like, I think that's wrong. Like, that's not.
Check it out. What you should have done is questioned which bit's bending. Is the ground bending up so it appears flat, or is the laser bending down so it conforms to the quote unquote curvature of the Earth?
And I think
that would have
you
been.
had it.
Okay. I have a question. I'm not necessarily. I mean, I don't really care, but like,
is it about the laser test? Which
I'm asking. Why do you care? Why do you care if the Earth is flat or round? Like, what's the reason for caring? That's my question.
Well, I can give you one perfectly good one.
Wait.
Giddy, he's yours.
This is my favorite question. Like, because these questions, it's like people seem to answer way too long. Because it's a lie, and it's obvious. And typically, when people find out lies, they kind of expose them. Call it gossip. Call it, I don't know. It's just human nature.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I get it, but to me, I don't really care. I don't care if it's a circle or.
That's because you don't know.
Well, I just don't care.
Well, that's because you don't know. Like, if you knew you were lied to, I mean, you wouldn't. Okay. You wouldn't care if you knew you were lied to? I'm talking about just in general. If somebody lied about anything, you wouldn't care?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, true.
To a certain degree, right? You'd be interested. Exactly. You don't care because you don't know. That's why you don't care.
I mean, I do think that. I mean, I am pretty based. I think that outer space is fake and gay. I don't believe outer space is real. I think that's not true.
That's what's up.
I'm pretty big, but I'm just not sure. I mean, maybe it's not that I don't care. Maybe it's just I think everyone just needs to stop arguing over stuff. I don't know. I'm just not very.
Well, I mean, it may seem like we're arguing, but I mean, in reality, when I first came into this topic, I had no idea. I got curious because moon landing came up, and I was like, honestly, like, this is giving me I don't believe this vibes. You know what I mean? Like, just naturally, before I was any kind of outside thinker, I was like, I'm looking at this moon landing stuff, and like, I'm just mean the general, like, the videos that they have and all of that, and I'm like, nah, I don't like this. I don't like this. So I started wondering, well, what do I really know about the globe? What questions should I be asking? And I thought, okay, what's the distance to the sun? Okay, how do we know that? Well, it led me down a path that ultimately led to, well, how the hell did we get the measurement of the Earth? And I realized that no one's actually measured the Earth, especially the surface, to be curving. Like, so at that point, I wasn't mad. I didn't do anything other than ask others if they saw what I was seeing, and all of a sudden, all of these anti-flat earthers came into my purview. Like, they existed before me, obviously, because there were obviously flat earthers who had just started asking questions, right? But these guys popped up. So these motherfuckers are mad, not us. We were just trying to ask basic questions like, how come boats don't disappear over the horizon like you motherfuckers said? Google says it. Why isn't it doing that? I don't understand it. That's how this whole thing started. And then all of these other motherfuckers got mad and they care too much.
I
That's
see,
what
I see, I see. see.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, why the fuck is he talking about flat earth at all? Why is Joe Rogan talking about flat earth at all? Why does every time some sort of mainstream what's the entertainment publication or show, podcast, whatever, if the conversation where they have a clip about flat earth in at any kind of capacity happens, that's a viral moment. Each and every time flat earth comes up, but on their terms. Why the fuck do they keep talking about it? It's
Yeah, it's funny
been
that
it's
funny that
been
you said
more than
that.
5 years since YouTube uh got shut down by Congress. So why, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's actually funny that you say that because when you said entertainment, there was a movie that came out legitimately last year, or I think this year. But it was about how the moon landing was filmed and it was fake. Apparently, there was just a movie that came out about it.
Yeah.
It has I believe it's Scarlett Johansson and well, there was a movie that just literally came out about it. It's
No, I know what you're talking about. I don't think I've seen it, but I do know what you're talking about because a lot of guys were talking about it in here. Like, oh man, would you believe they're actually making a movie about faking the moon landing? So
But I will have to say there's a lot of I can't remember. I mean, I watched this video the other day. It was some dude who brought a Bible and like $12,000, and he was like, "Put your hand on the Bible and swear on the Bible that you went to the moon, and I'll give you 12 grand." And like he never did it, and he was like, "Oh, probably knowing you, that's a fake Bible."
right, look, wasn't that a weird response?
Yeah, that was pretty weird. Yeah.
Now, the other guy we were just talking to, we shared with him a laser observation where point A and point B, observers at point A and point B are 28 miles in distance apart across a lake. And so they can see the laser from 6 inches above the lake surface. So we had him watch it. He came back and he said either the lights are flickering on and off because they're trying to they're doing that intentionally so that they do see the laser. But he was saying obviously, there's refraction and light bends and there's environmental factors. And I'm like, okay, so what's that mean? Like, we see the laser, so like we see it because it's there across the way. There's no, it's line of sight. That's the simplest explanation. Now, we put to him, well, if the Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then at 28 miles, the laser should be behind 486 feet of Earth curvature. And he wouldn't answer that. He would just say that somehow environmental factors and refraction will make it work. And I kept saying, well, to bend exponentially, Like, why would a laser? Because the curve formula, or a curve is an exponential change, right? So the laser, if it's hitting, or if the observer at point B is seeing it at 28 miles, that means that the light also bent or traveled around this 486 feet exponentially. Why? How? What? That's like, do you believe that that's the case for real? For real? And he just kept saying, I don't believe that that formula is accurate. And I was like, well, it's in the Earth curve calculator. It's literally everywhere you can possibly look for it. It's accurate up to 1,000 miles. We're talking about 28. And he kept saying, yeah, I just don't believe that. And I was like, well, your incredulity is not actually an argument, is it? And he said, I don't think you know what that word incredulity means. So I then Googled it and I gave him the definition, and he just kept dancing. Isn't that weird if the Earth's a sphere? Like, would people be doing that?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, sure, I guess, but I mean, to be honest, I mean, if it's a circle, it's a circle. If it's flat, it's flat. I mean, I don't really care what we're on, to be honest. I mean, I'm here, I'm breathing, I'm alive. I mean, I'm happy with the life I
That's
have
'cause
right
you
now. And
remember that's because you don't know though.
I see. I mean,
And
if it is, I mean, if it is flat,
let me point out that flat and circles. Well, circle is a flat shape, and flat's not a shape. Just so you know.
I see. Oh, but wait. Okay. So
But
I've heard
mainstream doesn't tell you that, right? Shouldn't mainstream and the science communicators be smart enough to tell you that flat's not a shape and round's actually a 2D shape? Well, no, my bad. A circle is a 2D shape, but round is actually an aspect of a surface, just like flat is.
Huh, interesting.
Why wouldn't they make that clear? Why would it be me, the flat earther, some odd years later after this whole topic is? Why would this information be stumbling into your consciousness only just now?
Good. I mean, that was a pretty good damn question, actually.
Did you ever consider that we never, you know why we don't have a model? Because we don't actually claim to know the shape of the earth, because flat's not a shape. But they use that as a tactic of, so you don't know everything. Like, it's weird. It's like, no, we don't have a world map other than the map we consider this. All of the maps are derived from exactly the same resources, the earth and the sky. Yes or no?
I mean, I would say yeah. I would think.
So how could we determine, like, we're using the same set of information. So how can we go, it's either this or that? It's only one set of information. You can only thing you can do differently is interpret it 2 ways or 4 ways. But the information is coming from the same measurements.
You did make a good point there.
I'm just saying.
Let me throw in there, like, the interpretation of one way or the other, it kind of it puts a spotlight on the individual who's doing the interpretation, or the institution, or whatever. But it puts a spotlight on their philosophical biases, right? So overall, one could argue that this whole thing is more a philosophical debate, quote unquote, at its root than anything else, right? So with that, you ask, like, why does it matter? Well, there may be implications involved. You know what I mean? Implications insofar as, you know, what it means to be alive, why we're here, all this sorts of shit.
Can I give them a direct example?
Go for it.
So, for some reason, like, this is a very weird phenomenon. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, your position somehow is the same position of all my friends. Because my friends went from you're batshit crazy to, you know what? It doesn't matter which it is. If flat Earth is crazy, it doesn't matter which it is would never come out your goddamn mouth. Because I would never be like, it doesn't matter if Santa's real or not. You feel me? Like, it doesn't matter if
I
Goku's
don't think
real or
anyone.
not.
I don't think anyone's crazy.
No, what I'm saying is no one would ever say that about something they know is obviously false. It doesn't really matter if Goku's real or not. You know what I mean?
Hey,
So,
Goku's lit.
of course he is. So in this case, my friend, she says, I mean, you make really good points. Same thing you're saying, and you're gonna do all this research and stuff that I'm never gonna do because you know what? It doesn't matter. I got other stuff. Like I'm good with knowing that you know some stuff, but you know what? Sometimes the other side knows some stuff, and I'm not really gonna look into it to determine who's right and who's wrong. At the end of the day, what does it matter? And I said, you know what? It's interesting that you think that you believe what's coming out of your mouth. Now, I sent her this video of Robert Townsend. Do you know who Robert Townsend is?
I'm guessing some sort of scientist.
No, sorry. Robert Townsend is actually a black actor /
Kill.
director, movie writer. You ever heard of Hollywood Shuffle or the Heartbeats?
I have heard
How
of
about
Hollywood Shuffle, but not Heartbeats.
how about Eddie Murphy? You ever see Raw, the highest grossing comedy
Yeah.
like ever?
Yep.
He produced that. He produced that.
Okay.
So here's the thing: he was blackballed by Hollywood because he highlighted Hollywood's racism at the time. Apparently, black people only had one movie a year where, like, it was actually a black cast and they came together, whatever. And he's like, why is that the case? Why am I this educated dude, but every time I come in here, you guys want me to act like some gangster or some this or some that? Like, what's going on? Right? So he exposed that and they gave him his credit, but kind of like blackballed him at the same time. And the bottom line is somehow all of that got out and he got his accolades later on, like 2017 or whatever. And everybody's like, oh, if it wasn't for his resilience and staying true and exposing hard truths all that time and never folding, then this generation of black actors and black actresses there would be no Michael B. Jordan and da 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 da. And she's like, oh, that's so beautiful. And all I had to do was ask her, but what did the truth matter? And then I said the same thing I said to you. I guess it doesn't matter until you know you're being lied to. And you'll never know what it changes until you start telling the truth.
Yeah, flat earthers remind me of my one friend. His mom used to put Xanax in his apple juice because he was like a tweaker, right? It's kind of what you guys remind me of.
See, that's the people we like. I say what I say, and then people like that come in here. Like, like, did I say anything that was wrong, or was that like did it make sense?
I mean, I understood it.
Yeah, very simple,
Oh, okay. So here's the real question. Why would they want to lie to us? What's the purpose of the lie?
Because belief is a big business. You see how quick you like that? And it's true as fuck. You know that.
It's very true. I mean, people do like control.
Yeah, they've been doing it for centuries, right? Centuries. Once a commonly held belief system solidifies itself in a society, someone's out there going, how can I exploit this? How can I get something? Greed takes over them. They look for ways to exploit people and what they think and how they think and what they believe. It wasn't like they lied and then everyone believed the globe, right?
Yeah, some people would argue like, oh, it's a control thing, and then they might talk about, oh, if it's a ball, we got limited resources because we're on, a spherical object. And there's only so much of the stuff, and we're kind of screwed if we run out. All this stuff, right? But they forget in that dialogue or in that conversation that people, right, our minds are resourceful as well, right? So if you control the mind, you're steering the pathway that an individual would go down, and then you can, procure, the benefits that that resource can produce. You know what I mean? So it is a control game, but it's not just a physical control game.
Let me see. So it's physical, mental, metaphorical, and all the above. Trying to fool you.
I wouldn't even use the word metaphorical. It's quite literal too. It's just, it's more multidimensional, quote unquote. It's not allegorical at all, I would say.
I've heard a lot of the reason why they like to lie, at least from what I've heard. Apparently NASA, they get like $800 million a day just in taxpayer dollars or some shit.
I think it's something. I don't know.
What did Elijah say? What did Elijah say? It's business, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 800, but it's certainly a lot. Like multiple millions a day. I think I heard like 60 or some shit. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, it was something like 50 billion a year or something, or still astronomical. No pun intended.
Okay. So this is just like a little. Let's say you guys like.
I mean, but it's big. When I say big business, you guys are thinking too small, like tax dollars and stuff like that. Like I see space shirts in all of the low income stores, NASA shirts, things like that. Let's not forget the school infrastructure and all of the teachers and everything that teach about the solar system and all of that, and let's talk about these space camps and these Hollywood specific. Matter of fact, what I was okay. I was fucking up. Y'all got me on the right track. Let me rewind this. Okay, hold up. Fuck everything. Well, the school thing is important. Everything I said is important, but specifically Hollywood. Everything we think is because of the television, my man. For the most part, as a matter of fact, at least for me personally, I thought if it was on TV, it was legitimate. You couldn't be on TV scamming, because it's regulated or some shit, right? You can't. It's too great for somebody to be manipulating and not getting caught because the greater good is the same shit. That's why people think that the earth can't be flat, because the greater good would have taken over at some point. There's no way that the world would let the world lie like that. That's wild, right? But that's what's happening. That's what happens with elections. That's what happens with sports. That's what happens with music. That's what happens because our perception is swayed by these producers. So every time a movie goes out about war, the government has to approve it. Every time a movie goes out about space, the government has to approve it. All of these space cartoon movies and shit you just turn on, if you have a child or if you know a child, just watch TV with them for a day. See how much globe business is going on. how much space and globe business is going on and how much money is being made from it, from this belief. It's huge. It's a whole world religion. It's huge.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily just the government thing. When you look at news and movie production and all these big companies, I'm sure you've probably during this conversation you've probably stumbled on this thing probably earlier on. At least I know I did, where it's like you realize, oh shit, all these media companies. There's like 6 of them that own everything, basically. You've got the Time Warners and the Disney and all these fuckers, right? They own like majority stake of all the other small companies, and then they're all owned by fucking BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard. It's the giant corporate hierarchy, right? So government aside, like put the spotlight right on the business aspect of things. These are multinational conglomerates, right? Of course, there's a money thing. But with the money thing comes the control aspect of it all. So it all kind of ties together,
Now, mind you, everything that we're saying is off the back of us actually having not only the axiom that the earth is flat, used as flat, practically measured as flat, but we actually have evidence too. Like gobs of it. That the surface is horizontal because it either has to be curved and it has to be equidistant from the center of a sphere of the radius of 3,959 miles to sea level, which makes level curve if you lived on a ball, or it's actually horizontal as described in all practical terms. We can prove without a doubt that it's horizontal and there's no convexity over any distance that we can actually test. So I don't know, like the real thing here is that the world is that stupid because that's how simple it is, and that's what's scary. Mic check.
Yeah, you're good, dude. I think he's just thinking. We just threw a lot at him,
True that. Like no one ever says our measurements were wrong. They just say, you know what? Why would you be measuring across the surface? That's dumb. You know what? Why would you be? No. They always tell us that the thing that actually should be tested is the thing that we can't test. Fancy that. The earth is so big you can't measure it. They used to say that, but we stuck them with the 3959 radius. So actually we could do geometry on that. Earth's a lot smaller than people believe. The earth is moving, but we just can't feel it. Think about this. They always say that the earth moves at a constant velocity, but since it's rotating, is a rotating body moving at a constant velocity?
Constant angular velocity, yeah. And that translates to constant acceleration.
So there's that acceleration. And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it, if you're going to be circling something, isn't that also an acceleration?
Yeah, exactly.
So we're supposed to be moving with the galaxy around the sun.
All all that. Yeah.
But you just can't feel it. Gas pressure requires containment, but space exists. We just can't prove it. Gravity is real. Can't measure it. Horizon is geometric. Can't measure it. I mean, the list goes on and on. You know, boats don't even. You know, it's crazy. So here's one of the first misconceptions where like people would say we see too far, and the Globers sounded like they had some sort of rebuttal, like, oh, just take a bigger, telescope, and after that, if you watch it long enough, then it'll disappear anyway, right? You know, it's crazy. That shit is not actually true. Not in the way they want you to insinuate. So because you can see ships disappear from the bottom up, they want you to assume that it would go and go and go until it would be missing from the top, like a car going over a hill. There's not one video, and I asked someone, and I'm gonna keep asking because in 7, 8, 9 years of talking about this, I have never come across a video or a time lapse. Somebody should be able to YouTube it right now. A time lapse of a ship actually disappearing like it's going over a hill. That doesn't actually exist. Now they got ships that have miraging effects where it gets really weird, where it looks like a double image, and then it'll blink out of not existence, but then you just can't see it. But that's not something going over a hill. Like if I describe something going over a hill, I'm gonna simply describe it as going over a hill. If you watch these videos of boats in the water, you can't describe it that way. But they want you to believe that's what's happening anyway. So boats are going over a hill of water, but you just can't see it.
You can go watch it yourself if you wanted to.
That's what I'm saying. I've never seen it.
Well, you should go out and watch it. And it's kind of cool. And then come back and tell us how you didn't see what you just saw.
Well, you got a time lapse or something?
No, just, you go watch it yourself. You can do this. You can go down to a port. You can go down to a port where they have these international shipping container ships. And you can watch them.
Mm.
You've never done that? Oh, well.
Nope, never done that.
No, maybe you should.
Okay. That would be interesting. I wonder if there'd be any.
It is. It's very interesting.
I wonder if there'd
Kinda
be
cool.
any shoaling or anything like that.
Well, you can make up all kinds of explanations for what you see, but first thing you got to do is see it, and then you can try to explain it away.
Yeah, that's a fact. I wouldn't explain away something that I seen. That's what the Globe Earther tried to do for 30 minutes when we showed him the 28-mile laser test, and he tried to explain away what he saw. Right?
Kind of like what you guys do for every space station video you've ever seen, right? You explain it away, right?
I don't believe in space station videos.
I know you explain them, but you see.
Actually seeing a laser test that you can actually be on the surface of the earth and do, because it's just laser test over water, versus watching a video from a space station in a place that I know doesn't exist because of second law of thermodynamics violation.
So let's just get this straight. So you didn't do the laser test. You saw it on a video, right?
Yeah, I did.
You did the laser test?
No, I saw it. Yeah, that's correct.
You saw it on a video. But you believe that video, but when someone shows you a video from the International Space Station, you choose not to believe that video. How do you know which video to believe? How do you know which video to believe?
That's correct, because the laser test is done on the surface of the earth, I could go to any body of water and in theory actually do that. Now, the ISS is supposed to be in a second law of thermodynamics violation. I don't know exactly what it is at that height, but the bottom line is there's supposed to be this area that's a vacuum adjacent to the air we breathe.
No, nobody claims that.
And so, if that's the case, and they do claim that,
It's not the case. No, nobody claims that.
They do claim that.
Nobody does. No.
So there's air. So is there a solid barrier between the air we breathe and the sky, or no?
No, there isn't.
All right. Okay. So then you do believe that. You do claim that. So there's a vacuum on the other side of this air we breathe. Like I said.
Nobody believes that.
All right. Well, I'm not doing this because you can't just talk out of both sides of your mouth.
I'm not. You just don't understand what we're saying, unfortunately.
You are. No, I'm not going to argue about how you're not going to say that the air is contained while saying it's contained. But I just asked him if he believes there's a barrier between the air we're breathing and the sky. He said no. So that would mean that there's space in the air we breathe. And he also said, no, that doesn't make any sense. So the bottom line is, if the space up there was a vacuum or an available volume for the gas to fill, the gas would fill the space. So I don't believe in the outer space stupid religion.
People are saying that, Scott. People are saying there's an area that's not considered to be Earth's atmosphere. So, take a hike, bro.
Bro, just because you watch a video on the ISS does not mean that's proof.
Remember the guys I was talking about when you was like, why do y'all care so much? Do you see Scott Mackey's like icon? Like, look at his face and then ask yourself, why the hell does this dude care so much? And have yourself a good laugh. That's the person you should have been asking. Why is he here at 4:14 in the morning? Isn't that odd? Or is that normal behavior to you? Allah, Logan. Maybe he fell asleep and that sound is like his man.
Elijah, like, out of all the platforms, all the groups online are talking about flat Earth, why here? Why this? Why this channel?
No. Of all the channels talking about like advanced physics and space right now, like the next comet or the next scientific discovery, like why aren't you out there watching that shit?
Oh my god, the live streams at the moment regarding this object that's supposed to be hurtling towards Earth, right? Like, that's supposedly generating its own light and could be an alien spacecraft, right? There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, man. You know what? I'll never forget my boy when I was couldn't have been no more than 9 years old. But there's a older guy that I used to look up to. He's mad cool, could play basketball and everything. And like he told these stories in such a way that was so captivating for us, the younger kids. And he was talking about how in the year 2037, an asteroid would enter Earth's orbit, and then by 43 would crash to the Earth and destroy everything. And it scared me to death for it had to have been at least 5, 6 years, 10 years, even 10 years, even as an 18-year-old, a young adult, I still was like, man, 2043 is coming up. I wonder if that was true. You know what I mean? Like afraid of some wayward rock that was on its collision course towards Earth. Since a child. That's the type of shit that stuff does. So either Flat Earth freed me from that, or in 2043 we're gonna be some stupid Flat Earth dead effers. Like, you know.
Wow, he was saying that back then because like they've been talking about this one for 2036, right? So he wasn't far off with that. Like,
How did he know that? Or maybe how did he know? How did? Yeah, I don't know if it's a coincidence or what, or maybe they're keeping up with the lore. You know.
might have some insider info. He wasn't a Freemason, was he?
I don't know. He was just a cool, tall dude that could play basketball. Like that said cool stuff.
Yeah, I remember about a year back, some government official came out saying that there was one of their acts was going to be a faked alien invasion. And yeah, coming to light, isn't it?
Bro, the aliens are in the ocean. What do you guys think about that?
USOs. Yeah. Who knows, man? Who knows what's around the place?
I know, bro, I'm scared.
It's funny how all these posts about the alien invasion has a different shape and size and look and spaceship. Can't get it right, can they?
I remember being told as a kid that we know more about outer space than the bottom of the ocean, right?
It's true, bro. And we created the internet. It's in the ocean.
Yeah.
Well, it's technically true. It's technically true. Like we know more about the Matrix than we know about the bottom of the ocean because it's a made-up story that is true within itself.
Yeah, one thing that stuck to me is them saying there's more grains of sand. No, there's more stars out there than grains of sand on this Earth. Just
Or on a single, yeah.
How insignificant we are, like, just making that obvious. You're nothing.
You know how untrue that is? Like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
I sat there as a child thinking, who counted all these grains of sand? How can they come up with something like that? That's
But just consider, like, just go along the coastline. That's like, where does that end when you really, you know what? You ever thought about that? Like, where does the coastline end? Oh, that's right. The coastline is like our continents, duh. Anyway, but like, what was I gonna say? Because I realized that was very stupid what I said. The coastline. Oh, also, but the ocean too is made up of sand. The ocean floor. Like, hello, or is that not what they meant? They didn't
Who
mean
knows
that.
what? Who knows? Was it dry sand, wet sand?
We only explored like 4%, 5% of the deepest oceans and shit, bro.
Yeah, that's not even a true statement. I say that because like in order to have a percentage, you have to have a percentage of a whole.
Well, we haven't reached all of it. We haven't reached the deepest
Well, that's what
everything.
I'm saying. We don't know what all of it is to say that it's 4% of anything. That's my point.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a
it's a good
lot.
point, Nigel.
It's basically just like how water makes up your body, it makes up the whole world too.
Well, we know what percentage of water our body is, though. That's different.
Oh, they say Earth is 80% or some shit.
Exactly. How do we know that the Earth's surface is 70% water? How do we even know that? Out of 100%, like what? Assuming the Earth's a globe, right? But what do we really know?
I mean, I just know, bro. Like the ocean is way bigger than the lands.
I, uh, uh, I don't want to come off sounding retarded. It probably is something retarded to say, but I mean, there's a lot of land, bro.
I know.
Well, they say like the official story is the surface of the Earth is 70% water, so that leaves 30% of the Earth's surface being land.
Yeah, but think about it. Like, okay, I could fly from one end of a continent to another. Like, what distance is that? What's the greatest distance people have traveled over water? Like, is it significantly greater than?
I mean, we used to travel over water, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying the distance is it like is it all water? Like when you're over the ocean, is it like OD mad hours? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
it's days and shit, gang.
Well, the issue is they put up pictures saying this is the side of Earth you never really see, and it's just all water apart from Hawaii. So I guess we don't cross those oceans in flight.
Bro, we like the
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know we're not. It's that's out of the picture. So like, what is the longest flight over water, and what is the longest flight that we could have across land or have had across land? It's a very. I don't know. It's a fun question, I guess.
I think I have heard people argue in these rooms. You know, when the discussion of flight paths come in, they'll start talking about flying from Chile to Australia or Chile to South Africa or something like that. You know, and in those conversations, I think there was something about like, was it 14,000 miles or something? I don't know.
Okay, how wide is America?
Like
no, how long is America? Sorry.
Like west to east, like 6,000 or 7,000 or something. I think.
No, from north to south, from North America all the way to the tip of South America.
Well, fuck, I wouldn't know that.
If it's 14, then that's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, but if it's
all I'm saying is kind of an equal. If we're if all we have is an experience of we kind of can travel just as long over land. Like who are we to say that the Earth is 70? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not
I hear you, man.
jacking it. It's 70% of what? I'm not jacking it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I get that. Like that. I'm just quoting their lore. You know. For all we know, there's unknown territory
Let
that
me
no one's flying over to verify or whatnot.
but let me put this in
I'm all in agreement to that.
You could go to Mount Everest, but you can't even go to the deepest trench of the ocean because, first of all, they haven't even discovered it like you just discovered what we humanly can possibly discover. You haven't even discovered. We haven't, like, just for like lands and everything. You could like go on like Switzerland and shit, bro, but you can't even go to like Antarctica or like some fucking ocean, some shit like that, bro. It's just too far for you.
You like do you watch anime? You ever seen Hunter x Hunter?
Yeah, bro, like supposedly they have outer lands in the anime, some conspiracy theories, some shit like that. Like they
See
kind
them saying? See how they just threw that in there?
yeah, I know about they be doing that shit. They be doing that in like shows and stuff. I think even in One Piece, some shit like and even in One Piece too, you notice like they're all on ships and stuff like that.
Yo, Eli, if I may, just briefly, if we're going to be talking about, this type of stuff, have you ever entertained the whole moon map question?
Nah.
You heard of it though?
Yes.
Let me
Yeah.
know.
'Cause that shit's like, it's weird, man. I wouldn't argue for it or anything, but I find that shit weird because you're talking about like, questioning landmass and all that. I'm like, came to mind.
I mean, what?
Definitely
But
should question.
nobody knows the shape of the land though. Like that's the problem.
I know. Totally speculative. It's just
Like
funny when the guy.
people conflate knowing like relative distances with I know the shape of this. No, you don't.
I know. Yeah. It's just totally speculative. It's just the guys that have broken, like they take the map that, were presented, right? And just the kind of just like the general shape of the contours of the land masses.
Yeah, it'll be a general. You know what's funny about that? I was talking to India about my observation in Jersey, and I was like, if I'm looking at what I'm looking at, I wish I had a drone because I know I'm looking at all of the possible, closest, tallest buildings in my line of sight, and I'm like, it's not really oriented the way it is on Google Earth. It's not exactly, and I could tell. And India was like, "Yeah, I've had some observations where, yeah, you would think based on a map and I'll wait for Indio to get here. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I feel like we were touching on that at one point.
Yeah.
I'm a guy that loves to use my compass, and when I'm out there with Google Earth and figuring shit like that out, man. And I'm like, I'm not like, is my compass off? Like, what's, I'm trying to line it up so I could like do a diagram for folks and stuff. And I'm like, it's not lining up with what I see, what I'm using on Google. You know what I mean? I'm like, why is that? Am I getting what I'm looking at wrong? And I wasn't. There's nothing else there. Anyway.
One thing I just wanted to put it out there. This guy that we were talking to, it's the guy in the top right there. What was his name? Satan, aka Ball. Out of courtesy.
It's Logan. Yeah, because the Satan equals ball sounds like more like a statement kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, Logan. There we go. Logan King, right. Do you think we should put him on mute in case he fell asleep?
Yeah, I think so. Shoot him a message. I mean, he's not making too much noise, but you don't want him to wake up and have a private conversation or something. You know how it can go.
Yeah. I'll ping him in the text, like if he sees this, we muted him for safety. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, bro. So even this, I'm gonna say, bro, the ocean is so big, bro. We haven't even discovered all the life forms down there. So there's some like there's some like animals that we don't even know exist
Mm-hmm.
and shit like that, bro. So I don't know, man. And like considering most of those animals down there in the ocean are like they kind of look fucking weird and shit. They look like fucking aliens and shit.
Yeah, for lack of a better term.
Cause there's no sunlight down there. It's like how they say space pitch black. Oh yeah, and also NASA, they was exploring the ocean, but supposedly like this is a theory. They like found something down there and they're like, damn, we can't let no one know about this shit. And they're like, let's just take off the focus and just think about what's up there. So that's why they got a shit ton of money and funding and shit like that to come out with like a lot of technology. That's a good one, guys, right? Is everyone asleep? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, what's up, man? How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad.
What's up? But what do you think about that explanation?
Sorry, I missed it.
Or it's basically like, what do you think about flat Earth or globe Earth, man?
Oh, I know it's flat.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Me too. Uh, but what's it called? Oh, so basically, man, bro, like NASA. Did you hear about the theory, like NASA and shit? They was like exploring the ocean, but then like supposedly they found something down there, and they're like, nah, we can't tell nobody about this shit. And then they're like, we gotta like come up with some good ass technology to like keep everyone like thinking in the loop, you know?
Is this before they started exploring space? You know how they all
I think
want the
think it was I would think it was let me see. I just want to make sure.
Well, I know they've discovered bodies of water underneath the ocean
Oh yeah,
that
some shit like that, bro.
in a different medium to the actual ocean, which is very strange.
Type shit, bro. I don't know, man, but they were trying to do some satellite stuff, and I don't know. They were trying to work in the ocean, and they discovered something there, and they're like, nah, bro. We can't go down here.
Atlantis.
Are you talking about Are you talking about that boundary that they found that kind of looks like a lake
Yeah, yeah, that
underwater?
shit's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Crazy, man.
So there's as above, so below. There's a barrier there and a barrier up there.
Yeah, the water's above.
I don't know about something physical is up there. Other than
Yeah, we can only speculate when it comes down to it. We'll never know unless we go.
I don't know about water being up there though, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when people talk about dancing lights and stuff, that's kind of just what lights look like through air.
You're a robot, and I got to drop.
Huh?
I don't know, bro. It's too trippy. Low key.
Like Jedi, what do you think about that? Like why do we think there's water above?
Because the sky is blue. Could be water up there, bro.
To be fair, the sky is black.
It's because well, I
To be
mean,
fair,
when
did anybody ever really realize that the sky is actually black? It's not.
well, that's only because there's no light right now. But if there was no light, you'd basically see water as dark.
No, the sky is still blue. Like if you go high enough. The sky is still black if you go high enough, even in the daytime.
Honestly, you're not wrong. Honestly, yeah, it's probably not wrong. Now that I think about it.
But whatever that is, we can't say that's not the water. The sky is not blue because above that it's black. The air is blue for some reason.
True. But I mean, well, why does it rain, bro? There has to be water up top.
The hydrological system, because water evaporates and goes up as air, and then it collects some point up there and becomes water again.
Yeah, I was just joking. Nah, but for real, man. But I mean, I'm pretty sure the sky is made out of like hydrogen or some shit like that too. Has hydrogen in that bitch.
No, it's an equal mixture of everything. Well, not equal, but it's a homogeneous mixture of everything. It's not
Yeah.
layered of gas.
The air we
But
breathe has hydrogen and shit.
yeah, that's not true.
Well, it depends if they add that shit in. Like a scoop in the scoop. They gotta add that shit in your air, bro. Like it gotta be. That's not true. You're right. They gotta. You could breathe that shit in, bro. That's not true though. I swear, bro.
No, there's just less air up there. That's all.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
There's less air on a mountain. There's not just hydrogen on a mountain, is there?
That's fair. It's fucking cause, bro. There's fucking elevation.
Absolutely. You know what the Navy defines as curvature?
How does the Navy just define curvature?
A rate of change of slope of non-zero. So basically, all that means is a change from a horizontal line. So curvature, but there is no curvature on the Earth anywhere. We've measured, we've checked.
Mm-hmm. So that means it's not round.
It's not a sphere. But yes, there is elevation, of course. If you look at Google Earth, if you type in Google Earth elevation profile, it's going to show you a flat line, and it's going to show you changing elevation with respect to that.
When you look at the horizon too.
So let me ask you a series of questions. This should be fun. So, in a cup, the surface of the water is what?
Of in a cup.
Mm-hmm.
Flat.
Okay. In a tub, the surface of the water is what?
Flat.
Okay. In a small lake, the surface of the water is what? If you can see all the way to the other side, it's what? If it's small enough.
Flat, I guess. Still flat.
When you look at the ocean, the horizon is what?
I mean, it's flat. I mean, the water is
Where does
contained.
where does the curve ever come into play? I'm just saying.
Like probably just when they like take pictures of that shit.
From a place that doesn't exist.
Hang on, I'm missing something. Isn't Bob a flat earther, or were you lying?
Not me, bro. I mean, I don't know the shape of Earth, bro. So probably yeah, bro.
I think he came in to wing it, and I think I'm, pretty chill right now. I'm on my smoking vibes. I'm saying stuff that's making sense, and I think he's chilling.
Okay. Yeah, flat's not a shape, Bob. We're not flat earthers because we're trying to appeal to a shape.
Oh, that's fair, but I don't know, man. I wouldn't know what Earth would look like from like just from from like a million miles away.
Yeah, nobody does.
Yeah, type shit.
No.
So I don't know. I would assume it kind of looks like a Fortnite map. Honestly, I'm just like,
I was gonna give you that example.
yeah,
Basically,
some shit like the fucking Warzone map.
that's what it is. Swear to God, but what it looks like, we don't know. But that's exactly what it is.
Okay, like some shit like fucking some crazy shit, bro. Like they be probably putting in movies and shit too, bro. Like The 100 and shit. I never watched that shit, but they be putting that shit in, like Hunger Games and shit. They just be putting
Oh yeah, Hunger Games. I was gonna say.
everywhere, bro.
Remember the Dome? There's this show called The Dome where in the Dome they had their own weather and shit, their own seasons and sense of time.
Shit like that, bro. Like, bro, they put in the shows, bro. Like, they kind of just trying to show you
So
without.
we wanted to do a show about. So we're gonna do a couple of shows. Let me just keep putting it on the record. So one show that I want to be titled is "Why Do We Say It's Flat?" And another show I want is "What Does Disney Say?" Because I want to demonstrate a series of Disney movies that talk about
Flat Earth.
cosmology or the shape of the earth in any way. Now,
Yeah.
are you familiar with Aladdin?
Yeah.
Okay, so in Aladdin, the original one, the cartoon, Jafar becomes a sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing he does, he banishes Aladdin to the ends of the earth, where he is then seen on what appears to be an ice shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Disney doing that? Matter of fact, you want to see something really cool right now?
Post it in the
Wow,
chat.
I missed that,
Post it in the
dude.
chat.
Wow.
You never heard me say that?
No,
No.
but I've seen, I've seen it. I love the music in it. The songs are great, but like I missed that in the movie. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what's up, bro. It's a pretty good one.
Google pictures of Pluto, the planet.
All right, I will. Yeah, I got it, bro.
Notice that it looks like Pluto the dog.
Okay, let me see. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you know that the same year that Pluto was discovered was the same year that Walt Disney created Pluto the dog?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That's a good. That's crazy. That's in there. That correlation, bro.
Yep.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Wish I could stay, but I gotta go pick up my dad, so I gotta go do some driving and catch you guys.
That's fair. Have a nice one, bro.
You too, mate. Take care.
You too, G.
Hmm. I'm trying to figure out how they animated Pluto.
Bro, like I'm not gonna lie. Like going back to Disney, we're gonna talk about the firmament. When you look at the fucking Disney opening of the show, you see how like like it has the fucking line on top of the castle.
Say that again.
So going back to Disney, bro, like you know how like in the opening of the Disney movies they have like a line on the castle on top of the sky,
Right, yeah.
like a barrier. I don't know if you like, yeah, like that. Like you put it on the chat. Like why? Why that? What the fuck? Little Easter egg. They just be dropping an Easter egg, bro. Or even when you go to like, or like you know the movie Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Bro, like you know there's a freaking poster and shit. So like it says like ask about the Illuminati.
Yeah. Yeah.
You seen that one?
It's been a long time.
Here, I'll show you, bro. Oh, actually, never mind, bro. It's not actually. It wasn't in It wasn't in what's it called? It was not in Pinocchio. It was in DuckTales. Nah, but that shit was creepy as fuck. Look, bro. Everyone is welcome to share what they gotta say about flat Earth, man. We wanna know more your guys' insight, man. This is some real shit, bro. Some real programming happening in our world right now, man. Like, come on, man. We should all like go to the Guardian Real VC and be like, all of us be like, bro, God is real. And on top of that, we're gonna be like, so is flat Earth. Trust me, gang. That shit's gonna make them laugh. Not like they're gonna be like hella excited to want to know what the fuck we're on. Cause we on some big shit. That's all I gotta say. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. That's a W name, bro. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and mute your mic for me, buddy. Yeah, go ahead and mute that noisy ass mic. Yeah, thank you.
Dang, it's gone quiet.
How's it going, Eli? Or not?
Closing time.
I think we should bastardise that instead of its closing time. It's curve proof time. Asking all the Globers for a.
That's it. Time's up.
disappointed by these. So
But it's like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's.
You look at that picture he posts. I don't know if I have hands or not. And here he is talking with his hands. Clipcord just got it.
Exactly. Clipcord, thanks, but
yeah, I mean, how do you deal with somebody like that who they don't know if they have hands or not? I mean, right from the rip. I don't know. Okay, can you prove to me that I have hands? And since you did not give me an argument or some sort of logical syllogism for why I have hands, the only logical conclusion is I don't have hands.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, dude. Like how does someone like that function, like, day to day? Like, how do they go? I mean, at that point, it's like, do you even know that, like, you're on Discord? Have you ever eaten food? At this point, he doesn't know anything. Like, you can't tell if you've got hands or not. Your worldview has brought you to the question, do you have hands?
Yeah, his deceptive mission, the hidden agenda, was to confuse and distort. He did not come to stand up for the globe, not even one little bit. He didn't come in here and say, okay, I'm going to set the record straight. I'm going to show you guys what you don't know, being a PhD. Like, that wasn't his mission. This fucking potato nose, goblin came in here just talking about how we can't prove anything to be true because reality as it is can't be proven to be something that's manifest for real. Like, it's weird, dude. Like, we're dealing with this. This is the crowd that we got to deal with. So it's not like a it wasn't even the idea that it was like some fair debate or anything like that. No, it was just like him just trying to dig with an internal critique of how Flat Earth is inconsistent. That's all he cared about. That's his whole mission. Just the internal critique. He didn't care for us to be like, okay, let's stop and give some clarifying points. He did not care about that. If you heard the way he was just trying to steamroll, he was trying to do a burden of proof reversal so he can internally critique Flat Earth every single time. That's his whole mission, and he was trying to do it like a salesman. That's it.
Yeah, that's the best part, where you'd have to do an internal critique, you have to know what's being presented. He didn't. He didn't even know. He wasn't even sure if he knew. Like, if you're going to dive into a globe model and critique it, you got to at least know, like, where is the Earth located in heliocentric? Like, some basic thing. What is the radius? What's the circumference? How many continents are there? Like, you'd have to know enough information to critique it. This guy wouldn't even be able to articulate the word flat or Earth.
Yeah.
Like, this is what he wanted to, in his worldview, flat Earth, like he showed the picture, is literally a disc in space. That's it. That's what he's looking at. Like a Terry Pratchett, which was funny for the part two, where he kept ripping the Middle Earth discussion, where he would know if Middle Earth exists if you had people who went there and there was video. And you're like, the same talking point for New Zealand or Australia. That's where Middle Earth was filmed. In his own worldview, he's got more evidence for Middle Earth than he does for the moon or his space pizza.
Crit, I listened to his words carefully when he brought up the neutrino test as his proof of the globe. He tried to get the audience to accept that they did do when he told everyone that they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I think at this point, the real takeaway is we need to vet people that we're going to stage. Like, if we're going to platform someone, we just shouldn't take their word for it. This guy's a PhD. He's interested in the topic. Let's look at your YouTube channel. What have you talked about in the past? What have you said? Who have you engaged with? What claims have you made? This just idea of just expecting a goodwill conversation. I mean,
and that's what his angle was, because he wasn't getting his way. He said it was bad faith on my part. So he already was saying that because he's like a petulant child, didn't get his way because he couldn't say what he wanted to, because I fucking thunk him in whatever move he was trying to go to. He was trying to set traps for me throughout the whole time, and for me to go into those traps by internally critiquing whatever I'm saying. Oh, I wrote everything down. Oh, here's what you said. And never did he once say, okay, those are your points, here are mine. He didn't do that. He didn't want to. He just wanted to see whatever I said and internally critique me, just like what we do with those guys. He was trying to interrogate me. You get me? That's his whole shtick.
Yeah.
He wanted to, yeah.
I thought. Remember we did the one on the Chatterbox where they had that thing where they want to present your flat Earth and have critiques for it, and they would come in there and they try to find something that internally your worldview is broken, and I'm like, well, why? Can you articulate that? They wouldn't be able to articulate it because so I'm like, well, if something I said caused you to get away from a flat Earth cosmology, a geocentric cosmology, or a flat Earth model, you need to try again. I'm presenting a flat Earth model. If you're going to critique it, you'd have to understand what I'm saying. If what you heard was something other than that, you misunderstood. You need to try again. Like if my answer to your question caused you to think something other than a geocentric stationary Earth, try again. You somehow you heard something. You hallucinated. You hallucinated an answer that I did not give.
Yeah, as you can tell, like the Minos test that they did with the neutrinos, like he was trying to talk about it as in something like it was a foregone conclusion that it disproved the Earth being flat. That's what he was saying. It was like every time I was like, so this doesn't prove that the Earth is. You heard me when I was saying that. Like, does this prove that the Earth is a globe? He said within what they were testing, already the way he presented it is that they were already presuming that the Earth, being a globe, is verifying that it is such and it's not flat. That's what he said. And I was like, oh, is that the test? Is that the result? Is that what they were looking for? Is that the reason why?
No, that's the thing. I did a whole presentation of this on GEMS, and I presented it as proof of flat Earth and watched them argue against it. Because when I first saw it, I'm like, wow, this is pretty conclusive. There's got to be some good explanation here. I can't find one. And it was like, 2.5 hours arguing against it. And finally, at the end, like Kosho looked it up and said, "Oh, this was supposed to be on the globe."
Now.
Yeah, dude, you're hot miking private. Okay, so then at the end of it, I said, "This is what happened. This is the main issue. You tried to apply an experiment, asking a question that wasn't even part of the experiment. That's your error." This neutrino, it wasn't a stream, like they keep saying, like a beam of neutrinos. It's a cone that was sent out. They aimed it purposely down so it wouldn't break the surface of the Earth. And they aimed it at a higher elevation point, northern Minnesota. So you put all these things in there. I go, this was not asking, the question wasn't asking, is the Earth a globe, or if the Earth is curved or not curved. You applied that to the experiment, and that added basically an uncontrolled variable.
Right. So how would they know where they were and where they were aiming it to? Oh, are they using latitude and longitude? Well, then you're presupposing a globe.
Yeah. Well, I wish you were able to have a conversation like that, sporadic, with him. I'll tell you like this, man. Even if you were set up to do it and have a conversation with him, you wouldn't be able to because of the way he was and what his hidden agenda was about. So, You know what I mean? Even as good faith as you might have been trying to have it, he would not have allowed it because he would have just been looking to internally critique what you're saying and not what he said about the Minos test. So, I mean,
The audience needs to know that we approached this whole thing in good faith. On Thursday at 11:55 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, he came in with one of the server mods, and he said, "Hey guys, I want to debate. Yes, debate. I'm ready to go live in 5 minutes on my stream. Can we set something up here?" And I was like, wait, what? What's going on? And then one of the mods for the server said, yes, I finally brought a guy that I've been trying to get in. I finally brought an astrophysicist for you guys to talk to. He's ready to go in 5 minutes. We're like, what? Like, I just got on my lunch break. I got maybe an hour. I'm like, oh, hold on, let's put a pin in this. He said, okay, great. My next available date is tomorrow, same time. I'm like, what is going on here? So, in our back chats, I mean, we at first decided that we would just turn all this down because we didn't want to get bombarded with like an offer to do an on-the-spot debate or discussion with somebody that people were unfamiliar with and not even knowing what the format is, what the audience is, and what we're supposed to be talking about besides Earth. Was there anything else to talk about? And so over back chats, we said, okay, we're going to take this anyway because McToon actually just released a video a few days prior saying that flurfs run from debates. And when they do, they always debate in bad faith. Here's a cheat sheet I have of all the tactics that flurfs do to get out of debates. And if they debate, how they get cornered. So in back chats, people said, we might want to just take this so that we put on a good showing. It can put 24/7 on the map, potentially wide audience. 24/7 hasn't really put its best effort forward to do anything like this in a while because there has been no debate. And people have been running from us and not showing up in our spaces and talking about us around us. So, basically we drew straws and, Indio stepped up to the plate and said, I'll do it. I have no problem with this. And said, okay, well, let's respond positively and say we'll do it.
That's what he thought, dude. That's exactly what he was telling me. He was like, dude, last night we were talking about it. He was like, if I knew that it was going to be this, he was like, I would have approached it differently. But my whole thing was to try to keep a composure, like, putting a good foot forward, and maybe he's just somebody that's confused. Like he got buffaloed, dude. Let's just put it that way. And
yeah, because all Blitz did was over talk.
Yeah.
Trying to straw man.
Exactly. So, and let's put it this way: anybody like him, you, or anybody else that wanted to have a conversation in that particular venue like that wouldn't be able to, because he wasn't. He was set up to come in and internally critique Flat Earth. That's the whole mission, bro. He did not care for sitting down and like parsing things out. Not even a little.
They came at us with the word debate on Thursday. And they said debate. So we're like, well, we don't really like to do this, but whatever, we'll do it. And then like 10 minutes before the debate started, DJ had already put up an event thing calling it a debate, and it was a debate, right? He DMs us and says, no, this is supposed to be a discussion, guys. What are you doing calling it a debate? I'm not here to debate. I don't do debates. Like, what? So in good faith, we said, fine, yeah, we'll just call it a discussion. Sounds great. We like discussions too. And then he turned it into a debate, right? As we were talking. Exactly. Yep, I mean, it was dishonest through and through, and his entire sophistry. The way he was arguing was unethical. It's unethical to have an argument and then not hold an absolute position.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, Sporadic, not only that, he labeled while he was debating in the discussion, what bothers me is that he was simultaneously, while he was telling us we're having a discussion, he must have been setting up his own stream, entitling it Flurfers Debate Science. Because the name of his stream said debate.
Wow, I didn't see that. That's crazy, dude.
Yep. You should have seen that. What's even worse is that if you like click on his stream, and you would see his face while he was talking to me and Indio, he was making smug, like annoyed looks, and people were, and I was looking at his super chats as they were going up. He was being fed from his audience the things to tell us.
I find it funny that he led with this neutrino thing, like something we've all dealt with before. And they've always left with their tail running between their legs. I mean, the first off is if this is your definitive proof, then what made you so sure it was a globe before the neutrino labs came out? And if you're going to use this as definitive proof of the globe, how did you ascertain where these laboratories were built? Did you use latitude and longitude, and is that how you configured your setup? Well, then you're baking in the assumptions, and your application circular. So yeah, I mean,
we could have went into that, Sporadic, but remember he said he doesn't know all the data.
Right, and that was towards the end. I'm like, so you don't even know what your claim is, and you're trying to get the audience to accept that they did something when the most you can vouch for and demonstrate is they can do something or could, and that's just your own personal assessment.
He was Googling it on the fly, and he said he knew Quantonaut, who I've already talked to. Well, I've actually talked to a few times. Actually had to ban from the other server because he's just as hard-headed as that dude. So I think he thought we weren't going to know anything about it.
Yeah,
I mean, granted, he could have got someone through Russian roulette that didn't know about it.
Peter, the Glober would come in and talk about this all the time.
The point is that he didn't know about it at all.
Yeah.
He knew. He was reading it on the fly.
That's even more hilarious. Yeah, so they were feeding it to him, saying, "Hey, use this, use this."
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced he had a helper or coach or AI or something because he was talking to AV. Well, yeah, there's that, but I think he had two screens because he was looking back and forth. Did they go over? Did you talk to AI about the image?
I caught part of that conversation that you were having with him.
Oh yeah,
that has clouds that didn't appear in the original or in the above portion.
Because the horizon doesn't go through the center of the image.
Right.
So a reflection isn't going to have the clouds on top and the clouds on bottom unless the horizon was through the center of the image, the center of the mirror, where the mirror.
Right, so he reversed the predicted effects of the distortion, putting the distortion near the feet of the observer instead of off to the horizon.
No. What he did, we haven't figured out what we think he did is that he did some horizontal translation. Is that he took two, overlaid it, and then moved them, compared them against each other horizontally or something.
Oh, translated them horizontally.
Yeah, instead of vertically, they don't understand mirrors, bro. Remember?
Yeah, spatial relationship intelligence 0.
Yeah, so you have the horizon is going through the image, right? But it's displaced, say it's 1/3 up. If you flip that over, there's going to be some shit on the top that's not on the bottom, right? And some things on the bottom, whatever the shortened end is, whatever the shortened part is, you're going to have missing stuff that's not reflected. So when you flip it over, you can't have a double image of those things at all. It's not possible because you're missing the information that would create the double image.
Yeah.
But it was still doubled in his image.
Wow, so it's
with no graphics artists looked it up. Dude, I don't know. No, I don't know. We don't know. The only thing I can think of is he did some sort of horizontal displacement. Okay. And listening to it again, he said something. I was like, "So is it squashed or is it? Which side is shorter? Right? Which way is it displaced? Is it squashed or not?" And he said
I get it. You're right.
I don't remember.
He did say that he was squishing it side to side, like what they were doing with the freaking level on the green table, trying to squish the horizon and look for left-right curvature.
Yeah, so it's hard to figure out what he did. The only thing I can think of is he just did something completely wrong or didn't understand it. Because when Elbow TV flipped the image, it was perfectly symmetrical.
Wow!
Like, did a vertical flip and then line up the horizon and then see if all the clouds match up, and they all match up. It's perfectly symmetrical. He did something wrong. and I don't know if it's intentional or not. Anyway, there's like so me and AB went kind of over the videos last night. We've actually fed some to AI. I'm actually gonna go through. I'm gonna do like I'm gonna make like a series out of it.
That'd be great. And he owes you a concession at the end of this.
Yeah, he's gonna.
You're not letting go of that.
Oh hell no, dude!
You know what we should also do? Icing on the cake.
He has to concede the Earth is flat, dude. That was the stipulation, because he's acknowledged that it was flat Earth. I said this is flat Earth proof that this is impossible on a globe, and he said that if the math shows that, then he'll concede.
That's right. That's right. That reminds me, we should go to the live stream on Thursday around 11:50 a.m. U.S. Eastern time and find where he came in with that mod and kept calling it a debate, a debate, a debate.
I left that chat, dude, before I realized fucking I should have got a screenshot of that shit. Is anybody still in that chat? Is DJ still in that chat?
I left that chat too. No. Shit.
DJ, you here?
Yeah, I only got the one screenshot there that I put in the side chat where he says, 1 second, I posted it in the side chat there.
Are you still no welcome to Dr. Blitz chat though?
No, I'm not in there anymore. I left as well. But yeah, he said, yeah, if this was a debate, I would have asked for more than 24 hours prep. That's all I got.
He asked for a debate on Thursday.
Well, we got to record it if he in audio.
That's what I'm saying. We should rewind the tape because
I'll get it.
It was either him or the mod, or they're both calling it a debate. Like I found the astrophysicist that I've been trying to get you to debate.
Astrophysicist. He isn't even an astrophysicist.
I know, and that it's true. And so I told him at the time. I said, well, if we're going to debate in here, this is not the way to do it. We need a stage so we can control the trolling and stuff because this is one of the most highly trolled topics. I didn't even know that was Blitz PhD that I was talking to at first because I was in my car driving.
Well, I didn't listen to it to get told. Me and AB went over some of it last night, and I didn't listen to AB's. I only listened to part of it, but just listening to it again, he's just a regular debate bro. Like,
yeah,
I just personally I gave him too much respect off the rip because you told me he knows what he's talking about.
Yep.
So I gave him like some modicum. Okay, I better be careful on what I say. I better be very fucking specific, on what I say, so that all can't be misconstrued or whatever. Because you know how they do shit. So, but then when I listened to it again, it was just like my brain is just like I didn't even think of it, and then the way my brain worked was like as if I was just listening into the live stream and just listening to any normal person that like comes into this or politics or something. And I'm like, this is just normal, regular, everyday shit. This isn't like, this isn't just guy ain't special, man. Like in no way is this dude special. It's just regular debate, bro, nonsense.
Yeah, we gave him, we like did everything Fallon in good faith.
And like, yeah, like you know how who is it, Fallon? There's a few guys that have been coming on. This has been like their new thing is to turn the topic into a shit show by doubting reality.
Yeah, it's true. Here's some back chat context going into this. About 2 months ago, Wersa, one of the mods here in the server, was in my DMs and he's like, hey, so I happen to know some academics and science and technology types, friends and family and things like that. One of them is really curious and interested in talking to you, but he's a bit shy. He said, I'm trying to get him to come on and get him comfortable. And I said, well, why don't you just bring him in? I said, we can have like a moderated chat so that we don't have, trolls coming in and just bleeding nonsense all the time on both sides. He's like, yeah, well, he's interested. I'll keep in touch. I'm working on him. It's going to be nice. He's a really nice dude. I'm like, okay, cool. And, so that day actually Wersa like melted down on my chat over the Canagoo long distance infrared. He's submitting like all this flat earth.ws stuff and saying, this is the wrong, it's not 255 miles and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, this is actually 255 miles. Here's the Reddit post. Here's all this other stuff on it. Here's the guy's new website, by the way. And he just melted down, and I'm like, look, man, if you're going to behave like this, just don't talk to me again. And then, like 2 hours later, he comes in. Hey, I found the guy. I found my astrophysicist PhD friend. Here he is. And so I'm talking in the chat. I'm like, I can't believe this. I didn't even know that it was Blitz, right? I'm thinking that this was like a personal friend of his or family member that he was kind of implying or hinting at in the chat, right? And so we're talking. After he leaves, I'm like, wait, that was Blitz. That was that guy. Are you serious? I'm like, Wersa, like, how'd you dig this guy up? Is this really the company you're keeping? Like, this is the guy that you're trying to talk up this entire time? Your friend? He's like, no, that's not him. I actually found this guy just on YouTube the other day. I was searching for people that would be interesting for you guys to talk to. I just happened to find him. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, this after, you're sending me all this crap on Canagoo from the same team of people that you're chatting with behind the scenes, huh?
Really? That's the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah. So it's really weird that you mentioned it, because I actually haven't seen it presented as evidence in a long time. And someone presented it as X as evidence, and of course some Glober has to say, you guys are still using that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And so I posted, I'm like, well, yeah, because like the horizon is supposed to be in the water somewhere. Because the horizon is supposed to be like 121 miles away from the mountain, because they're not on Canagoo like that. There's a Canagoo one that's 413 kilometers, and it's actually Peak Fenestrel is actually further away. It's actually behind it. Canagoo's in the shot. Like, so it's like they're behind Canagoo. So the horizon ends up being like freaking 5 or 10 miles from shore. Like, it's not even like at the shore. Like, so you shouldn't even see the shoreline at all.
Yep, that is true.
Image. They don't want to think about it. Well, you should see some of the mountains, so obviously that supports the globe.
Yeah,
right. So
yeah, it's enough curvature for me.
Yeah, just enough curvature. Why don't you see the bottoms? Well, I mean, like if you look at Topo map, there's like I don't know if you would call them mountains. Yeah, they'd be mountains. 1,200 meters. But is that a mountain? Yeah. Well, there's that surface profile goes uphill, and then there's like 1,200 meter tall mountains in the way, and then it starts going up into the hill. So there's no way you could see the bottom anyway, because there's freaking mountains that are 1,200 meters closer or 1,200 meters tall, and about 100 kilometers closer or 90 kilometers closer, if I remember right. That is, I mean, I think people underestimate how far that is of a fucking photograph.
You've probably heard them say, well, the light still bends a little bit in infrared. It doesn't get rid of all the refraction, Yeah, anyway, but yeah, there's some more context for you of what was going on behind the scenes. And I think the audience needs to be keenly aware that we approach this in best faith.
Well, they tried to pull a fast one. I mean, it didn't really work, because if you this is going to age. Like I said it that day, this is going to age well. I mean, maybe on first impression, people thought, man, it didn't go so good. Well, that's probably kind of like we have to always hit a home run. We have to win, we have to blow people out. But when you actually listen to it again, I was like, holy shit, dude, this dude is just a train wreck. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He was making up shit about turbulence. He said that zenith angles aren't the same as vertical angles. It's fucking so stupid. Like, if you actually listen to what he says, when I listen to it, I'm like, dude, this dude's just talking mad nonsense. But he's just gish galloping from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, so that you can't call him out in anything specific. He's very good at changing the subject. Excellent at changing the subject. That is like literally his whole thing, is changing the subject and never getting on anything specific. He actually, when I tried to hone in on something specific, he freaking started complaining about it.
Yeah, I remember that. Dude, I heard the nervousness in his voice like 4 minutes in.
Yeah, with the sun and moon. But I was telling AB, man, as soon as he said, he's like, "Where's the sun?" And I go, "I don't know how far away it is. I didn't ask you for a distance. Well, then how the fuck am I going to know where it is?"
Yeah, exactly. He was really trying to pigeonhole you there, and then tell the audience he's not trying to pigeonhole you.
Yeah, like it was like I knew right then this is just like gonna be a sophistic nonsense.
Yeah,
or he's dumb, or he's a freaking dumb fuck. Like, how can I know where the sun is if I don't know the distance? Like, like that doesn't even make sense.
Well, this guy's used to talking to flat earthers and aether cosmology and Earth awakenings and gem pandas or something, maybe. You know, so he's used to taking those people down.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so he's expecting you to be like, well, the sun is 3,000 miles up and 33 miles wide. We can triangulate it.
Yeah, and I went back and looked. They didn't. He said they had thousands of detections. Now I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. So I went back and looked. Even like, so I said there were 6 detections. It was actually, what did I see last night? It was 100 and something. No, it wasn't even 100 and something. Because they don't directly detect neutrinos. It's indirect detection. But they have to eliminate from any other particles that could also have the same interaction, right? That could also make one of their little light bulbs flash. So they have to eliminate. So they don't even know if any particular detection is a neutrino. They do a statistical analysis and say, well, the probability of based upon the standard model says that this particular detection was in all likelihood a neutrino. So they've done, like he said, thousands. It's like 1,000 per year. Neutrino, what they say, neutrino-like events. But confirmed neutrinos was 217.
Wow.
But when I looked at it, was years ago. I didn't freaking get all into it. Like I dealt with a particular claim that the neutrino detector in Japan imaged the sun through the air, which turned out to be a bunch of horseshit. Which was a horseshit claim by a guy that worked there. And then there's Quantonaut, which also has made a bunch of horseshit claims. Now, also, if what Crick came in and said is true, that the emitter is higher than the detector, which is quite possible, just at an elevation. Of course, they're going to have to tilt it down. It doesn't even make sense that they wouldn't, like, because you're higher. Chris said that the elevation is like, it's like, I don't remember, 400 meters or whatever. From what it's like 400 meters, 400 feet, whatever it is, higher than the detector.
So they have to even obscure their own geometry. You know,
he didn't even want to get to the geometry part. That's what I was trying to do when he told me I was being like, I don't have all the information. Like, bro, like, how are you connecting detections of neutrinos to geometry? You're just saying 3%. There's tilted down 3 degrees. Okay, you need to know the relative orientation, like what you're doing. You have to totally connect it to the geometry. You can't just say, imagine this, right? You pull a person off the street, some truck driver. You bring him into the freaking Minos experiment and you go, you see this thing? This is tilted down 3 degrees. And there's somebody at the other end that detects when we shoot 1 trillion of them for like a year, maybe they'll detect 1,000 of them. and that proves a globe.
Yeah.
The Earth is a big fucking ball. Like, nobody, you're a fucking retard. Like, come out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Just like, you're a retard. Like, it's so, unless you rigorously connect it to the geometry, whatever it is you're doing, but it's like, you're not even making direct detections. You basically have a whole bunch of fucking data and you're extracting what you think out of statistics. It's crazy, dude. To even present this as evidence, like it's sad.
At one point in the chat, I actually like did hashtag statistical mechanics, like indirectly quoting it.
Yeah, I mean, Why I didn't
That's all
want
it
him
is.
to use this. I didn't want him to use this. Like that. Like I said, I really didn't want to do the Minos thing because even though I knew about it and maybe a couple other people might know about it, why are you doing that when you know nobody else in this chat is gonna fucking understand a word? Like either on his side or our side is gonna understand a word about what the fuck's being said.
I know,
Or
and you
understand the
called him out for
experiment.
obscurantism. Yep.
Yeah.
You rightfully called him out for that. And, you know, it could have gone so many directions. One of the places it could have gone is to say, okay, so if this is what definitively proved the globe, then how did they figure it out like 50 years ago?
Yeah.
You know,
I guess that's what they did. That's what Eratosthenes did, man. He had a fucking neutrino fucking gun.
Yeah.
No, but then it limited to do. Grab your shovel, brother. Gotta be all over here in an hour. No, I gotta guess them out.
There's a lot of lag or something.
Like fucking pinball. No, they call. I'll walk around with so you need a foot lag. Hope your pocket's dead, bro. Damn, I think I used to put it in my bag. Hey, bro. Easy access.
I check. Check, mic check.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, good, thanks. But I think India was right. This whole thing is going to age like fine wine. I was feeling really dejected earlier. I mean, even this morning, but after reasoning it out, hearing you guys talk about it, this isn't going away. Like, this isn't over. Because Dr. Blitz promised that concession. As long as the math can be demonstrated to be consistent and true. And we've also got that great clippable content. Go back and re-listen to the stream again, and you might find some gems like what we were just talking about. And if we can also obtain audio of their first appearance on Thursday at around 11:50 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time, asking for a debate, there's just so much here that we can use. It's at our disposal to undermine their credibility. You know, on top of all of this. You know, and this is what's kind of upsetting to me a little bit is I wanted a good faith discussion. I wanted a good faith discussion between two people who are academically inclined over this topic. You know, I think it could have been very refreshing to have. It could have been enlightening for both sides. This is what we wanted and what we'd hoped to expect going into it. And once again, we're disappointed by these sophistic tactics, debate bro tactics. You know, you could tell he was just itching for a fight early on in a discussion with Indio. Indio's laid back, chill, just here to have a conversation, right? Like he said. But I mean, yep, he was itching for a fight, and he sure got one. They turned it into the clown show that it became, and that's always their fallback tactic. It would have been made much worse if we had not done this on a moderated stage. We had somebody who could do technical designs and graphics for the salt flat. Showing like an observer, showing the angular relationships, some kind of infographic. And there might be a way to like come up with a quick derivation of that entire freaking crazy optical equation. Just like we've used Pythagoras, right, and derived 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There's probably a way to do that with this. Might have to look at the math a bit. Like what? So we got like 0.02 degrees is the average resolving angle for the eye. Looking out, seeing 0.67 miles where the distortion begins. For what is the rate of angular change that is predicted over that surface, both in curving and over flat topologies. So you do like 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, beyond. So what is that relative to the amount of distortion that occurs on the curving surface? It's kind of what I'm getting at. And then you can compare. Yeah, I think we can definitely like memify the salt flat observation and geometry into something simple and compact like we have with the black swan. Because it'd be great if we could get most of our people used to presenting more than just one observation, even though one is all you need. I think there's a lot here to work with and can be simplified. Everybody learned that once again, surprise, surprise. You try as you may to try to have an honest conversation with people, and they lose their minds. Like you think somebody that's got academic training would be used to entertaining ideas that are not only not their own, but ideas that they themselves don't accept.
Yeah, if it happens again, I think it needs to be planned out better. it needs to be, I think, subtopic specific, if you know what I mean. Like not just flat versus globe, because there's just too much to that, right? It could go anywhere. It needs to be like subtopic specific, right, about a particular thing, and it needs to be like sectioned out and organized so we know exactly what's going to happen throughout it.
Right. Planning, like the kind of planning we hope to have. What it should be. I'm not a big fan of formal debates, but there should at least be time limits. Like, okay, you got a freaking minute to talk. You can say whatever the frick you want for 1 minute. You know, and the other person can't interrupt, even mute them. I don't even care about that. Right? So, because the crazy verbosity. Okay, like,
exactly.
Yeah, his word count, like you said,
off the chart.
Yep, supported all the gish galloping.
But the thing is, nothing was penetrated in any detail. That's what irritates me the most, is that nobody learned a fucking thing about either side.
Yep. You kept trying to bring it there, and he kept deflecting, over and over and over.
Isn't that point of the debate? Is to educate the people listening or something, or have a position. I don't know.
Yo.
Yeah, he was definitely steamrolling. Steamrolled me a few times. Oh, the debate I had just a couple days ago. Are you there? I don't even know who's talking.
Me here. Hello.
Skull guy.
Yeah, Skull Guy. Earth is flat is my name.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's obvious.
I agree.
I've come to the conclusion the Earth is flat because if you shoot neutrinos with a wide enough beam divergence, you can detect them over a flat Earth, 800 kilometers away, 800 miles away. That's what I'm thinking.
Through the cord of the Earth.
Through the core of the Earth, dude. Do you think you knew what I was talking about?
I picked up on it.
Well, I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, wait, you asked if he did. I misunderstood you. I don't think he did. I think it went in it didn't register. Like the implication did not register whatsoever.
I said the core of the arc, so he knew what I was talking about. You know what I mean? Maybe he didn't know what that was.
Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, he's the expert on topologies, right? Knowing relativity.
Well, I figured if you're taking mathematical physics, right? If you have a PhD in mathematical physics, that you have extensive math courses, right? Enough that you could maybe with 1 or 2 more classes get a degree in mathematics. That's just what I figure. Or actually have a degree in mathematics, like a master's in mathematics and a PhD in physics, or a master's in physics and a PhD in mathematics. I figured I could just use typical terminology used in the field and he'd understand it, but didn't seem really like he did understand a few things.
Indio, have you ever read into the sun is flat theory?
I heard trolls are flat. I heard trolls get flattened. The sun is flat. What the fuck's the sun got to do with anything? I mean, if you look in the academic literature, they describe the sun as a disk. They call it the disk of the sun.
Exactly.
Because it appears. Same with the moon.
Yeah, moon as well.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? It's this weird, like you can see features on it, but they have no like discernible depth perception.
It's because they're so far away.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I'm fucking being troll Glober. Because they're
Right.
so far away.
Yeah, so does moonlight not come in parallel, but sunlight come in parallel?
We need to do that test, man. The moonlight erythosthenes, we still need to do that shit. That's something that's been like. You think it'd be too diffuse? That's the thing.
I've seen maybe only on 2 occasions in my life where there were like moon shadows casted, by trees.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be someplace where it's pretty dark, like the woods, or you know what I mean, into the wilderness.
Right, with ultra clear air.
Do the moonlight erythosthenes, man. Be freaking badass if you could. I wonder if there's a way you can. I'm not sure. To collimate the light, you think there'd be a way to do that?
Oh, dude. Well, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Shoot.
Maybe you
How
can
do you-
get
how
like
do you
a
get it?
lens. I still haven't confirmed this. I heard this a while back that that if you say you have a phase of the moon, like say it's a half moon, and that half moon, if you look at the bright portion, that is brighter than like say I take a section of a half moon, right, and measure the brightness of just that area, and then I compare it to that same area when the moon is full. I heard that section, that when compared, it's brighter when it's in phase than when it's full. I haven't confirmed that yet in any way. But obviously, a full moon in totality is brighter. It's like this. So like you figure, like you got a half moon, and it's half as bright as a full moon. It's not half as bright. It's more than half as bright.
Listen, and my hands are full.
Yeah. So me and AB, oh, is AB still in here? Yeah, we were talking about last night. I'm gonna make a bunch of shorts of different sections. I already got a few in my head of different parts of his nonsense. Because he would state some principle, and then sometime later he would contradict it. Dude, he did that shit. He said, "Dude, that was like, yeah, like he was all over the place, man.
Yeah,
all
I kept
over
hearing
the
that
place."
too. His own contradictions. It was amazing.
Yeah, he's doing science. He's not doing science. That was amazing.
Yeah, he said we do experiments to determine what's true, and come up with a theory of what's likely. I was like, what? You just used fucking true and likely in the same sentence.
Yeah.
And what the fuck is credence in science? I'd never seen that in any science, physics textbook, science textbook, where they said we give credence to some thing, and what does that mean? Is that subjective or objective? Or is that just like how you feel about it?
How good it is. He kept saying how good it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so here's the funny thing. That's how AB, he was like, in science, we're epistemically humble. We should be epistemically humble. And it's epistemically arrogant to say there's an objective reality.
Yeah.
I should have asked him, why is that bad?
Right.
Why should we not be? Why do we have to be epistemically humble? Why do we want to do that?
He actually said it leads to nihilism.
It leads to nihilism. So why is that bad?
Yeah, I know, right? If you're not epistemically humble, then you're nihilistic, because I know for a fact your search for absolutism will always fail, and you will be upset at yourself and want to kill the world.
Well, even saying that, right? Like they start from the subjectivist paradigm of does the internal world creates? Like the external world is created from an internal world. There's actually there's no reason to believe that, right? I come from there's an external world that creates an internal world, because without any input, right? Like say you're born with fucking zero senses. Do you have an internal world? About what? About nothing? Like there's nothing there to have an internal world about.
Like a mirror has a reflection and it needs light. You don't have an internal mirror. You don't have any stimuli to create anything to operate off of if you're just locked in.
Yeah, it's like this is probably a person that thinks like the brain is like a computer. Okay, can a computer operate on no data?
Yeah, empty hard drive. Nothing in the module.
You don't even format it, right? You just fucking do the freaking NSA wipe, right? Just random ones and fucking zeros.
All zeros, baby. Bleach.
It'd be good to hold him to points like these, but in a real conversation with him without being muted, he would just run right over you and kind of like not let that point get heard by the audience that he's speaking to. So, I mean, it'd be nice, right, that we could point out all the errors and things like that, but in reality, it just couldn't happen. Not with him being the way he was.
Agree. He just galloped to something else. He would just run away. He was very good at that, of changing the topic. I'll give him credit. That's an acquired taste, man. You don't get that good at changing the topic and get away with it unnoticed unless you're good.
And not only that, on top of that, Indio, he fooled everybody else. He was like, dude, he's winning. No, he's not. He just changed the topic, dude. You guys didn't realize that. So the old 23 skidoo that just happened was doing so that the optics are, he's making it seem like we're not giving a rebuttal to what he's saying. And he's asking the questions. He's doing the interrogation. And that's why I'm like, everybody's kind of a little bit confused on this. They're like, all right, it sounded like, he was the one asking you guys and you guys were not supporting. It's like, no, he's just playing mind games. He didn't really have anything to say. He just wanted to internally critique what we're saying.
Yep, he wanted the audience to think that he had to change topics because we were deflecting and not answering.
Correct. That's why you got some of our team going like, oh, dude, big time fail. Like, why didn't we give him what we needed to? Because you can't. That's not what he was actually, he wouldn't allow it. And, Indio tried, as you can see. Didn't happen.
Yeah, typical.
He complained about it. I tried to go into detail about the freaking divergence of it. He deflected. I tried to go into detail about turbulence. He deflected.
Yep.
Right? Then he brings up a paper that he never read. And I know he never read it. He was reading it on the fly while I was talking to him because he said a couple things. I read that paper probably at least 5 times, maybe twice that. But I've read it years ago. I know every word of what it says because it's one of the zenith angle arguments. He said vertical angles aren't zenith angles. Now I know he fucking never read it. He doesn't even know the concept of what they're actually doing even in the paper. And just like you try to go into detail, he freaking just did, like you said, 32 skidoo. He juked to something else.
Yep. And then he was trying to get moderation to go along with his, his gimmick so that he can get DJ to mute you while he can continue to pursue to interrogate.
Yeah, bro. That's actually one of the shorts. This is one of the first one that came to my mind. There's a part where he starts whining. It's like, he's doing meta. He's doing meta.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I am going to clip all but like every time he does meta, I'm going to drop that at the end. So it's going to be like, because he did meta, I don't even know how many times, 30 times, some shit like that.
Oh, we know why he doesn't do 2v2s now.
Yeah, for this to do the way he does, he needs 100% control.
Yes.
Yeah, it's clear he is well
I
practiced
think he
at
had,
all of this.
like, dude, that mod, I got fucking kicked in that debate, bro.
Yeah, that was.
Wow, I got kicked.
There was tons of server admins and high moderators in there. Could have been any of them.
I wondered if,
Right when I
if
was
that
about
was.
to make my point, dude, I was like, I got kicked, bro.
Yep.
And I didn't even remember what I was talking about, like, when I came back. I didn't remember the specific point I was going to make, so I got kicked mid-sentence.
Yeah, whatever it was, I don't recall specifically, but it was good. It was a crescendo.
Yeah, well, I have to go back and listen to it. And, like, it wasn't anything I did. I didn't have my hands even on my table or anywhere near any key or anything like that, or even near my mouth. Yeah.
Feels like a planned attack, huh? On this room. On this
yeah, but
room.
the thing is, I was kicked. I wasn't dropped down to like to the room. I was kicked, meaning I was in the channel, right? I could still see the channel, but I wasn't in the in the audience. I was straight kicked out of that place.
DJ, can you have Vivek look at that? I mean, we have the logs. We know what time it was and everything too.
Yeah.
Can you see what you on there? Can we see those logs, or do we just see our rooms? Or you know what I
Vivek
mean?
will be able to. Yeah, Vivek will be able to. I'll ask him if you can check if someone disconnected you during the debate, and if he has a log of that action, then if he could just double check, he'll do it.
Well, if it happened, I am my suspect.
Yeah, I'll message him. I'll DM him now.
Yeah, like from one server over to another.
Well, Amish, I know who my suspect is. It's probably the same as yours.
Yep.
Wait, that Weirsa?
I'm not naming names yet. I'm not gonna spare someone's reputation, but yeah. Because he was in the chat talking shit when AV was. He was not neutral in any way, dude. He was talking mad shit about AB and side chat.
Yeah.
While AB was talking, yeah.
There was a lot of fucking agents that came out at the time I was speaking. I saw Small Fox. I started naming them. Where's the?
Look,
I
right?
think
Them come out of the woodwork.
Raised by Goats was another one. Dude, I was looking at the chat as I was speaking to that guy. There's a lot of enemies that I was making right at the moment I was speaking to him. The ones who stay quiet. Fallen Friends was in there disparaging. I was monitoring the chat as I was speaking to this knucklehead.
Dude, it was like it was like somebody like opened a box of ghouls and they all came flying around.
Exactly. It was almost like a planned attack, dude. Like if I mean I know it might not have been, but it's just coincidental. But it feels like it was.
It's like in Narnia when Aslan's on the table and all the ghouls are like dancing around. They're about to drive a knife into him. Like Blitz told us on Thursday that he had like between 500 and 1,500 people on his stream. And then he ended up having 13,000 on Friday. Yeah. Just him on TikTok. Like there are other streams going on.
The pictures of
the YouTube stream. Well, the YouTube stream I looked the other day at 28,000 views. So,
if you guys get a chance, go to his stream on YouTube and go to the end after he clicks out of like talking to us, and look at what his super chats are saying about us. You're gonna be astonished. That's all I gotta say.
Astonished.
Yeah. You're gonna be like, okay, how come nobody in there is challenging him to be like, dude, you did a great job providing evidence that the Earth is a globe? None of that. They're all comments like, I'm giving you this for suffering these guys, and like, it's nothing to do with his performance on what he said. Nothing like that. It's almost just like, people who are just caught in a web of, this, delusion.
Well, that's what I was saying. He was just trying to paint a picture rather than discuss anything, right? He kept trying to bait you, AV, into proving your credentials, right, or proving your worthiness to be in the conversation with him, which I thought was hilarious.
Encouraging me throughout, yeah. Oh, you don't have the booth?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That's,
And I mean,
that's what he wanted him to say the weird thing. That's
didn't
one of
feed
the
into
tactics is to get you to talk about something other than the fucking topic, dude. He didn't want to talk about the topic.
Yeah, he snubbed his nose up at me many times in the conversation.
Yeah, it was kind of sad because I was just like, well, if this guy was so bright, he would be just laying out different reasons why the Earth cannot be flat, and not a single thing that came out of his mouth was definitive evidence that the Earth can't be flat, which is the funniest thing to me. I mean, his audience, like you said, his audience obviously didn't get it. Why? Because they're just fanboys. They wanted to hear him demean flat earthers and call them unintelligent, right? That's what they came there for.
He also brought up that Grace satellite, and then said, "What do you say? The gravitational direction was what do you? Oh man, I have to go back over it. He basically said it matches the globe, right? Because it's all uniform. Said uniform gravity. That's not what they found. Number one. Number two, that would actually show that they're wrong because they're models of a potato Earth where the gravity is just like whipping around in all sorts of directions. So that whole part, that's another obscurantism where nobody in this chat and nobody in his chat knows what he's talking about. But his name is Blitz PhD, so he's like a priest saying, before you could read the Bible, God said this. That's all he's doing, dude. It's sick, dude. It's pretty pathetic, quite honestly.
Like I said, images of him say it all. And if he was anything worth his salt, right, he wouldn't be making content instead of going out and doing something. I mean, seriously, bro. That's all you're doing is creating content, doing live streams on a weekday. I mean, come on, bro. Really? I wouldn't have time to do that on a freaking weekday.
He does have millions of subs on TikTok, I thought. That was like 3 million subs on TikTok.
Well, because they get flat smacked by all the flat. You know how many flat earthers there are on TikTok? Like just flat smacking the crap out of people. It's insane. And it's like when you see one of their priests that just goes out there and just like, oh, see, he doesn't even know how to say this. Oh, he doesn't know about this. Ha ha. You know what I mean? It's like, well, where's your globe evidence, bro? And it's like people just need someone to cling to when their worldview's getting dismantled. You know what I mean? And
well, his content isn't about that. He doesn't do flat Earth content really on TikTok. Well, I think he does live streams. I think he does live stream debates, but he doesn't save them.
No, that's where you make all your money on TikTok is your live stream debates. And that's where you're going to get a lot of new subs, right? Because like people are like, oh, it's going to come on the feed. It's like the live gets a lot of taps on the screen, right? So it's all about the amount of people tapping. And there's a big feud between flat earthers and globe earthers on TikTok. It happens like it's a daily thing, man.
I was on there once.
Yeah,
They got
Angels of
so
Light
mad
is
at
on
me,
there. Like,
bro. Dude was like, I wish you would come on fucking camera right now. He's just screaming at me, dude. Dude, he
oh
went
man, it's
fucking.
insane.
It's a guy named Hasselblad or something.
Yeah,
It was
that sounds familiar, actually. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, no, it's the camera probably. That's why.
But
That's
the
probably why
cameras,
it sounds
the
familiar.
camera's one thing, but I think there's a user that came through. Maybe I feel like he came through here before.
Yeah, he has. He has. Maybe you didn't remember. I don't think I ever interacted with him on Discord. Or maybe he showed up after that. But Alan, so what happened was Alan and Shane were doing the TikTok invasion. And like, they were waiting, and they got sick of waiting because they were live streaming, so they jumped to another one, and I stayed in that one because I was looking for this guy. Because I had seen another stream he had did where he talked mad shit that I knew, like, I measured the fucking distance to the moon, like doing this. And so I just joined, and the name of it was There's No Evidence for the Earth is Flat. Prove Me Wrong. That was the name of the title. And I just went and said, yeah, it looks flat. That's evidence it's flat. And they fucking started spiraling, right? Because they're like, no, there's no evidence. That's not evidence. Like, then what is it? Is it evidence the Earth is curved? Like, but then the Hasselblad guy chimed in, and I was like, that's the dude I wanted to talk to. I go, okay. He went through his whole spiel, what he does about fucking how he measures the moon. Okay. How'd you measure the baseline? You motherfucker! I wish the camera. It was fucking glorious.
Well, the only qualm I don't like, the thing I don't like about TikTok compared to Discord is like, you have the side chat, you could share links, and you're limited in chat. It's almost like an X post or whatever. You have like a limited number of characters. That's way less than what you could do here on Discord. So it's not like people can scroll up through the chat and, grab links. You could, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? You can't post pictures. So if you're trying to educate your chat, you got to kind of be able to pull stuff up on a computer screen and then share stuff that way, right? To do like an extra.
Yeah. I don't like that. But
yeah, it is annoying, man. I just don't like how hard it is to present any evidence, right? If you wanted to. So
yeah, they were taking like their camera, they were taking like their phone and then filming like shit they had on their desk or their screen or something. It's so gay.
Yeah, it's just not a good place to present, right? If you're trying to present evidence rather than just have a conversation, it's kind of difficult. So I do think this is a better format for that. And there's a ton of subgroups of flat earthers that are flat smacking, right? So they all kind of, because there's a limited number of people that could go on one live stream. So you'll have Flat Earth Dave and Angels of Light and their cronies will fill up one, right, and leave maybe 3 spots or 2 spots for Globies to hop up on stage to present evidence or ask questions or just spiral out. And then once that happens, everybody kind of just dips off to another one, and so there's about 4 or 5 of them happening at once amongst that one community. But there's tons of different communities on there, so it is a cool little thing. But they're sitting there struggling to find stuff, right? Just the one thing I noticed, Dave has a ton of stuff on command, right? But he's got as far as libraries of GIFs and videos and links and stuff. But I had told Angels of Light, I was like, dude, just come to the home server, man. Let's get you hooked up so you could at least present, stuff that you're missing. Like he was just talking about the Black Swan.
Can't you stream? Can't you stream from to TikTok from OBS? Isn't there a way to do it? Listen, if there's not a way to do it, I'll invent it, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I think you can live stream from PC now. And OBS has a virtual camera and shit, but then you can use the feature You can use the feature in OBS to do set up different scenes.
TikTok
right?
has its own. It has its own studio, just like Rumble has Rumble Studio. TikTok has their own studio. I was using it for a while, like before they kiboshed what I was doing.
Restream on TikTok with OBS. TikTok app.
Maybe you can do that too.
You can see a server URL. You enter this in OBS later. Yeah, there's a way to do it. You can stream through OBS.
Yeah, it's still the same deal over there too, like as it is on like YouTube or over here, right? Like you start going off the
listen, you
topic,
can use
right?
OBS.
You don't have free speech over there anymore. Yeah.
What I'm trying to tell you is you can use OBS as a presentation platform because you have it has all these plugin things, right, where you can show images or videos or whatever, and you basically you click the freaking you can make it visible or not visible, so you can actually present, and it would go through TikTok as a camera. It would go through there. There would actually be a way to present. It might be a little, you'd have to do it a few times to get good at it, but there's a way to do it. That would be better than the way they're freaking doing it. That's for sure. The way they're doing it's horrible.
Yeah. But
let me reach into the drawer on my desk and take a picture of something I drew down on a piece of paper.
Well, normally what Angels of Light does is he just like has his camera. He has his camera. Like he's rarely looking at himself, right? But he has one camera that is taking a photo of him. So I think it's just his phone, maybe. And then he just flips it. It's either looking at the screen of the monitor of his desktop, or it's looking at him. So when he has to present something, he has to actually take a photo of his desktop monitor.
Yeah,
so
he
that's
flips
the way
the
he does
camera.
it. I mean, yeah, and I mean it serves him pretty well.
Clever, man.
It's not like, yeah, it's not really that bad. It comes out like good enough quality so he could present, but he's missing a lot of stuff. Like, so he'll be like doing he'll be presenting something like, let's say, the Black Swan argument, and I'm like, yeah, do you have the evening one? And I'm asking him like, yeah, well, there's one video, and he's like, oh, well, where's that? I'm like, yeah, just come to the home server, man. I've been trying to get those guys to start interacting with us, at least just to talk shop and maybe exchange ideas or whatever. And they're like, yeah, give me the link, so I sent them the link. They were all like, oh, thanks so much in the DMs, but I didn't see anybody. But I haven't really been spending much time at the home server, so who knows? They might have stopped in to check out stuff and whatever.
Yeah, that would give you if you could figure out a way to present on TikTok better than everybody else is doing, that would give you obviously it's a technical advantage, but that would actually be pretty useful. Because the way they were doing it in the live stream I was in, it was freaking horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like whenever that guy goes live, there should be people someone should be tasked with it, like, all right, you got to do your community service for today. Go into Douchebag Blitz PhD's live stream and present like whatever, like if we have like little shorts or something, some GIFs or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna break some stuff down on him.
Yeah, it'd be nice to just be able to go in there, bomb his little live streams, and make him look like a fool for not presenting any real globe evidence, and then walking away like he won the like he's the champion.
Well, the picture thing, dude, that's just straight fraud. It's fraud or ignorance, one of the two. And we're talking about abject. You're so ignorant you don't know how a mirror works.
Oh, no, he said he needed to get better. Like I said, I knew it right off the bat he was messing with it at the moment. He's like, I need to get better at Photoshop. I was like, yeah, he's messing with it. He's going to mess with it, and he's going to come back and be like, no, see? I knew it. I called it before he even did it.
See? It doesn't line up. it does line up because Elbow flipped it, and it lines up perfectly. Just like I said, it lines up perfectly. You take the image, you flip it vertically. He did some horizontal translation where he took one image and put it on the other and slid it sideways instead of flipping it vertically and just overlaying it.
Oh, I knew he was up to some slimy.
This is going to be the gift that keeps on giving, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, because everybody's like, have you debated a PhD? Like, yeah. Okay, and this is what he did. And I'm going to show him the shit.
Yeah, it's one of those things that worked out good for him, like the day of, but it's gonna, keep biting him.
Did anybody confirm the PhD thing? Quite honestly, did anybody actually confirm that?
Yeah, I think he's working towards it personally. I don't even know.
Because I don't know,
looks like a hippie.
He didn't seem like he was he wasn't familiar with some academic terms that are pretty. I don't know. If I didn't know better, I would say he's not. I wouldn't even say he had probably maybe a bachelor's or something like that. Just like not that that's important or anything. I'm just saying is like if you're going to name yourself, Blitz PhD and say you have a PhD in mathematical physics and you don't have one, dude, that's total fucking fraud.
Yeah. I mean, I knew he was a snake just by the person who freaking brought him up to the table. We were like, oh, I don't take a side. I don't take sides. I don't care either way. It doesn't matter to me. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Why are you hanging around then if you don't care either way? Oh, I'm just bored. And it's like, okay, dude. Got no dog in the fight, huh? So.
No, I think he thought that he's going to do something that would nuke this channel.
Oh, I think so too. That's what I'm saying. I didn't think he was being honest.
Because he's mad that this is the most popular
this
channel.
Guy's really. Yeah, well, he was telling Sporadic, this guy's actually a really nice guy. He's not like anti-flat earther or whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, horse shit.
Yeah. Well, that's the way he was painting it to Sporadic in the first place. Which is why Sporadic was like, oh, cool, we could have a good conversation, right? And Wurza was playing nice, like good cop, to Sporadic as well.
So he was so confident that he had to try and sandbag.
It was a planned attack, Indio.
Oh, no doubt.
For sure, man.
On the channel.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they like that we're the most popular channel in this Discord. Well, him personally, and decided he's going to try and, if I show up the flat earthers, no one will go in it anymore.
It didn't work. His plan failed.
As always. So I'm saying we need better opponents. Like he's an incompetent boob. We can use this dude just like a stepping stone to use his head to step up to some higher level person who actually knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, no one's going to get into it. No one's going to get into the subject matter. Whenever people who are like they're balls deep in it, they're not. Like their careers are like relying on it. Like especially the super educated ones, the ones that spent tons of money on their education and then they're specializing in the field, right? Like an astrophysicist is always going to be on the side of astrophysics. Why? Because if they don't, they just threw away all of that money. Like I said, it's
well, no,
hand in hand.
all that just no. It's like they don't. They do and they don't. They like astrophysics doesn't deal with the Earth. It's not part of the Earth, right? Unless I guess you're an Earth astrophysicist or something, which I'm sure they have. NASA and fucking MIT has like what is it? What did they call it? xenoastrophysics or something, where it's the study of life on other freaking planets or something.
Still, it's
Sure, this is an actual profession. This is an actual profession, bro.
Still,
Well,
it's
you get what I'm saying. If you're
related
go ahead,
to
sorry.
astral objects. It's those objects that are related to that so-called outer space, or in the ancient nominations was sky, heavens. That's astrophysics.
Well, if you're giving lectures, right? If you're giving lectures at university or different, like, expo centers, right? I just feel like you're going to shoot yourself in the foot if you start talking about a subject that debunks like the basis for your whole thing, right? Like, oh yeah,
Yeah, but
everything has
no,
to
not really,
coalesce and
because
turn into
that's
a ball.
actually John, that's taking a philosophical position, which I tried to make out at the beginning of the debate, that, like, yeah, these models, they work to make predictions, but when you make that logical leap to, not only do we have a model that makes predictions based upon a whole bunch of measurements we made, the stuff we don't actually have physical access to, we're going to say that those models represent physical reality in some way, right? Where you could have, there's an arbitrary number of models for any arbitrary data set. There's like an infinite number of models that could possibly make predictions within that data set using different types of mathematics, right? Like, people think that there's like one, so general relativity, there's actually multiple models within general relativity themselves using different mathematical techniques. So there's like Hilbert half spaces, there's tensors, there's like all sorts of different, there's what they call Minkowski space, because I know you're not probably know what this means, is that the geometry is invariant under transformation, which means you can transform it into any other geometry, right? And do all the mathematics within that geometry, and it's all mathematically equivalent, right? But the geometry itself, what it represents, isn't equivalent. You know what I mean? You're making different assumptions within that. So to take one of these models and say, yes, this model is physically real, that is a philosophical statement that you need the evidence for.
There is an app that resembles Dave Weiss's app that of Flat Earth, and you can use it, and it will give you the eclipses, sun eclipses, moon eclipses that happen, and where it will happen over that AE map. Does that mean that the app is real? So it helps to predict, not predict, that will be a wrong term to use, because it's not a prediction. It's not something that will happen for the first time and someone will just predict that thing. It happens every time. So it's just post-diction. That doesn't mean that model is the model for reality.
Yeah. So I brought it up, like, so there's the Kepler model, the solar system. Yeah, great, it works. But there's other models that also work. So how do we choose which one is physically real? Like, what is the criteria? Like, we have Kepler's model, we have Tycho Brahe's model, there's also other models. There was a third person that made a model in between, at the time of Kepler. I can't remember his name, some weird Polish name. But like, his model also quote unquote works. Is his model real? Like, which is the model that represents physical reality? Because we're making observations from our viewpoint of what the planets do, and we're making a mathematical model that will predict what it does in some future point. And as Copernicus himself said, like, there's no way to ascertain what the true causes are. So, like, as long as you make accurate predictions from principles of geometry, then, you've done your job. Like, your job isn't to freaking, astronomy's job isn't to make hypothesis about what's happening, about the why, right? Its job is to just state what's happening, not why it's happening. And what's happening is, I see a planet, next to the moon. That's the only thing you need to do. Like, that, all the other shit is just stuff that's added on that
speculation.
You can't actually prove.
Yeah, everything that will add, it will be just a speculation or an assumption.
That so the wakey interview, right, where he went undercover and got an interview with that astrophysicist. She didn't want to discuss anything, right? Right. She what's up?
I can speak English. Please help me, Daddy.
Oh God. Buddy, do me a favor. Mute your mic, please. We're having a conversation.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, the main reason I'm bringing her up was because she did not want to discuss any of the subject matter once she found out she was discussing doubt in the heliocentric globular model, right? And I feel like it's probably something that's going to take place when you're dealing with anybody who's that far down that rabbit hole, right? If they're like, oh no, it has to be true with no evidence, you start presenting to them that there's no curvature, they're probably going to do the same thing. And I mean, I don't want to, speak to how people are going to react to this information. I mean, I just
Isn't that weird, though? Don't you find that weird that someone that's the head of an astrophysics department doesn't want to discuss their own belief system with somebody that doesn't believe it, that they only want to discuss it with people that do believe it? It's like, oh, I'm not in an echo chamber. I don't even want to talk to you.
That's what Blitz PhD said the other day, man. He said, why would I talk science to science deniers? What he said.
He said that shit.
Him on that. Yeah, you can quote him on that. Yep.
When did he present any science?
Well, he was double checking. He said he did and then he didn't with the Minos test.
Indio, that guy has a PhD in pseudoscience. That field of study, which is astrophysics, is just pseudoscience. He studied the things that he can never verify.
He has a PhD in sophistry.
Yeah. He have the highest degree in sophistry and pseudoscience.
Well, no, Blitz PhD isn't a. I don't think he studied astrophysics. I thought he studied just physics. I was talking about the astrophysicist that.
Yeah, he's just a physicist.
Interviewed.
Oh, physicist, that good.
Allegedly. Unverified.
Strong allegedly on that one.
I don't.
He probably made his degrees in Photoshop.
But it just came down to the best argument he had for a globe was that the Earth is not flat, and with the Minos test, that's it.
I thought it was hilarious that he was asking you to define.
It's a test. The Minos test that, when pressed, didn't actually know how it worked.
Test that he
was trying to. Oh, go ahead, Necros.
When he talked about neutrinos, at best, it will show that the surface is not even. That's the thing. It doesn't show that the surface is not flat. It shows that the surface is not even. So when you will place detectors on the surface, that means that the surface and they are not in line.
Yeah, is he talking about the curvature of the Earth not even, or is he talking about land topography not even? He didn't make a distinction, did he?
Yeah, no, he didn't make the distinction, and that's why I say that he was talking about the surface that is not even, because he can distinguish between an overall flat surface and not even surface where you can have inclination and curves, topography, like you said.
This PhD says that he can prove that tides are an uneven distribution where there's a hump and a divot from two geographic locations. All he has to do is call somebody up in another geographic location, and then Bob's your uncle. He understands that one side is higher, which is a hump, and the other side is a divot. It's lower. He
Yeah,
said his verification
Dude,
of
that
that
gives
is just calling somebody up. That's it.
that,
The PhD
that
said this.
gives a whole new meaning to phone a friend, man. You got three choices. You can phone a friend, or
and also he said that he knows that the moon is the cause of tides, and we had Easy who wanted to defend him after the debate or the discussion finished. Easy wanted to defend that and wanted to prove that that the moon is the cause of tides, and he failed on the first step.
It was an absolute W for us, man. I mean, I'm telling you. Like, he didn't have any evidence whatsoever to back up and anything he said.
So you want to have fun? Give that video to Bruce McGuire. Mind shock.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
he would
we've
love
already listen, guys. We've already extrapolated all. Me and Indio critiqued it from a standpoint of running through a filter of how many logical fallacies he committed. We have them on a PDF form, so if you guys ever want those, you can see, and the timestamps to go along with them. So you can go to each timestamp and then look at the logical fallacies that he committed. Me and Indio did that the other day. So.
I did that myself when I was listening to the discussion. While he was talking, I detected the fallacies every time he said.
Well, I tell you what, and I'm not going to take away from this chat or anything, but at some point, right, go to Frontline Unfiltered, go in our Discord, and right there, we've laid everything out for, what we talked about with the PDF that we laid out with all the logical fallacies. So my PDF, his Indio's PDF, and just other conversations we have. That don't jump in there right now. It'll take away from this place.
Yeah, I also made a transcript of a timestamp transcript of all of it too, and I broke the video in half, so I got the audio for AV and the audio for me separated.
Nice. That's a lot of work, man. Good on you guys for doing all that. At least helps make everything a lot easier to sort through and analyze.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I think what's hard though, John, is that when people are listening to this conversation, argument / debate, they don't know how to parse it out. Like the common Joe will listen to what it sounds like, him running over what we're saying, and then probably say like, well, he's just on the offense. Like there's really nothing you guys are saying to defend yourselves. On the onset, that's what it looks like. But when you look deeper, right, at sort of what's being said back and forth, he's not presenting anything for evidence.
Oh, I saw that right off the bat. But, like if you look at the first thing he said to Indio, or the first things he said to Indio, he was trying to get Indio to divulge something to him that was going to give him like an edge, right? And then when he first started talking to you, he tried to divert the topic away from him and start asking you questions, like qualifying questions, which is another debate tactic, right? Oh well, let's make you look stupid, right? Let's try and paint you as unintelligent, right? And get you to go down that rabbit hole of trying to prove yourself, right? Oh, prove your intelligence to my audience, right? Like prove your qualification to have this conversation with me, rather than just having a conversation with someone, And just the sneaky tactics of calling it a debate on his channel while telling us, no, we don't want to have a formal debate. Let's just call it a discussion, right? So there's just so many different things that are happening right off the jump between both of your conversations, right? That let the critical mind know that he was using tactics rather than trying to actually have a discussion and get somewhere in the discussion. So, but yeah, like the moment he's like asking Indio, I just want to know who I'm talking to, right? I want to know so do you believe in a firmament? Just give me some stuff. Give me something to go off of here. It's just like, yeah, no, come on, dude. It was blatantly obvious, like where he was going, where he was trying to take the conversation right off the rip. Right off the rip, it was just he wasn't ready for it, man.
Well, that's why I was so laid back. I was laid back because I didn't want to swear in here, and I actually went on X to practice my good cop, like I told everybody, practice my good cop, not to be freaking crazy. But as soon as he said he don't know anything, I'm like, okay, you just gave up the ghost, man. There's like, I can just kick back and relax, man. It's already over. That's what, when I asked him, why should we follow you into your, uncertainty? Why should we do that? He never gave a good reason why we should follow him into his uncertainty. Like, you don't know anything. You're admitting it that you don't think you can positively know anything. So why should anybody listen to you?
Yeah,
Are you trying to convince us we don't know anything either? I don't know this to be true, but please believe it along with me so we can hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Like, why would we do that?
So far, I think he's the highest level sophist that I've spoken to thus far. The level of sophistry he was bringing was unparalleled by anybody that I've spoken to. So that's got to say something about what he's.
Slimy worm, dude.
So, and the only way you can accomplish this goal is that if you have a field that's set up. So he has to have the forum that doesn't mute him or is not allowed to mute him, and he's got to come in as if it were a discussion. So he's got to fool the opponent into thinking that he's coming in as a false pretense that he wants to have a conversation. So there's a couple of key factors that need to be in place before he begins his barrage of interrogations. That's the way he. It's like a planned attack. In other words, it doesn't work if it's not that. You get me? It needs to be those specific key components there, so that when he comes in, he's already set up to win. Like it's an easy win because the opponent doesn't understand. Like he's coming in not in good faith.
Oh, that's 100% right. Hey, did you guys want to start an event? I don't know if there's an event going on today. DJ, did you look into that?
Yeah, it's not possible right now, unfortunately.
Oh, why not?
There's upcoming events on the stage that we can't interrupt.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I was just wondering.
I'll keep an eye on it, though.
When I came in.
Yeah, I think there's one in about 20 minutes, so I'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes they plan them, but they don't, like the host doesn't show up. So if that, I'll keep an eye on it. And if it doesn't start, which happens quite often, then, then we can start one.
The next event, DJ, when you're able to start it, just put the question, are you able to distinguish between science and pseudoscience?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, that is a good one. Who's this guy that has his name Crit as an atheist?
He said he's a flat earther yesterday.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wanted to engage with that guy who said, "Help me learn my English, Daddy." I wasn't touching that with a 60-foot pole.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to go on listen mode, guys. I got a lot of work to do. So good to see everybody this fine day. Hope everyone's having a good one. Catch you all later.
A good day, brother.
If anybody cares, I posted both transcripts in the chat. The audio's too big. I can't post it. Well, I can't. I can post a link to it, but not right this second.
Trippy video I just put in the side chat. I'm not vouching for what he's saying in the video necessarily, but it's just a trippy effect, right? He gets like 3 different sizes and different shaped pieces of glass, and then he reflects them onto a board, and as he moves the board further away, they slowly turn into spheres, and by the time he moves it far enough away, they're all the same size and they're all perfect spheres. Pretty trippy effect.
Oh, that sounds cool, huh?
Oh yeah, that's super cool. That's so nice. So the size, like, just translate to brightness.
Yeah, man, I have no idea how that happens like that, but my wife showed it to me. I'm like, damn, send me that. That's crazy.
So that means more confusion for them. They can't tell you that a planets are round, actually.
Yeah, man.
You could say, no, look, there's evidence that they're actually square or triangle or whatever else.
Your eye, your retina is the board. You know that, right?
No, what do you mean?
So if he would have looked at those mirrors from where the board was, if he would have looked at them, they also would have looked like circles.
I getcha. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard like, I do make that argument sometimes myself. It's like, well, any shaped light that you look at from a distance turns into a circle looking light, like a round looking light. So the reflection will do the same thing, will it?
Wouldn't that be worse for a glober, though?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all of these things.
It's like looking at a bright light, right? So the light's far enough away, it doesn't matter what the shape of the light is. So, they claim in astronomy that no celestial object other than the moon is resolvable. Meaning you're not. It's actually not. I'm not saying not in focus. You can get them in focus, but they're not like a resolved image. Meaning you can't get details that are proportionate to what you're viewing it at. I mean, it's hard to. I can use the example of the mirrors, right? Now, if you had like in that case, you could take a bigger, like one that's brighter than the other. If they would have looked at it, if they would have went to where the board is and stuck a big telescope there, right, like a Newtonian reflector, they could have seen the individual mirror shards. Okay, in that case, just saying. But there is a distance where like no telescope is going to help. No matter what you do.
Yeah. Wanna have fun? Read what Just Easy spiraled in the side chat to respond to what DJ sent, and just tell me if that's not word salad.
I don't know what's worse, word salad or ChatGPT.
I don't think ChatGPT will say that shit. It's completely.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, well, he didn't use ChatGPT to type that, so that's a plus. But on the other hand, it's word salad, so that's not too good either.
Yeah, pure word salad. Because of the sharpness of the edges, in the first part, he's talking about the sharpness of the edges at that distance, and then he jumped to, that's exactly why Earth looks very smooth from space. What the heck? Have you ever seen Earth from space?
Easy is a Golden Globey generator. I've got about 5 hilarious screen captures so far.
Easy is the textbook guy.
Loves the textbooks.
Yeah, he loves textbooks and they are confusing him.
Here's some funny ones from today.
He's an imaginary guy, so he lives in in a conceptual thing, a model.
Hey yo, where's everyone?
We are here. Hello?
Very happy to hear this.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. For a second, I lost hope in believing that the Earth is flat.
Nah, I
Now
don't
you're
believe.
here.
I don't believe that.
Now you're here.
It's just the thing that I know.
Just kidding. I don't believe it too. I don't believe it too.
Yeah, it's something that I know. It's not a belief. So.
What's the difference, bro? You know something or you believe in something?
Believe in something, it's just accepting that thing without any evidence. It's just pure acceptance. That's belief. If you know something, that thing that you know must be verified using your senses. So it must be something that you verified to claim that it is a knowledge. Something that you believe is something that you just accepted without verifying anything, without any evidence. So no, I don't believe that it is flat.
Very complicated.
Sorry?
That looks very complicated.
No, it's not in reality if you think about it just a little bit. So if I tell you, for example, that unicorns are real and you accept that thing, that will be a belief. You believe the thing that I told you without any evidence. I didn't show you any unicorn. I didn't present to you any evidence for a unicorn, but you accept that. So if I tell you horses are real and you ask me to validate that and I show you a horse and you examine the horse entirely to be sure that, yeah, that's a real thing, at that moment, that won't be a belief. If you say that horses are real, it will be a knowledge because you verified that.
Oh, looks nice. I like her.
Let's
Seriously.
go with the Earth. Earth is flat. That's the thing that I can verify and I can experience every time because it's the reality that where we live. And you experience the same thing majorly. So you experience a flat, horizontal, planar Earth and motionless. Never experienced any curvature of the Earth unless if it is topography. Other than that, you never experience an overall curvature of the surface of the Earth or any motion of the Earth, unless if it is an earthquake. And you will, at that moment, you will just distinguish that. You will know that the ground is moving and you will know that it is an earthquake. Other than that, you never experience any motion of the Earth or around itself or around the sun or around the galaxy or with the galaxy in the cosmos toward the edge of the universe. You never experience any of those motions. But you believe.
Yeah, bro, sorry. What does the earthquake have to do with the Earth to be flat or not?
No. It had to deal with the motion. I told you, you never experience motion of the Earth only when it is during an earthquake. The only moment where you experience motion on the Earth, it's during an earthquake. Other than that, you never experience any other motion like the globe believers claim, like Earth orbit rotating around itself or going around the sun or going with the sun around the galaxy or going with the galaxy toward the edge of the universe.
Understood. That looks good. That looks good.
My question to you, do you have any proof that the Earth is a globe?
Actually, if it was not globe, how the brain works?
I'm sorry?
If it wasn't a globe, so how the airplane works? The airplanes, the flights.
I swear I couldn't understand that specific word. What works?
Planes.
Airplanes.
Before jumping to explaining how things work in flat Earth, we need to see if it is flat or not. So, do you have any proof to validate that the Earth is a ball? So let's see if the Earth is a ball first or flat, and then we can try to understand how things works. So, do you have try to think just between you and yourself? Think if you have any proof that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, basically the day and night. How it's day here and maybe it's the night in the US. So basically there should be something on the other side. There should be another side. It's not only one side. It's not only all get
We don't
what about this?
Flat and it has another side. We're not talking about that. We just want to see. So, because when I ask you the question and you are just dancing around the question, I would just want to know, do you have an answer to the question or you don't have the answer to the question and you just don't want to say that, no, I don't know that the Earth is, I don't have any proof that the Earth is a ball. So my question was, it's not about it must happen like that because you think that the sun is going around the Earth as being an object around it, not just above it. So I don't care if you don't understand how things works, but I wanted to know if you have any validation, any proof for the globe. So you believe that the Earth is a globe. Do you believe that? So do you think that you know that, or you know that it is just a beliefs or something that you accepted without any evidence because you heard someone saying that it is a globe, or you saw some images in the television or videos. So like I told you, for me, I don't believe that the earth is flat. I know that it is flat, and I can validate that. But I just asked you the same question. Do you believe that the earth is a ball? So it means that you accept that the earth is a ball without any evidence, or you have any evidence that the earth is a ball. So it means that you know it.
Yeah, my friend, I answered your question. My answer is that was my answer. If it was not globe, how the day and night happen? This is my answer. This is my real frank answer.
It's impossible to be an answer because that's a question. A question cannot be an answer. So when someone asks you something, you can't answer him by asking him another question that is completely different. So I asked you if you have a proof for the globe. You said. So my question to you: how day and night works? That's a question.
Yeah, I said. They have a proof, right?
Sorry?
You asked, do I have a proof that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, this is my proof. It depends. What proof do you want? What kind of proof do you want?
Not an
Maybe it's a question. Maybe my proof is a question. Maybe you didn't like my proof.
Your proof is a question. So how day and night works?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can answer that. So day and night works because of the sun and the position of the sun above your head in the sky. That's the only thing that is explaining day and night. So day and night are because of the position of the sun. Dependent to where the sun is in the sky, that will be your day. If the sun is not in the sky, not present in the sky, so the sun will set on the horizon, that will be your night. It's completely independent to the surface. It's dependent to the sun itself. So when the sun is above you, it's day. When it's not, it's night.
Yeah, but I said, what is the explanation of that?
So it's not
it would be day here and night in other countries.
No, I just explained to you
on my location.
I just explained to you that day and night are dependent to the sun, so it's not. It wasn't a proof for the globe because you told me that you presented a proof. So the question you said that was a proof. You said how day and night works. Day and night are dependent to the sun and its position in the sky, and that's all. That's not telling me that the earth is a ball.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice. Again, I can ask the question. Nice. I'm glad you understood that your question wasn't an answer to my question. So again, I can ask my question again. Do you have any proof that the earth is a ball, or you just believe that without any evidence?
I just take it as granted. I don't have any proof, actually, and I don't care. I don't care.
You don't care?
Yeah, that's right.
Why are you here? Why your question, first question was related to the earth and its shape?
Yeah, actually, this server is for English, right? So I'm here for English.
Yeah, okay. So you can learn.
It's slow. I don't care.
Listen, Linda, listen. You can come here and practice your English, but the topic is flat Earth. So if you have any proof of your globe or any flat Earth topic questions, that's what you talk about in English. So do you have any globe proofs other than the sun above your head?
No. For me, I'm just participating and just speak.
Okay.
Just
So you have no.
participating. I'm not here to prove anything.
Oh, excuse me. So you have no globe proofs. Do you have any flat Earth topic question?
No.
No. Okay, then you can move on, or you can stay and listen and learn.
Sandra, why are you talking to me like that?
Talking to you how? Are you letting your feelings get involved here?
No. You're talking to me in a super, how to say it in English, in a bad manner. I didn't like the way you speak. I didn't like it at all.
Well, you don't have to like how I speak. The topic is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
You don't have to talk to me in English.
Pardon?
You don't have to talk to me like this.
Like how? In English?
It's a moderated room, brother.
I didn't like
you don't
your
have to
attitude.
stay. Raptor.
I don't like your attitude.
If you don't like it, dude. You don't have to stay here if you don't like it. If you don't like our attitudes, man.
Why I shouldn't have to stay? I can stay here and don't like
because no one's forcing you. No one's forcing you to be here is what we're saying. And it is a moderated room. So if you don't want to address the subject matter, you will be moderated. That's what he's trying to tell you. He's trying to be nice about it, to be honest.
So let's practice that. So let's practice that English, like you said. So do you understand now that the idea of the Earth being a ball, it's not a knowledge, but it's something that people believe, just like you said. So it's something that you believe to be real, that the Earth is a ball, because you heard that from someone, or you saw that in TV through an image or a video, or through a screen of a computer or phone. That's the only way you had that idea of a globe. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. I fully understand. But I told you from the beginning, it's not the biggest concern of mine.
I
think it's a globe. I think it's a globe. It's okay for me.
You think it is a globe? Can I ask you about your daily experience? What do you experience in your daily life? Do you experience a flat, horizontal, planar Earth, or do you experience a curving surface?
Flat one, for sure.
Sorry? You said flat one?
Yes, a flat one.
Nice. Nice. And you also experience that there is no detectable motion on this surface, unless if it is an earthquake. You will know that.
Mm-hmm.
You never did. Nice. So those are the things that you experience every day, and you can verify those things if they are real, if you don't believe your senses or the interpretation of the information got by your senses and interpreted by your brain. So you think that it will be just influenced by your interpretation or your senses. So you can verify that, measure the surface of words and see if it is really horizontal and flat or if it is curving anywhere. So you can verify those things. And I understand that you don't care to know, but don't you think that better to have knowledge instead of being just ignorant about where you live? Like, for example, you want to practice your speaking. You can speak about things that you can know, so you can have ideas to present, be able to talk, instead of just trying to formulate simple questions to make it simple for you. So you will have arguments to present. So do you think that you are able to verify what you experience? Like you said, you experience flatness and you experience motionless. You think that you can verify that with tools?
Okay, sorry, I was disconnected.
No worry. So, do you think that you can verify what you observe in reality? So
Yeah, listen. I understood the core of your question. I don't have proof.
Yeah, I
No, I
understand
don't
that.
have. Yeah.
I understand that. But you don't have proof for the globe. For flat Earth, you're not making any assumption. It's the same thing that you are experiencing. You're not assuming that it is flat. It is the thing that you're experiencing. And I asked you, do you think that you are able to validate that experience by measuring the thing? You experience flatness? You think that you can verify that it is really flat? It's not just you imagine it to be flat. You see the surface of water, you see the horizontal horizon. Do you think that there is ways to verify that it is flat?
Listen. I will tell you something. Once when I was at college, there is something called topographic class. It has something to measure the angle. If you point a laser or if you point something to the horizon, you can measure the angle.
Yes.
So we did some calculation and we were checking the coordinations between 2 points, 1 point here and 1 point after a big distance. So they were changed. You understand? If you look at something to the horizon, it should be like straight, right? If the Earth is flat, it should be straight.
Should be straight, not curved.
Yeah. After this calculation, we found that the other point which we are looking at after distance shape an angle. So it's lower than the point which we are standing on. Here, the professor told us this is why the Earth is a globe. This is a little proof I can remember. This was brought to me by numbers.
Yeah, I understand.
Other than this, I don't have.
I understand.
And how airplane works? How airplane works?
I can talk to you about planes, but I just want to first talk about that point that you just brought to the table, which is measuring that line of sight. You saw that the object is like at an angle, like it dipped down, and the line is, you have to point the line downward. That doesn't show that the surface is curving, that you are still using a flat, straight line. That line of sight that you are using, from that point where you are standing, and only God knows what elevation was, and you, for sure, the person who made those measurements. So, and the point that was in distance. So that's not sufficient to claim that the surface is curving. That's one, because the line of sight is still not horizontal. It's still straight and flat, not curved, because you don't use curved line of sight from the tool, which is a theodolite or sextant or anything that you use that will calculate that angle. So it's a straight line of sight. It doesn't tell you that the surface is curved from between you and the object. It can tell you that you are at higher elevation than the object. That can happen. If I'm standing and I put a bottle on the floor just 2 meters or 3 meters in front of me, and I just try to calculate an angle from horizontal toward that bottle, yeah, it will be an angle tilted downward toward that bottle. That line of sight from my eyes or the tool toward that bottle. So it will be tilted. That doesn't mean that the floor where I'm standing is a ball.
Yeah, that's right. I understood. That's right. That's right. That's right. But if you want to prove something, you will go step by step, right? You will not go by one proof, a flip of a finger, and voila, Earth is globe. You can start with this, develop it, build other proof on it. But this almost I have. Actually, this almost I have.
The Globers use those things as being a proof. Like, for example, they use, have you ever heard about Eratosthenes?
Yeah, I remember. I heard it somewhere. Yeah.
Nice. So for that guy, what you just did, and you said that it is just a step. You can't say that it is a proof for the globe. You can't say that it's sufficient to claim that I measured the circumference. No, the guy or the Globers claim that that guy really measured the circumference of the globe by just putting some sticks, one underneath the sun, at an angle. And he assumed many things. He assumed the distance to the sun. He assumed the parallel rays coming from the sun. He assumed a curving surface forming a ball. So all those were assumptions that he threw in his calculation. And he said, "Oh, I measured the circumference of the ball." And the Globers, since those thousands of years ago, they still claim that it is a measurement of the circumference of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
It's not, for sure. It's not. He will not be able to measure anything using this very basic ways, basic methods.
It's not just the method that is basic, but that was full of assumptions. Like, if you want to do the same thing now in your room, just take a bottle, put it underneath the light bulb in your room, and another bottle in the extremity of your room. One will form a shadow, so the one that is far from the light bulb, and the other one that is underneath the light bulb won't have a shadow. Just make the same assumptions as Eratosthenes, and you will calculate the circumference of your spherical floor of your room. So that's why I told you in the beginning, the Earth being a ball is a belief. If you go with your senses and the verifications that you can do, the Earth is not a ball. The Earth is a planar surface. In other words, it's flat. You care or you don't about knowledge and ignorance, that's your problem. It's not mine. It's just the reality and how it is. You said earlier that you don't care about how is the Earth. That will be difficult for someone who is considering knowledge.
I'm only considering knowledge and, and speaking English, actually.
No, I understand. I understand. In your life, you don't consider knowledge. So for you, it's a question. Don't consider it an insult. I just want to know, for you, ignorance is a bliss?
I consider getting knowledge, but listen to me. I will share you my perspective if it's the right place to share it. Like everything you do, like for me now, I'm spending this time talking. I'm spending this time here at this server. This is costing me time. I would rather. Okay, now I have the time to be here, but I would rather to spend my time doing something else rather than searching if the Earth is globe or not. For example, got it?
You
This is my
can.
approach. This is my approach.
You can. It's not an obligation, but it's just something that also you can do. There is many possibilities to do it, like you just said. Now you have the time for Discord, and you have that opportunity to get an information. Oh no, I think that you didn't even imagine that you will just encounter a channel that talks about the Earth and the description of its surface, if it is curved or not. I think you never imagined that, but here's the opportunity that came to you. Will you just refuse to try to know? So you will consider ignorance, or you will be interested by just acquiring that knowledge.
Yeah, listen,
Maybe
this
if you will
seems
have more
interesting.
time. I'm not asking you to know everything today. I'm not asking you to believe anything I'm saying. You will have the time like you had it today. There will be some coincidences that will happen, and you will have time to watch some videos, go to the beach, go to the lake, make some observations, something like that, to just validate the thing for yourself.
Yeah, but where I will go with this knowledge? If I get this knowledge, okay, the Earth is the flat or globe now. What I will do? Will change the world? What I will do? Yani?
You'll go nowhere with that. You'll stay on the earth like us. We were here. We were using Discord on the earth and thinking we left Earth since we knew that. No. So it's like I
Yeah.
told you. It's not something that will that is material. It's a knowledge. Knowledge is not material, so it's something that you acquire that you can use in your life, and something that is related to.
I see. I see that. I see that. Okay, actually, listen, bro. I have a lot of work to do now, so it was very nice to talk to you. I will go see. I will go see a couple videos on YouTube regarding this topic later. Well, maybe we'll have something to 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 say the next time.
Yeah, try. And you're welcome anytime. Try to research the thing. Try to find for yourself, by yourself, validations for the thing that you believe to be real. So it happened to that you believed that the Earth is a ball. So you gave that with your choice or with no choice the moment to have those ideas, or to hear those ideas and come here with those ideas that the Earth is a ball and talk about that. So now you have an opposing idea that is saying that no, the Earth is not a ball. The Earth is what you observe and experience every day. And now you can verify that for yourself if you are interested, or for some moment it clicks in your head and you want to research the thing.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Later.
Does anyone else, any other Globers, would like to present any evidence or ask any questions about the flat Earth topic? Feel free to unmute and ask now.
Yeah, DJ, trust me, brother. I know that it is a problem that I have. I try every time to make the idea a little bit more concise. I just fail every time. I have that like a chain reaction in my head. So I can't make the idea more concise. I just need more words.
Oh, I get what you mean. It's not easy to explain it in a short amount of words sometimes. I think you explained everything really good to him. But yeah, sometimes, their attention spans. And by the time you say the end, they've probably forgotten the first half of it. So, but yeah, no, that was good, man. That was good to listen to.
Yeah, I understand it, but I'm sorry. In reality, I acknowledge that it is a problem that I have, and I try to learn more words that I can use to make my ideas a little bit more concise. So short ideas with backed information. And I don't think it's because of English. I think it's because of me. It happens to happen with my Arabic or French also.
Hey, you're doing miles better than me. I am so bad at learning other languages.
Welcome to Any Global in the channel. We are really thirsty for proofs for the globe Earth. If you have any, just help us and share it with us. Hit us with the proof. I just have another idea for another question. For this, for the future event, are you able to concede that the Earth being a globe is just a belief? Or you can formulate it something otherwise, but just to say that if people are able to concede that it is just a belief, like that last guy did.
The Science and Technology Lounge did a good one the other day, right? That's a quiet channel. And they had an event and they said, are women smarter than men? Instantly they had like 50 people in there.
Hello?
Hello. Welcome.
Well, thank you. What is the topic here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, all right.
Do you have any evidence for the globe Earth? Or questions about the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And then he left. Wow.
TikTok brains. He listened for long enough.
He heard enough.
He swiped up. But he did. He swiped up. He's gone down to the Ask a Christian.
Attention span of a gnat.
Oh, and he's left the Ask a Christian.
Let me see if I can post the image of the critique I had of the Blitz PhD argument debate.
No one is talking, yeah. What's going on here? What the hell is going on?
We're just waiting for.
No, I'm serious. I mean, this is just a weird thing. I mean, look at the number of people.
Yeah, we were just waiting for you, bro. We were just sitting here in silence, waiting for you to come along. He's here, boys.
That's interesting, but what do you want me to say?
We want you to go
any
ahead.
globers to present any proof for the globe that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any proof that the Earth is a globe?
No, buddy, I'm not doing this right now.
I'm not doing this right now. He's like, I can't. I'm not doing this right now. Can't do it.
That's what's happening. That's why you found us in silence, because globers find that they don't have any proof for the globe, and they say all the time that thing. I can't do this right now.
They put their track shoes on and run away, just like you're probably going to do in 2 seconds. We're
It's
used
not
to
about
it.
running away. I mean, I just
Yeah,
don't
you
see
are.
any volume in
That's
this
fine.
kind
And
of
if
debate.
you're not running away, then go ahead and provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Just do it.
I mean, you can look at the evidence yourself. Why would I waste my time on this thing?
Yeah, what evidence? You didn't present any.
I mean, people have jobs, right? People are actual astronauts. Like, they're not
Okay.
doing this for you.
So-
People don't do this for
So
their
you don't have
families, for
any
themselves,
evidence, right?
because they're interested.
So you don't have evidence, right? Just admit it. I don't have
I mean, again, it's not really exceptional to become an astronaut. So
Yeah,
this is
so-
kind of enough for me. You know, it's not something that
somebody
can be
being an
considered as
astronaut-
magical or.
Yeah, somebody being
Yeah.
it's magical to you because you don't know how it's possible that the Earth is a globe. So it's magical to you.
What's up?
And
It's not necessarily magical to me.
Excuse me.
It
are you
is.
suggesting-
Putting
are you
words into my mouth.
Excuse me. Are you suggesting that none of us have looked into the globe evidence? Is that what you're suggesting? Earlier you said just look at the evidence.
Oh,
No, he didn't
probably
present
you
any, though.
did, but you didn't find them convincing.
No, wait a
as I
minute.
can
Time
tell.
out. Time out. You didn't present any evidence. That you didn't present any evidence whatsoever. That's what we're
I mean,
asking.
it's-
What evidence
man,
do
you really need to
have?
see a therapist, man. Why are you so angry?
Yeah, therapist. Well, because you're not like presenting anything. You're like, yeah, I presented all
Like,
the
I don't
evidence.
even know you, man. I'm not even here to debate anybody. I'm just here to see what's
Yeah,
going
really.
on.
So why are you still bumping your gums then?
No, I'm just talking to you, man. You seem quite.
If you didn't have any need to
you
open
seem
up your
quite
mic,
pressed for no reason. What's going on?
yeah,
man?
I'm pressed. I'm pressed because
What
individuals like
happened in your
you
life?
seem to think that there's an idea that the Earth is a globe and there is no evidence. It's a fantasy idea. Yeah, you get it now? It's fantasy, and you're just like, oh, it's so true. There's a globe. It's so true. Yeah, well, present the evidence. It's true.
Are you schizophrenic? Are you okay, man?
Present the evidence that is true. Stop chuckling. Just present it.
Well, you're just a weird person, man. You're really bizarre.
So is that your way
it's
out?
not because of your beliefs, but because you're just acting very irrational.
Right? You're looking for the door. Is that it?
What are you talking
about? Yeah, the exit.
What?
You don't want to talk about how you don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. You don't want to talk about it. You want to talk about everything else except that.
Yeah. Do you have the answer to your first question now?
You asking me?
Yeah, you, dude. Is the Earth a globe?
I wasn't asking any questions.
Yeah, the question on the table right now is if the Earth is a globe, yes or no. And if you do know that it's one, where's the evidence for that? Simple.
Well, I could theorize, but again, I don't know any technical terms.
We don't need theories. We don't need theories. We want the evidence. No theories. Evidence.
Well, I can only use the media as an example because I don't work in that kind of field, so there's no reason for me to.
Oh, you don't know? Just say what, dude? Save us some time, brother. Save us some time. Say I don't know, and we'll move right along to the next caller. That'd be nice.
I'm not going to provide you any definitive answers. That's
okay. Then you don't definitively know that the Earth is a globe. So all your chuckling didn't help.
But
at the end of the day,
I'm chuckling.
You did
not at the idea.
You did not prove that the Earth
of
is a
the
globe
Earth being flat, but because you're so irrationally.
Irrational. I'm only asking for your evidence. How is that irrational? I'm asking for you to present evidence. That's not irrational. For me to ask you to present the evidence of your claim.
It's about your behavior. I mean, you gotta calm down, my guy. You can just ask the same questions, but just calmly, you know.
So what? Who cares how I ask you? The important thing is that you're not producing the evidence that's required.
I don't necessarily care, but I'm just kind of curious why you're so emotionally attached to the idea. What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? A lot of people are being told that the Earth is a globe, and there's a lot of things that are attached to that, right? There's other narratives that people believe because the Earth is a globe. So
you decided to kind of spend the rest of your life just
you're just interrupting
wasting people's time.
You're just interrupting me. No, you're just interrupting me.
Well,
so a lot of people are believing narratives because the Earth is a globe, like we're overcrowded on this Earth, or this is a dying planet, or we're going to get hit by an asteroid, whatever you want to say. It's all attached to the same thing, the Earth being a globe. Now, this narrative is like a foundation for other tiny narratives, right? So that's why I'm energetic about it. I want you to go ahead and tell everybody how you don't know, and you just said it, right? I can't prove definitively if the Earth is a globe or not because I'm not in that field. There you have it. You just gave it to everybody, so now everybody knows that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe. So now
it's just about me and you, my guy. I mean, it's not about you being energetic. You're just being disrespectful. You don't know how to have a civil debate. You just yell and
civil debate. So now is it a debate where you said it wasn't a debate? Is it a debate?
I will kind of force myself into it, obviously, but it doesn't matter. It's just about you.
So now we're having a debate where you said we weren't before.
How to have a civil debate.
Yeah, so a debate would mean that you have a position. Oh yeah, a debate would mean you have a position. My position is that the Earth is flat.
Man, everybody's hearing you, man. You just
who cares, dude? Who cares? My position is that the Earth is flat.
Yelling.
My position is that the Earth is flat. What is yours?
Why are you so obsessed with the idea, man? Even if it's true,
my position is that the Earth is flat.
Do you have a life? I mean, what are you doing in life?
What is your position?
I mean, it doesn't really affect me in any way, my life, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be obsessed about.
It does because whatever the mind thinks of, the body's going to follow. Whatever the mind thinks of, the body's going to follow.
Yo, guys, can anybody tell this guy?
Yo, guys, why are you appealing to the audience, dude? Talk to me. Why are you appealing to the audience? Talk to me.
No, I'm just trying to understand what's going on. I mean,
no, what's going on is that.
Do you know these people?
It seems like you want to.
Do you know these guys?
Yeah, it seems like you're.
You're energetic to have a conversation, which actually turned into a debate, according to you. And now you don't have any evidence of your position, which you say you can. You don't even want to say what position you have. My position is that the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
I have evidence to back mine up. You don't have evidence to back yours up.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, that's great.
I mean, that's beautiful. I mean, you could have just said the same thing, but very calmly and in a very
It doesn't
respectful
matter,
manner.
dude. You're not the tone police. I can speak however I want to.
Exactly,
You can
but
speak however you want
just,
to. But the problem
you just
is,
look like a dumbass in front of
so
other
what,
people.
dude?
I mean,
So what?
I'm not yelling. I'm not.
Listen, I don't care
emotional
about your
attached.
tone policing, dude. Oh, look at him. He's saying it in a weird tone. So what? It's still the truth, right? At the end of the day? At the end of the day, it's still true. And what you have is a position that is fallacious. You just imagine that the Earth is a globe, and just like everybody else, you're going to keep wandering off and thinking it is. But you don't have no evidence. End of the day.
Interesting.
I do.
So you're gonna spend the rest of your day talking, just yelling to at people and yapping about things and not letting them talk and just kind of whatever you're doing, man. Just talking to you, to yourself, to your voices in your heads. I mean, what's going on, man?
That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. Are you gonna do?
Those are genuine questions.
I don't care, bro. I don't care.
Then why are you talking to me? Why are you still here? Like, what's going on?
Because I'm proving the point. My point is
What
that
point? I wasn't even trying to debate.
The point is, all you're going to do is bump your gums for another 30 minutes about how I'm talking instead of you presenting a case for the Earth being a globe. That's all you're going to do because your weak argument can't support the case of it being an actual globe.
There was no argument. I wasn't even trying to debate you in the first place.
You agreed. You agreed. You said, well, it turned into a debate. You said so.
Yes, that was again. It turned into in a debate without my will, essentially, right?
Without my will, you're still talking. It is your will. How is it not your will if you're still talking? Explain that.
Well, again, I wasn't providing any arguments for any position. I was just kind of making a point about you being irrationally, emotionally attached to something that doesn't even doesn't affect you in any way, man. You're just obsessed with some idea. Again, there's no reason for you to be that obsessed or emotional attached to something that doesn't affect you in your life or in the lives of your parents or siblings, whoever you have in your life. You just
yada yada blah blah blah. Dude, is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
Well, it's a difficult question. There's no reason to just say yes or no. It's intellectual dishonest to simply say yes or no.
Yeah, well, so you're saying that everybody out there is walking around going like, I don't know if the Earth is a globe, scratching their heads. You think that's what they're doing? No. They're walking around. They're walking around like you, saying that the Earth is a globe, man. It's such a globe. Why does everybody think the Earth is flat? Yeah, you keep saying that. You're not analyzing anything, dude. You're not bringing anything to the table. Yeah, keep saying that. So what? What is interesting? Man. Yeah, what is interesting is that you're just saying interesting, and you're not giving any evidence for the globe.
No, I'm just gonna keep you. I won't distract you, man. I'm gonna let you, yap.
There you go.
Keep yapping, man.
Thank you for that. You've shown your hand. This is your hand. No evidence for globe. You're just here to distract. You said so yourself right now.
I'm just trying to understand what's going on. Really, that was my initial kind of reason for joining this.
What's going on is you're very confused about how to present evidence for globe. So now you change your tactic to distract. From debate to distract.
What's that? Bro, this guy has real issues with his head, man.
Yeah,
what tactic? I was just, again, there was no tactic. There were no tactics. There were no arguments about anything. You're just, again, paranoid or schizophrenic. I don't know what's going on with you, man. You gotta see a therapist. It's time to see a therapist, man. This is not the way to live your life. Doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat or it's not flat, whether it's a sphere or a triangle. Doesn't matter, man. You are
the right way, dude.
You are incredibly irrational.
Are you some kind of like you're gonna tell people how to live their life now? You're probably like no bigger than like 17 years old or 18, dude. And
that wasn't even me, man. I wasn't. That wasn't me, dummy.
Yeah, you're still laughing now.
Well, no, it's me, but there was some other guy laughing at you, man. Not me.
Who cares?
B, you can focus on the topic, present your evidence for your globe, or ask any flat Earth topic questions. Hold on, I'm still talking.
Well, yes, I do have questions. I mean, are you going to see a therapist? I'm going to see the guy. Is the guy going to see a therapist?
Keep your Dorito shoot shut till I'm done talking. So you can do one of those two things. You could escort yourself out, or you could be escorted out. Those are your options.
All right, so you're just gonna do that, huh?
Yeah,
to
of
anybody
course.
who asks irrational questions.
No, you're not asking any questions. You said you weren't here to do that. Admittedly, you're here to distract. Isn't that what you said? I'm using your own words against you.
Alpha, can I
Bye.
say something very fast, please? So this guy,
he's gone. Necros, he's gone.
I think he had a short memory problem because he came here asking why we are in silence. I told him why, because we are waiting for some people like you to give us the proof for the globe Earth. And he just left. Now he just seems to be like those, doesn't have any proof, so we'll go back to our silence, waiting for someone else. We'll try.
I don't think you should live your life like that. Dude's nothing but like 18 years old. Doesn't know anything about life.
I was waiting for something like 18. I'm 23 and I know a lot. I've been around the block.
Anybody else in there? Thinks that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Any glober think that he have a proof for the globe, just mic up.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Can't get enough, can you?
I didn't know. Okay, so I thought you banned me, right?
I
You
didn't ban you.
me. You didn't
You left
ban me.
on your
right.
own.
I didn't. Someone kicked me out. Some grown man who can't handle basic questions kicked me out for.
Whoever did.
Wow, again.
That was funny. That wasn't me, by the way. I didn't do that.
Sag mal was, bro. I think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, evidence, please.
So, no, can you explain me why you don't think that? Please.
The Earth is observed as a horizontal plane. It's measured as such, and it's navigated across. Now, what do you have for globe?
Look at
pictures from space.
No, I'm not talking to you, man. Let the guy, the one who was asking.
Yeah, he's my friend.
He's.
Oh, so you share a brain? It's okay to
Yes.
talk for him? You his lawyer?
Yep.
No. We talk together. So.
Yes.
What you got? Like, are you on the other part of his head? Like you a talking head, two heads at one? Or what?
No, actually, we are separate persons.
All right.
And we both
That's
want to
great.
know why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I already told you. Now let's go into how you think the Earth is a globe.
I didn't understand right acoustically. So. Please.
Acoustically. All right. It's observed as a horizontal plane. Observation is the first step. You go outside, you see the Earth, you look upon it, and it's observed as a horizontal plane. You agree with that or disagree with that?
I doubt that. I disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead and show me how it's not a horizontal plane. Go.
Look at the horizon, bro.
Yeah, it's horizontal. That's how what horizon means.
Boats, if you look, boats will disappear at a certain distance.
Hold on. Yeah, just relax. Let me take it. Go ahead. Boats what?
That came from...
Boats disappear at a certain distance. You can't see them anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Boats disappear at a certain distance.
No.
What? Hold on, dude. You're two talking heads. I can need to talk to one at a time, okay? Relax.
Okay.
All right, so at what distance away does a boat disappear from the bottom up?
I don't know. I can't search
I don't know. I don't know. That's
I don't know the exact number, but
well, go look it up. Go look it up.
Okay.
So ships are vanishing from bottom up in the distance.
Yes, that's what your friend said. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to explain that.
Really? Okay, so if you're gonna explain it, tell me what distance they disappear from the bottom up.
Okay. If you have
a few miles to
Tell me hold on a second. Hold on. Don't keep talking. I'm asking for something specific. I'm asking for the distance from the observer to the target distance, which is where the boat is disappearing from the bottom up. What distance is that from the observer to the target distance? What is the distance?
You're asking for the distance or for
the distance from you to the little boat. What is the distance between you and the little boat?
Bro, I don't know the distance.
Oh, well, that's important. You need to. Yeah? Because if the Earth is a curve between you and the boat, then you need to know how much curve there is between you and the little boat. So if you don't know the distance, that's super important. You need to know that.
So you think
No, I'm not thinking, bro. This is not me. This is you not producing the evidence that the Earth is curving with a specific rate from the observer to the boat. If you think the ship is disappearing from the bottom up, then you would be able to support it with a specific numeric value that it should be disappearing at the distance from the observer to the boat. Pretty simple.
Okay, I know the reason why it is so.
No. We don't need reasons, bro. We don't need reasons. We need data.
So you are ignorant.
We need I'm ignoring that you say there's reasons, sir. We need data. That means that if you're not supporting the information that the ship is disappearing from the bottom up at a specific distance known as the Earth is a curved surface, then you don't have a case. The only way for you to have a case right now is for you to produce evidence that the ship is disappearing at a specific distance predictable by the Earth being a globe.
Okay.
Good. Now that we're on the same page, what is the numeric value for the distance?
The distance is 6.5 kilometers.
Excellent. I'm glad you said that. Now, let's move into the testing phase. You said that's something that can happen at that distance. Now, how has it been verified? Who's checked that this is the case? Who's checked? Give me one example of somebody who's checked the distance that you said is true.
Some scientists, I don't know.
Oh, well, laughing and saying some scientist isn't helping us, sir. We need hard evidence right now.
Give me a moment.
I'll give you a moment. Go look it up.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. For example, as AV was explaining earlier, proof of your curve and the distance. So at 6 feet, you would say at 10 nautical miles out, the curve begins, and you would show proof of that.
Yep.
Okay.
Take your time, man. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe you need to phone another friend to join this call. He might help.
No, I don't. I only have to translate this in English because I'm not English. So.
Good stuff.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Thanks, Elon.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Wait, so there in Google stands while no single individual discovered the Earth's roundness.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Take your time, man. Just hurry up.
That doesn't fit. Hurry up and take your time is different.
I forgot you Germans don't know humor. Sorry.
You have a theory.
Alles
You can
gut.
go make more observations, and
Kann
it's
man
a
ja mal
very,
vergessen.
very tedious process. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
So it has actually been known that the Earth was round since the time of the ancient Greeks.
That's not going to help you.
Yeah, I only read that, bro. I look for data.
You need to look for the specific numeric value from the observer to the ship, not Eratosthenes.
All right.
Go ahead. And we're back.
Don't you find it troubling that it's this difficult to find the measurements that you're looking for?
It's like that YouTube song, man. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Okay.
They probably find a ghost in the dark before they find those numbers. So we got 6 kilometers right now on the table. Is the distance between the observer and the ship. Now all we need is one single verified test that's ever checked that to be true.
Yeah, I'll give you a hint, Cedric. That's why we're here. You're not going to find it, just so you know.
Spoiler alert.
Well, I don't find anyone who tested it. So everything I find is the answer, not the one who tested it, or if someone tested it or didn't. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, they have the answer, but no one tested it. That's pretty interesting, right? How would they get the results before doing the observation or the test?
I don't know. Maybe they think they don't need to test it.
Exactly.
Because
right.
they just do mathing and say the Earth is round. No testing.
That's it. You won the grand prize.
Na, Dankeschön, ich fühle mich geehrt.
I don't know if we have any parting gifts for you, but you're welcome to sit here.
I don't need it. Thanks for that. Anyways.
Welcome.
You know, when men and women are doing land surveying, they're instructed to add the curvature after the fact. Isn't that interesting, Cedric? So the more you look into this, the more you'll be scratching your head as to why. Why would they do that if they're not measuring this data like in the field? Why would they have to add it after the fact? it's a big question right there. It's a good question too. And yeah, why can't you find somebody that's measured this exponential curvature? It makes no sense.
That's always been my style, raised by goats. What you talking about? I never take that sit across the couch, monotone, lethargic approach.
Gotta love the tone police. Always out.
Yeah, it's been.
How come you're expressing emotion?
You gotta talk monotone, man. So the Earth is flat, and we know it, and don't worry about it.
No,
That's
it's
what
not
we
flat,
know.
bro. It's not flat.
What? What'd you say, Julian?
Earth is not flat.
Okay. What's the evidence that it's a globe?
Everything.
Like
you can
what?
see it. You can see it
Where,
from
where, do, where do you
space.
where do you see it?
You
Where,
can
have you been?
see
Okay,
boats
yeah,
vanish behind the horizon.
No, that's also wrong. So you've never been to space, right?
Oh, no, but there are people that they've been in space.
Yeah, how do you know
took
they
pictures.
go? How do you know they go to a magical land called space?
Because they made videos and streamed.
They
it
made
online.
videos. So do people that make movies. They make videos too.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
think the space is fake too?
Yeah.
Not only the round word?
Yeah. So what? How do you know space is real?
That's
That's
where
what?
the Earth is orbiting. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. See, you don't know. That's the true answer. What'd you say, Cedric?
Yeah.
Just look at the stars.
Where are satellites?
Okay, we're looking at stars. How do I know? How do I know that's a vacuum of space when I see stars?
Because I have a telescope and I looked in the stars. I saw some stars
What'd you see?
burning. And
They're burning? Wait a minute,
Yes.
they're burning? How do you know they're burning?
Yeah, you see it, bro.
Really? What's the distinction that star is burning? Go ahead and tell me that.
Yes, glowing. It is.
It's glowing.
I don't know how to say that. It's so. Flames,
right.
Not flames, but
shimmering, twinkling. What word are you looking for?
What are you looking for?
Something like that. Something. Like
Okay, so you see it shimmering, twinkling. How do you know it's burning?
Well, I think so. So
You think so? Come on, brother. You can't just think. You gotta know. You can't think. How do you know? I'm asking how you know, not what you think.
if you don't think, you don't know.
No, that's incorrect. I can know something by testing and verifying the thing. I don't have to think that dry wood burns. I can know that dry wood burns using combustion.
Mhm.
So I'm not thinking that the sun is burning my skin. I know it is. Yeah? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
So yeah, I'm not thinking. I know. So I'm asking you how you know that the star is burning and not thinking.
He saw it through his telescope.
Yeah, what do you notice that it means that it's burning? What do you see?
Because some scientists tested it.
That's not you. Some scientists, not you. You just finished saying he saw it through a telescope. And then you finished it off with saying, well, some scientist. Well, not him then, right? He didn't see it burning. Is he seeing it burning? Your friend?
Yes, through his telescope.
Really? He sees a star burning.
Yes, because it's burning.